Welcome, everyone, to the hauntingly beautiful world of Harrow County, a place where simple, hardworking folks live their lives under the watchful gaze of ancient trees and rolling hills. But beneath its peaceful charm lurk unspeakable horrors, malevolent haints and dark forces that threaten the fragile balance between good and evil. Yet, hope endures. Watchful protectors and benevolent haints stand against the darkness, working together to shield the innocent and keep evil at bay. Join us as we explore this eerie, weird, horrific, yet beautiful land, a place where horror and fantasy intertwine, and a glimmer of light shines through the murky shadows of death. But before we begin, we have a small request. If you like our content, please subscribe to our channel. It is a small click from you, but it means a lot to us. Thank you. Act 1. Countless Haints. Chapter 1. The townsfolk of Harrow County executed Hester Beck, a woman they accused of witchcraft. Despite once being a neighbour and a friend to some, the people subjected her to a brutal death. Hester was shot, stabbed, beaten, and finally hanged. Even as her body hung lifelessly from the tree, it was clear that she had been more than a healer and midwife. She had wielded knowledge of the supernatural, which had both helped and terrified the community. Suspicions against Hester grew over time. Livestock mysteriously died in her presence, and her unusual practices, such as leading children to a creek for strange sermons and baptisms, unsettled the townsfolk. Rumours spread of her communion with unnatural creatures in the woods, and her feeding them through twisted, vile methods. Fear and paranoia built until the townsfolk took action. Yet, even after hanging her, they feared her lingering power and burned her body in an attempt to obliterate her completely. As her flesh burned, Hester cursed the townsfolk with chilling defiance. Her skeletal form, engulfed in flames, vowed to return and confront them for their sins. Her fiery, final words left them uneasy, haunted by the possibility that she was not truly gone. Years later, Emmy, a young woman living on the farm near the site of Hester's execution, was plagued by unsettling dreams tied to the same tree. Emmy had grown up on the farm, surrounded by its earthy smells and familiar routines, but her connection to the ancient oak on the hilltop was deeply disturbing. The tree, scarred by lightning and decay, seemed to exude a malevolent presence. Its hollow was patched but rotted, resembling a gaping maw. Emmy feared what the tree might hold and what it meant for her. In her dreams, the tree convulsed violently, its roots tearing against the earth as if trying to free itself. Vines rustled, producing eerie whispers, and the hollow opened and closed like a ravenous mouth. From its depths came a booming voice repeating a single word: lies. The accusation echoed in Emmy's mind even after she woke. Sitting up in bed, she stared at the tree through her window, questioning its power and significance. Yet she dismissed it aloud as just a tree. Still, the word lies lingered in her thoughts, leaving her restless. The next morning, Emmy approached her father outside the barn and began a light-hearted conversation about naming the new calf. Her father, however, reminded her not to name livestock, as it made letting them go harder. Inside the barn, they found the cow's calf, but something was clearly wrong. The newborn was malformed, its raw, bloodied body trembling weakly. Nearby lay another calf, lifeless. Emmy's father examined the first calf and determined it would not survive long. Resolving to put it down, he retrieved his gun. As her father prepared the shot, Emmy knelt beside the calf, whispering reassurances and comforting the fragile creature. However, just as her father returned, Emmy ran outside, announcing with excitement that she had thought of a name: Shaky. To their surprise, the calf stood up and wobbled behind Emmy, alive despite its condition. Emmy's joy was evident, but her father remained wary, his unease deepening. Later, Emmy asked her father how many malformed animals had been born. He admitted that about a dozen had suffered similar fates, including both cows and chickens, and all had been buried. When Emmy pressed further, wondering why this was happening, her father brushed off her concerns, insisting it meant nothing and telling her not to dwell on it. Their conversation was interrupted when Emmy noticed someone approaching. She ran to greet Raya, an old man who occasionally visited the farm in his mule-drawn wagon filled with supplies. Emmy's father didn't particularly like Raya, but Emmy was fond of his visits. Raya greeted Emmy warmly and offered her books he had brought along. Emmy joined Bernice, Raya's granddaughter, at the wagon, where the two young women chatted. Bernice teased Emmy about her upcoming birthday and her reluctance to leave the farm or meet new people. Emmy explained that her father needed her, and she couldn't imagine leaving him alone. Meanwhile, Raya spoke privately with Emmy's father, pointing out the freshly dug graves on the farm and questioning whether something unnatural was happening. Emmy's father dismissed the concerns, attributing the graves to a fever among the livestock. He assured Raya that there were no signs of supernatural activity, no strange smells, curdled milk, or other omens. Raya reminded him of their past struggles and suggested that Emmy's age might be significant. However, Emmy's father insisted that those dark events were long behind them and that Hester Beck was not returning. That evening, Emmy sat with her father in their home, bringing up her birthday again. She hinted at the possibility of exploring life beyond the farm, but her father dismissed the idea, teasing her about finding a no-account farmer boy. Emmy felt the weight of the quiet in the house, as if it were suffocating her. She longed for something more than the smallness of her world. The next day, Emmy ventured into the woods surrounding the farm, where she felt a sense of curiosity and unease. She wondered whether the scarred oak on the hilltop had once been part of the forest and what had caused its isolation. As she crossed a rickety bridge over a creek, she recalled her father's unfulfilled promise to repair it. Below, the creek sparkled, teeming with fish, and dragonflies danced above the water's surface. Her father had warned her that the presence of dragonflies, which he called snake doctors, often meant snakes were nearby. While crossing the bridge, Emmy noticed a boy standing on the other side of the creek. She called out to him, but he seemed hesitant to respond. When she pressed, asking his name, the boy began to retreat. Emmy followed him, calling after him as he disappeared into a dense, thorny thicket. Ignoring his warnings about the dangers ahead, she pushed forward through the sharp brambles, struggling to follow his path. The thicket became darker and more oppressive as Emmy ventured deeper. She stumbled across unsettling remnants, a doll and other discarded objects scattered among the thorns. Her hand brushed against something sharp, drawing blood. Determined, she pressed on, crawling through the narrow spaces until she reached a clearing. There, the ground was slick and red, stained with what appeared to be blood. In the center of the clearing, Emmy encountered a horrifying sight: a flayed figure hanging limply, suspended over the pool of blood. Trembling, she whispered, "The skin, only the skin." The figure's torn lips twitched, and its hollow mouth struggled to form words. It emitted raspy, shallow breaths, carrying a sickening stench reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. The spectral presence seemed to be another haint, its purpose to warn Emmy of the dangers ahead. It whispered secrets about the power within her blood and the darkness that accompanied it. Emmy's wide eyes reflected her growing realization that her connection to the sinister events surrounding Harrow County was far deeper than she had imagined. The Haints' warnings left her shaken, her fear mingling with an ominous sense of inevitability. Tales of Harrow County baptism. Years ago in Kettle Creek, Charlie Beaumont hesitantly underwent baptism, his fear of water evident. Although he could swim, Charlie avoided water when he couldn't see beneath the surface, fearing what might lurk below. As the preacher baptized him, Charlie panicked and chaos ensued. The boy thrashed and suddenly he disappeared beneath the water. Onlookers claimed the current swept him away, but no one truly saw what happened. The preacher and his assistants frantically searched but found no trace of him. The crowd murmured in shock, and though some offered theories, only Charlie knew the truth of what transpired beneath the water. Chapter 2. Emmy held the boy's skin in her arms, finding it squirming unnaturally, as if alive. She scolded it, warning she'd throw it in the creek if it didn't stay still. The skin felt feverish and sweaty, seemingly trying to mimic life, though Emmy knew it was far from human. She identified it as a haint, a restless spirit. Her thoughts turned to the surrounding hollows and marshes, which she imagined were full of similar spectral entities. As she moved through the woods, Emmy felt the presence of haints all around her. Spirits of Confederate soldiers, children lost in the forest, and darker entities never alive in the first place. She called out, asking if anyone was there, but her surroundings remained eerily silent. Despite her unease, Emmy marveled at her discovery of a real, living haint. Returning to her farmhouse, Emmy's father worked in the fields, glancing toward her direction suspiciously. Once inside, Emmy hid the haint's skin in her room, scolding it to behave and placing it in a drawer. She tried to clean herself up, changing into familiar clothes, which she found oddly comforting. Her father called out to her and she reassured him she was fine, claiming she had just been out for a walk. He noticed her scratched hands, but Emmy brushed off his concern, attributing them to a thorn vine. After he left, Emmy examined her hands, noticing the scratches had disappeared entirely, leaving her bewildered. Before stepping out, Emmy gave the haint a stern warning to stay out of trouble. As she left her room, bloodstains appeared on the window outside, a foreboding reminder that the haint and the dark forces connected to it were not easily contained. During the quiet night, Emmy lay asleep in her farmhouse while the moon cast a haunting glow on the eerie tree outside. Inside the house, an unsettling rattling sound emanated from the furniture, followed by a distinct thudding, as if something was moving around. In her dreams, Emmy saw the townsfolk gathering around the old oak tree on the hill. The group was somber, their voices low as they murmured in hushed whispers. They carried torches and tools, seemingly hesitant to disturb the tree, which appeared alive in its looming presence. Someone voiced their unease, remarking on the ominous nature of being back at the tree after what they had done in the past. The group, haunted by a cry, likened to that of a baby, began hacking at the tree's swollen trunk. As they worked, their axes revealed something trapped within the wood, a beautiful fetal figure. When they pulled it out, it resembled a young Emmy. The crowd's curiosity turned to a mix of horror and awe as they uncovered a second figure, but it was disfigured and melting. The haunting discovery brought confusion and dread to the gathered townsfolk. Awaking with a gasp, Emmy bolted upright in her bed, the rattling and thudding now real. She approached the source of the noise, a drawer where she had hidden the haint. The creature's glowing eyes met hers as it spoke haltingly, directing her attention to the window and mentioning the tree. Emmy peered outside, where a shadowy crowd had gathered near the tree. Terrified, she questioned the haint about the gathering and its meaning. The haint cryptically muttered about an ancient pact that had to be honoured, referencing the events of 18 years ago and the signs Emmy was now showing. Confused and frightened, Emmy pressed the haint for more answers. It revealed details of a dark history. The townsfolk had killed a witch and raised her child, Emmy herself. The skin whispered to Emmy, "The witch must die." Emmy's world began to unravel as she questioned whether her father was among the people outside and grappled with the horrifying truths about her identity. Emmy fled into the woods under the cover of night, carrying the grotesque skinless figure she had discovered earlier. Her father, realizing she was gone, searched the house and called out to her. Emmy, burdened with fear and uncertainty, kept running, driven by a need to escape her father's potential wrath and the dark truths unfolding around her. The familiar woods, once her place of solace, now seemed alien and menacing. Emmy clutched a lantern as she navigated through the shadows, haunted by the accusation that she was a witch. Though she had always explored these woods freely, she now felt like a lost child, terrified and unsure of where to turn. The voices of the mob, who believed she was a threat, echoed in her mind, and her own doubts about her identity gnawed at her resolve. As she stumbled deeper into the woods, Emmy encountered Bernice, her friend, who had followed her with a lantern. Bernice explained she had come to warn Emmy after overhearing people in the town plotting against her. The accusations of witchcraft and an ancient pact had convinced the townsfolk that Emmy had to be killed. Bernice, shaken but determined, admitted she didn't have all the answers, but couldn't let Emmy face this alone. The two girls pressed on, with Bernice urging Emmy to keep moving, knowing the townsfolk would pursue them. Emmy, overwhelmed by the situation, questioned why her father might want to harm her and struggled to understand the dark legacy that seemed tied to her. Bernice confessed she had overheard fragmented conversations about witchcraft and a sinister agreement involving Emmy's birth. Emmy and Bernice wandered deeper into the forest, eventually coming across an old graveyard. Emmy recognized the place, sensing an eerie familiarity. Bernice noted the worn-down gravestones, explaining that such cemeteries were often used for undesirables who were meant to be forgotten. Emmy felt the weight of the loneliness surrounding the graves, acknowledging the forgotten souls buried there. Tension grew as Emmy accused Bernice of leading her there on purpose. Hurt, Bernice defended her intentions, asserting she was trying to help Emmy, not harm her. Emmy quickly apologized, admitting her confusion and fear. Their argument was interrupted when an ominous voice from Emmy's satchel whispered, "Not alone." Startled, Bernice questioned whether the bag had spoken. Emmy, composed, hushed Bernice, stating she was already aware of their unseen company. Suddenly, the forest came alive with fiery, skeletal apparitions. The glowing figures emerged from the shadows surrounding the girls. Emmy and Bernice stood frozen as the apparitions closed in. Their eerie chant echoed through the air. "Not alone, never alone." Tales of Harrow County. What was lost? Harrow County was steeped in ghostly tales, such as the Mako Light and the Handless Rebel Soldier, all revolving around spirits searching for what they had lost in life. In Winslow, when the moon shone and the night was calm, locals recounted sightings of a newborn crawling through the streets. The grotesque infant sniffed the air, dragging its still attached, writhing umbilical cord. It seemed to be seeking something as a shadowy figure loomed nearby, calling softly to it. "Keep looking, little one," the figure ominously promised. "We'll be a family once again," with an unfinished spectral longing. Chapter 3. Emmy and Bernice found themselves surrounded by fiery, spectral figures resembling skeletal apparitions. The glowing forms made no sound, and Emmy wondered if these entities once had faces recognizable to friends and family, faces now long faded with time and neglect. Bernice urgently warned Emmy that the spirits were moving closer, prompting her to shout a command to stop. Her words, though quiet, resonated powerfully, halting the spirits in their tracks. Observing their behaviour, Bernice speculated that the spirits weren't hostile, reasoning that if harm were their intention, they would have acted by now. Emmy's frustration grew as she confronted the spirits, accusing them of merely scaring people instead of having meaningful intentions. Her anger seemed to ripple through the spectral entities, causing them to hiss and subtly retreat. Emmy's boldness appeared to unsettle the spirits, who regarded her with fear. This realization chilled Emmy more than the eerie surroundings, and she decided they should leave. As the two girls moved cautiously through the woods, the spirits followed but kept their distance. Emmy later reflected that the spirits may have been trying to warn or protect her from a greater danger ahead. However, at that moment, the spirits' cryptic behavior left her confused and uneasy. Eventually, two glowing orbs appeared in the distance, their ominous presence raising questions about their purpose. Bernice speculated they were Haints, and Emmy mused over their unexpected benevolence. While walking, Emmy shared memories of a visiting teacher, Miss Cora, who had once brought books and taught her lessons. She admitted she liked Miss Cora, but wondered if the teacher had faced ostracism for being different, possibly even accused of witchcraft, much like Emmy herself now feared. Bernice, uneasy, cautioned Emmy against comparing herself to a witch, clearly troubled by the implications. Their quiet reflection was interrupted when they spotted ominous lights through the trees. Bernice quickly instructed Emmy to douse her lantern, and they crouched low to avoid detection. Emmy's anxiety grew as the lights moved closer, and Bernice confirmed her fear they were being searched for. Whispered voices echoed through the forest, speaking of tracks and sightings of a girl. Bernice, worried, questioned Emmy about what she carried in her bag, but the situation left no time for answers. The two pressed on cautiously, Emmy seeming to speak to unseen presences that Bernice could not discern. Bernice grew increasingly distressed, accusing Emmy of hiding the truth about her nature and the events at the graveyard. Emmy, shaken, denied the accusations, insisting they weren't true. Suddenly, Emmy's father emerged, holding a lantern and a gun. He said that Emmy did not know the truth about herself. He admitted that he was heartbroken about what he was going to do next. It would be for the best, as Emmy would be gone before she realized what she was. Emmy's father violently attacked her, screaming accusations about what she was. His rage overtook him as he throttled her, but Bernice intervened, pulling him off Emmy. Desperate to stop him, Bernice struggled as Emmy's father apologized profusely, but continued his assault. Emmy pleaded for him to stop, even as the chaos escalated. The skinless boy's hands writhed out of Emmy's bag. It moaned at something in the trees to save Emmy. Terrified, Bernice recoiled in horror while Emmy tried to regain composure amidst the nightmarish events. Suddenly, the skinless boy, a feral creature, leapt out of the trees and attacked Emmy's father. Its movements were violent and swift, filled with primal aggression. The boy's focus on Emmy shifted to protectiveness, and he viciously tore at her father. Despite the overwhelming violence, Emmy managed to calm the creature, commanding it to stop. She asserted her humanity, declaring she wasn't a monster or evil, despite her father's views and the horrors surrounding her. The boy relented and retreated upon Emmy's insistence. Emmy, still shaken, reassured Bernice of her intentions and asserted control over the situation. Emmy's father, beaten and exhausted, confessed to her the truth. Years ago, he and others had killed the witch Hester Beck. He revealed Hester's ominous promise that she would be reborn and exact her revenge on those who had wronged her. As he spoke, Emmy's thoughts darkened, contemplating how to ensure her father could never never threaten her again. The temptation to act violently surged within her, almost overwhelming her resolve. However, Emmy stopped herself. She whispered, "No," fighting against the dark emotions trying to consume her. Declaring she couldn't stay, Emmy told Bernice to look after her father and ensure his well-being. With a firm warning not to pursue her again, she reiterated that she wasn't a monster, but acknowledged, "I can be," leaving an ominous parting statement. Walking alone through the woods, Emmy felt the weight of shock and sorrow. Her thoughts lingered on the darkness she had felt, how naturally those evil impulses had come to her. She admitted they had seemed right in the moment, but she wept, vowing that wasn't who she wanted to be. As she approached a dilapidated cabin, the haunted woods seemed to close in. Watching from the shadows, a terrifying creature loomed behind her, who could end her just as soon as it laid eyes on her. Tales of Harrow County, All Hallows Eve. In Harrow County, All Hallows Eve was steeped in tradition. Weeks before the event, locals prepared elaborate meals fit for royalty, only to let them decay and rot. These offerings were taken to desolate, haunted places such as abandoned homes, tobacco barns, and cemeteries. The food was left as a solemn gesture to appease wandering spirits, satisfying their cravings and preventing their unrest. Villagers believed that if any spectre went overlooked, it might join the others to share the feast. Hidden in the shadows, a clawed hand emerged from a cracked door, suggesting that their efforts to bring peace were heeded. Chapter 4. Emmy wandered through the woods, haunted by her escape and the danger pursuing her. She clutched her lantern tightly, illuminating her way. Thoughts raced, fleeing her father, the townsfolk who condemned her, and a fear that she might deserve it all. As she moved cautiously, the boy's skin whispered and warned her of an approaching danger. Suddenly, a grotesque, horned creature with glowing eyes emerged, accusing her of betrayal. It growled in a familiar, taunting voice. Declaring Emmy had forgotten it and left it behind, the beast lunged, smashing her lantern. It taunted her further, accusing her of breaking promises and leaving it to wait in the darkness. Emmy stood firm momentarily, but was quickly thrown to the ground by the creature's powerful attack. She scrambled to escape as it roared about, making her remember its torment. Terrified, Emmy ran as the monstrous shadow pursued her relentlessly, its growls echoing through the forest. Emmy's exhaustion mounted as she sprinted, heart pounding, unable to stop or feel safe. When it seemed that she might collapse from fear, headlights burst through the woods and a truck screeched to a halt. Mr. Sorrel, a familiar face from town, stepped out, offering her solace. His calming voice and kind demeanor encouraged Emmy to accept his help. He guided her into the truck and asked about her plight. Struggling to articulate, Emmy revealed her distress, hinting at the upheaval in her life. Mr. Sorrel assured her she'd be safe, though his persistent questions about her father and the pursuit lingered ominously. Emmy's thoughts churned with unease as they drove away. Emmy tried to speak her mind to Mr. Sorrel. However, suddenly, he took out a handkerchief doused in chloroform and pressed it on Emmy's face. Reality faded in front of her eyes as she started losing her senses. She tried to resist, but it held no good. She finally fainted as Sorrel drove away with her. When she came to her senses, Emmy found herself bound in Sorrel's home. She moaned and tried to speak, while Sorrel pacified her and told her that what he was doing was for Emmy's own good. He gave her water to improve her slurred speech and assured her that she was safe, and he was honoured to have her at his home. Emmy screamed at Sorrel, accusing him of kidnapping her, but Sorrel reassured her that he was just doing what she had wanted, and that was to keep her safe. He told Emmy about her flock and that he was one of them. He mentioned that although some of the flock may have gone astray, he was still loyal to her. Sorrel said that Emmy was Hester Beck, reborn. She looked different now, but it was her who was birthed from the dark bowels of the earth 18 years ago. When Hester came to town and offered her sermons, she was cast out of society. She went to the woods and befriended ghosts and haints in the dark and made them her followers. However, she still felt alone and created men and women from the mud. She gave them free will, then sent them out to socialize with others from the county and earn their trust by spreading her words of kindness. But it was that free will that became the curse. Their loyalty towards Hester was molded into hate and fear with time, and they started believing that Hester was evil. So eventually they burned and killed her. He claimed that all the people of Harrow County were her children, tied to her as if birthed from her womb. He admitted that even those who had tried to kill her secretly wanted her to accept her rightful place. He justified his actions, including controlling her father and the ghosts, by stating that this was how he had exerted power over others and her. Emmy, visibly distressed, demanded to be released, asserting her will and commanding him to let her go. Sorrel, instead of complying, expressed admiration for her defiance, interpreting it as her embracing her identity. He declared himself blessed, showed a strange mark behind his ear, and proclaimed that he had been tasked with a sacred mission bestowed upon him by her. Sorrel recounted how Hester Beck had warned him of a day when his role would be critical. Hester had instructed him on what to do if he forgot his purpose, urging him to remain steadfast in his duty to guide Emmy when her awakening arrived. She commanded him not to waver, even if she herself tried to dissuade him. She transferred a snake-like creature into Sorrel through his ear to give him the power over anyone's ill advice. Sorrel reflected on these events, admitting that at the time he hadn't fully understood his role, considering himself unworthy. He described the moment he witnessed Hester's violent execution, confessing that he believed he had failed her. However, upon learning about Emmy's existence, he interpreted her presence as a sign of his divine purpose. Sorrel tried to justify his obsession with protecting Emmy, claiming it stemmed from loyalty and reverence. As he spoke, Emmy grew visibly tense. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted them. Sorrel, unnerved, wondered if they had been found. Before he could act, the skinless boy burst into the room, violently attacking Sorrel. Emmy regained her composure and declared she didn't need his protection. She was growing aware of her identity and power as Sorrel was ripped to shreds. After freeing herself, Emmy entered a room where the townspeople were gathered, discussing her whereabouts and motives. Some believed she was hiding among those who still revered her as connected to the witch Hester Beck, while others debated whether she was a threat. Emmy's father argued she wasn't the same as Hester, though others doubted his perspective, suggesting she could be dangerous. Interrupting the heated discussion, Emmy appeared at the door, stating she now understood the truth about herself. She admitted she couldn't fully comprehend everything, but declared she accepted her identity. Emmy asked the townsfolk to do the same, insisting she wasn't the woman they killed years ago. Addressing her father, she said she wasn't raised to be like Hester, but wanted a chance to lead a normal life. Some townspeople grew hostile, accusing Emmy of trickery. A man rushed to attack her, saying it was better to end the cycle, and others followed as well. Emmy raised her hands, and a flash of light was released, which reduced the attacking townsfolk into mud. She stated that she had the power to end what she started. She faced the remaining townsfolk, emphasizing her difference from Hester Beck, rejecting her predecessor's methods and fate. She declared she would forge her path and refused to die like Hester. Later, Emmy sat alone, reflecting on her experiences. A knock at the door interrupted her solitude, and her father cautiously entered, seeking a conversation. He expressed regret for his actions during the turmoil surrounding her awakening. He admitted to being swayed by fear and the influence of others, but pledged to protect her, vowing never to let harm come to her again. Emmy, touched, acknowledged her father's love, even if she struggled to fully understand the events around her. In the aftermath, Harrow County began returning to a semblance of normalcy. Emmy observed the lingering haints and creatures in the woods, wondering if they would approach her for guidance or darker reasons. The townsfolk, dealing with illness and hardships, turned to Emmy for help. She resolved to aid them, showing kindness and a determination to bridge the gap between her inherited legacy and her own identity. Meanwhile, in a distant city, a young woman named Cammy basked in luxury and power. She reflected on her dominion over the city, claiming it as her own. Confident and self-assured, she declared the world hers. As she turned, her face showed. She looked exactly as Emmy, as if she was her twin. Act 2. Twice Told. Chapter 1. Emmy continued to wrestle with her loneliness and her place in Harrow County. Although she now understood she was part of the strange, supernatural legacy of the place, it did little to make her feel connected. She wandered through the familiar scenery, grappling with her emotions. Returning home, she found her father sorting through yet another set of offerings left by the townsfolk. Grateful for her aid in their troubles, though practical, he expressed mild frustration, wishing people would stop bringing more than they needed. Emmy gently teased him about their abundance, saying they wouldn't have to butcher their livestock anytime soon. When her father offered to cook, she playfully protested, insisting she could handle the meal herself. Upstairs, Emmy discovered the skinless boy's skin in her room, lying in disarray. His glowing eyes lit up as he acknowledged her return. Emmy greeted him with dry humour, scolding him for his untidiness. As she held him, he muttered about the dangers outside, warning that it wasn't safe. Emmy listened quietly, reflecting on his words. Despite his warnings, she mused aloud about her desire for a normal life, even if she doubted she'd ever truly find it. The skinless boy responded with wry sarcasm, pointing out the absurdity of her longing while she spoke to a supernatural entity. Meanwhile, the townsfolk increasingly turned to Emmy for help with various matters beyond their understanding. At the Mefford brothers' grain silo, they described a creature that cursed the grain it touched and drove away anyone who ventured nearby. They recounted terrifying encounters, mentioning one man who barely escaped with his sight. Hearing their plea, Emmy volunteered to investigate, stepping into the unknown with a quiet determination. Emmy cautiously ascended into a dark attic, hearing whispers urging her to be careful. She responded with confidence, brushing off the warnings. The space felt tense, but she pressed on, calling out to see if anyone was present. A voice answered, recognizing her but noting she was different. Emmy encountered a grotesque creature lurking among the shadows. The creature questioned Emmy's certainty that Hester Beck wouldn't return, doubting her assurance. Emmy firmly declared that she wouldn't allow Hester back, introducing herself and inviting the creature to come down. The creature, hesitant but intrigued, revealed it had no name. Emmy suggested they could change that and offer one. Despite the boy's skin telling Emmy that Haints didn't need names, Emmy insisted that their new companion deserved one. Emmy then shifted the conversation, wanting to address why the creature was scaring the townsfolk and how they might calm things down. Later, Emmy returned to the townspeople, assuring them the issue was resolved and asking them to bring the creature, now named Priscilla, some food like rotted fruit or vegetables. When the townsfolk hesitated, she clarified that Priscilla wouldn't be driven away and this place was her home. As Emmy stepped outside, Jim Webb approached nervously, startling her. He sought her help with a personal problem, revealing his jealousy toward another man he suspected of having an interest in his younger wife. Jim suggested Emmy could harm or afflict the man to prevent his advances. Shocked, Emmy sternly refused, declaring she wasn't in the business of hurting people. She warned Jim not to involve her in such matters again, or else she might change her mind about hurting people. Emmy walked through the woods, reflecting on the legacy of Hester Beck, who had given birth to the spirits and Haints that now roamed freely after her death. These Haints, once bound to Hester's will, had been left to their own devices until Emmy rose to fill her role as their protector. Emmy acknowledged the weight of her responsibilities, humorously noting she was already a mother figure, despite not being married yet. As she journeyed deeper, Emmy passed by old graves and fiery apparitions, speaking to them casually as though they were familiar companions. She reassured the spirits not to fret over her, admitting she didn't always know what she was doing, but expressing confidence in her ability to handle the unknown. Her warmth and humour shone through as she accepted the strange circumstances of her life. Reaching a decrepit cabin, Emmy called out to the monster who had attacked her before, offering food as a peace gesture. A menacing voice responded, warning her she was no longer in control. The creature inside revealed its resentment, claiming Emmy had turned her back on it and forfeited her power over it. Despite the threats, Emmy remained composed, calmly stating her belief in the creature's autonomy and offering understanding. The creature admitted its bitterness, but also a newfound appreciation for solitude. It questioned Emmy's motives, and she clarified she wasn't there to demand allegiance or change its opinion of her. Instead, she reminded it of its independence from Hester and its ability to make its own choices. The creature raised unsettling questions about trust and control, but Emmy, unwavering, expressed faith in her approach to balance the chaotic lives of both the Haints and the people of Harrow County. Later, on a rainy day, Emmy sat on her porch with Bernice, sharing a quiet moment of companionship. Bernice expressed relief at their renewed connection and apologized for her earlier distance, struggling to articulate her feelings about their shared connection to Hester Beck's legacy. Emmy reassured her, reflecting on the complexities of their lives shaped by the witch's influence. As the rain intensified, Bernice noted a peculiar way to predict the storm's duration by observing the chicken's behavior. This sparked a broader conversation about identity and acceptance. Bernice confessed her confusion about being one of Hester's creations, while Emmy acknowledged her own uncertainty, affirming their enduring friendship. The storm showed no signs of stopping, and Bernice agreed to stay overnight at Emmy's. They decided to face the storm together, metaphorically and literally, symbolizing their shared journey of navigating their unique and eerie realities. Suddenly, headlights pierced through the rain. A luxurious car pulled up, surprising the pair with its unexpected arrival. Emmy, Bernice, and Emmy's father stepped out to greet the visitor. To Emmy's shock, a woman resembling her in appearance and demeanor emerged. As she said to Emmy, "Hello there, sister." Tales of Harrow County, the Bat House, the ominous Bat House, a derelict structure near the main road, infamous for the infestation of bats that had saturated its walls with droppings. Abandoned for so long, no one remembered who had lived there. Local children, seeking thrills, dared each other to approach, with bravery measured by how close they got to the attic, notorious for its stench and flitting vermin. Though no one ever reached the attic, Earl Henry's boy came dangerously close. His attempt ended with a vampire boy attacking him, leaving the town wary and vigilant about keeping pests out of their attics. Chapter 2. The storm lingered over the house, its presence oppressive as rain cascaded in relentless sheets. The thunder growled in the distance, and though the rain poured, the air felt unnaturally still. Beneath the house, shadows stirred, eyes gleaming with an unsettling awareness as they silently observed the events above. Inside, Emmy's father played host to Cammy's butler, who stood stoically, declining an offered seat. Emmy's father, attempting to diffuse the unease, encouraged him to relax, remarking on the storm's persistence. A loud boom of thunder punctuated the conversation, emphasizing the storm's unyielding nature. Emmy's father joked about inviting the storm inside, but his words did little to lighten the heavy mood between the two men. Upstairs, Emmy, Cammy, and Bernice sat together, grappling with the complexity of Cammy's sudden appearance. Cammy revealed herself as Emmy's twin, their resemblance uncanny, and shared her origins in New York, contrasting sharply with Emmy's rural upbringing. She expressed longing for the life Emmy had, a connection to their birthplace, and regret over being kept in the dark about her sister's existence. As the conversation deepened, Bernice voiced skepticism, challenging Cammy's sudden claims of sisterhood. Cammy bristled at the remark, but Emmy defended Bernice, explaining that their recent experiences had left them wary. Emmy sought to reassure both women, offering a calm voice in the tense atmosphere. The mood shifted as Cammy admitted feeling lost and afraid, her self-doubts stemming from the uncertainty of her identity. Emmy offered her support, acknowledging Cammy's struggles and promising to help her find clarity. Cammy woke early, restless, and stood by the window, watching as the rain had finally stopped. She woke Emmy, expressing a desire to go for a walk. Emmy, though initially hesitant, agreed. Cammy insisted on letting Bernice sleep, wanting this to be a moment just for the two of them. Together, they ventured outside into the quiet, dewy morning. Cammy led Emmy to a significant spot under a large, gnarled tree. She remarked that this was the place where their mother, Hester Beck, had been killed. Emmy seemed uneasy, but listened as Cammy recounted her feelings about their shared history. Cammy revealed that the witch Hester wasn't her real mother, but someone who had raised her coldly and without affection. She shared that their real mother had been murdered here, and they were not born in the usual way, but rather created by Hester on the day of her death. Cammy spoke of their origins, tying them directly to the tree beneath which they stood. As Cammy's tone turned manic, she began digging into the earth, searching for traces of Hester. Emmy, alarmed, urged her to stop, saying she didn't want to know. Cammy mocked Emmy's reluctance, suggesting Hester might have crawled out of the dirt herself. Emmy maintained her stance, saying it didn't matter what they found, because they were together now, which was more important than Hester's fate. Relenting, Cammy agreed and embraced Emmy. As they stood under the tree, the skinless boy appeared in the branches above them. Cammy noticed it first, excitedly pointing out that Emmy had a familiar too. Emmy, surprised but wary, questioned the connection. Cammy brushed it off, affirming their sisterhood and remarking on how similar they were before walking back with Emmy. Cammy urged Emmy to keep their movements discreet, avoiding waking Pa or Cammy's butler, who was standing watch near the car. Emmy expressed concern but followed Cammy's lead, their discussion subdued yet wary. Inside the house, Pa was already cooking breakfast. Emmy, yawning and still groggy, entered the kitchen. Pa teased her about sleeping late, noting it was unlike her. He mentioned taking care of chores, hinting that Emmy might leave for the big city with her new friend. Emmy assured him she had no plans to leave. When asked about Cammy and Bernice, Pa revealed Bernice had left at first light and Cammy had gone into town. In the town square, Cammy arrived in her elegant car, her butler assisting her exit. Dressed sharply, Cammy exuded sophistication as she stepped into the bustling streets. She declined the butler's offer to accompany her, stating she preferred to explore alone. She greeted passers-by warmly, blending into the town's atmosphere while maintaining her air of refinement. Cammy's presence drew attention. Inside Sweet's cafe, a young man dining alone noticed her through the window. His curiosity piqued. He watched her walk by, her graceful demeanor captivating. She continued browsing the town, greeting acquaintances and drawing friendly remarks about her attire. Her interactions were pleasant, though she remained enigmatic, her smile masking her deeper thoughts. As Cammy passed a shop window, she paused to admire a hat display and spotted someone following her. It was Jim Webb. Cammy confronted him, asking if he remembered her or their past interaction. Jim appeared confused, claiming it must have been a mistake. Cammy noticed him hiding something and pressured him to reveal it, a knife. She calmly took it from him, questioning his intentions. Jim stammered, admitting he thought she was Emmy and seemed unsure if he would have harmed her. Cammy, with a disarming smile, pressed him further, trying to understand why he was angry at Emmy. Jim broke down, confessing his anger and jealousy over Thad's involvement with his wife, Celia. He revealed his bitterness toward Emmy for refusing to help him put a curse on Thad. Cammy offered understanding and cunningly promised to help him in ways Emmy never could. As their conversation ended, Thad approached Celia's house. He brought her flowers, but she rebuked him, insisting his visits were inappropriate. Suddenly, Thad doubled over in pain, his face contorting as vines and leaves erupted from his body. Celia watched in horror as he transformed into a grotesque creature and fled into the wilderness. Thad became another Haint of Harrow County, born from jealousy and manipulation. His tragic transformation added another dark tale to the county's legends, driven by a desperate man's fear and a young girl's whim. Tales of Harrow County. The Hunter. A hunter sat quietly by a marsh, drinking coffee and holding his shotgun, when he spotted a grotesque, bloodied creature resembling a deer emerging from the water. Its glowing eyes and decaying body froze him in fear. As the creature drew closer, the hunter panicked, raised his gun and fired a shot. The blast tore through the monster, causing an explosion of blood and flesh. The soul of the creature erupted out, with glowing eyes, and moved towards the hunter. He was left paralyzed with terror. Later, only his gun and his blood was found on the scene. Chapter 3. Cammy ventured into the woods with her butler, carrying a picnic basket and a parasol. She stopped near an old cabin, declaring the spot ideal for a picnic. Addressing the cabin, she confidently called out, saying she knew someone was inside and wished to chat. From inside, the horned monster warned her to leave. Ignoring the warning, Cammy and her butler began setting up the picnic near the cabin. She playfully dismissed the monster's protests, claiming she was simply having a picnic and inviting it to join. Cammy sat on the blanket, pouring wine and presenting a feast that included rotten meat ridden with maggots. She clearly meant to entice the monster. She engaged in a seemingly one-sided conversation, asserting that they had never met, but expressing her pleasure at the opportunity now. The horned monster walked out and approached cautiously, accusing her of deception. Cammy, unfazed, remarked on the creature's ability to detect trickery while offering the food. As they talked, Cammy revealed she was the twin sister of Emmy, taken away at birth. The creature expressed bitterness, blaming Emmy's absence for its own misfortune. Cammy, deflecting responsibility, suggested they make amends and become friends. Meanwhile, Emmy, back at her family farm, felt a deep sense of dread, recalling how she had ignored her instincts about Cammy's arrival. She checked on her father, offering to help with chores. Her father reassured her, acknowledging the workload, but appreciating her support. Cammy ventured deeper into the forest. She called out to a hidden entity, coaxing it to come out and speak with her. Her tone was light, but commanding, ignoring the warnings to leave it alone. The creature, a grotesque amalgamation of skeletal remains and sludge, emerged reluctantly. Cammy reassured it that she wasn't there to steal anything, but instead wanted to become good friends and help it achieve its desires. She offered to fill the creature's pit until it overflowed, metaphorically suggesting boundless power and influence. The entity remained skeptical, but intrigued by her manipulative words, its distrust palpable, yet unable to resist her confidence and charm. Elsewhere, Emmy reflected on her unease about Cammy, likening their interactions to looking into a mirror of her darker aspects. Despite warnings and her internal hesitation, she ventured further into the woods, encountering unsettling signs of corruption, dragonflies swarming around her, hinting at a larger, poisonous presence. The scene shifted back to Cammy, who boldly ploughed a cursed field, addressing the grotesque, human-shaped entities lurking within. She taunted their hesitation, coaxing them into obedience. The creatures finally revealed themselves, grotesque figures with hollow faces filled with rats, responding to her manipulative charm. Cammy commanded them to stand and work the land like men, further asserting her dominance over these monstrous beings. She subtly suggested they would assist her in her grander schemes, binding them to her will. Emmy found solace in the mundane task of tending to the laundry. With the changing circumstances around her, the repetitive motion of washing and hanging clothes brought a brief reprieve from the weight of her responsibilities. She reflected on the temptation to lose herself in these small moments, but recognized her duty to protect those under her care. As she moved between the rows of drying clothes, she spoke to the skinless boy, now her trusted ally. The boy admitted to being near Cammy, leading Emmy to ask if he had been careful to avoid detection. Emmy expressed a sense of possessive protectiveness, admitting she wouldn't know what to do if Cammy managed to take the boy away from her. The boy, though hesitant, reassured her of his loyalty, calling them friends, albeit reluctantly. Emmy probed further about the loyalty of the other Haints, learning that not all of them shared the same unwavering devotion. She declared that the boy's spying duties were over, revealing her plan to make him her ambassador. The boy hesitantly acknowledged his new role, understanding the significance of representing Emmy's interests beyond her immediate presence. Emmy explained the trust she was placing in him, emphasizing his importance. Later, Cammy and her butler explored a dilapidated barn. Cammy mockingly commented on its quaintness, but noted an unsettling stillness in the air. Inside, they encountered a trio of spectral, bird-like figures. Cammy told them they were not suited for staying grounded, but meant for hunting and freedom. She alluded to their nature for power and action, encouraging her to embrace her nature. She told them to fly and fully embrace their dark, predatory instincts. Emmy wandered cautiously through a wooded area as the skinless boy from her bag guided her. As she ventured deeper, Cammy suddenly appeared alongside her butler, carrying a lantern. Cammy greeted Emmy, expressing her hope that Emmy hadn't missed her too much, as she had been preoccupied. She then embraced Emmy, commenting on the creatures in the woods that could be used to their advantage. Emmy, however, rebuffed Cammy's intentions, declaring she wouldn't stand for her manipulative plans. Cammy dismissed Emmy's defiance, accusing her of wasting power, and told Emmy, "It should have been you who was dragged from this place. This is my home, more than it is yours, and I plan on taking it back." Tales of Harrow County. Daughters. Miss Leanne longed for children more than anything else, but remained unmarried, working in her brother's lumber mill. One day, while working alone, she suffered a gruesome accident and lost her arm, which was never found. During her recovery, she miraculously conceived and gave birth to a daughter who resembled her exactly. Over the years, Miss Leanne endured more accidents, but found solace in her growing family of daughters, each identical to her. Despite her hardships, she expressed contentment, cherishing the companionship of her beautiful children who surrounded her with love and unity. Chapter 4. Emmy found herself surrounded by countless Haints, rising from the dark places with malevolent intent. She demanded they leave her alone, but the sinister voice of Cammy mocked her attempt to control the creatures. Cammy taunted Emmy, stating the Haints no longer heeded her commands and would only listen to Cammy's voice. Cammy revealed her intent to rule alongside Emmy, promising a place for her in a shared dominion. Emmy, however, resisted, asserting her independence and rejecting Cammy's proposal. Her firm no left Cammy enraged, accusing Emmy of squandering an opportunity for power. With a warning to run, Cammy unleashed the Haints to pursue her. She even ordered her butler to punish Emmy in his own way. Emmy fled into the woods, pursued by Cammy's summoned spectres. Despite Cammy's earlier taunts and the fear gripping her heart, Emmy remained determined. She used her resourcefulness to evade the pursuing Haints, knowing Cammy would leave the task of stopping her to the ghosts. The haunting figures closed in, with one particularly grotesque creature threatening to honor Emmy by ending her quickly. Emmy relied on her intimate knowledge of the woods, luring her pursuers into obstacles and traps to slow them down. She managed to create a diversion, causing chaos among the spectres, which bought her precious time to escape deeper into the forest. Emmy understood Cammy's strategy, knowing her sister would not follow into the treacherous terrain herself, instead trusting the ghosts to carry out her will. Yet Emmy had always known how to navigate the woods, relying on her cunning and courage to survive. Emmy found herself surrounded by eerie bird ladies and the rat men as they emerged from the darkness. Despite their overwhelming presence, she called out defiantly, challenging them to act. Behind her stood all the Haints that protected her, the skinless boy and the fiery spectres. As the spectral figures moved closer, Emmy's Haints began to strike back against the dark entities, giving Emmy an opportunity to escape. Cammy's ally, the sinister man in black, intercepted Emmy, mocking her defiance and expressing his twisted pleasure at her plight. He taunted her, relishing the power he felt from threatening her life. However, their confrontation was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a massive beast from the woods. The creature attacked, forcing the man to retreat and leaving Emmy momentarily protected. The creature revealed a mysterious loyalty to Emmy, shielding her from Cammy's forces. It cryptically explained its motivations, hinting that Emmy's defiance and individuality had drawn it to her aid. It said that it had its suspicions when Cammy invited it to a picnic. Emmy used the moment of reprieve to flee to a nearby cabin where her father resided. Inside, Emmy urgently barricaded the doors and warned her father of the looming danger. Cammy's minions, she claimed, were chasing her. Her father, initially skeptical, attempted to calm her. As her father looked through the window for any incoming danger, Emmy slowly picked up his shotgun and pointed it at him. It wasn't Emmy, but Cammy. She pulled the trigger, but the gun failed to fire. At that moment, Emmy burst into the room. She asserted herself, explaining her resistance to Cammy's dark influence. Cammy, boasting of her power and followers, attempted to undermine Emmy by attacking her emotional ties and accusing her of jealousy. She mocked Emmy's belief in her pa, claiming he was created by Hester from mud and blood. Emmy fiercely defended her connection, asserting that his love for her was genuine, which made him real enough. Cammy summoned animated roots and branches from below, which broke through the floor. They ensnared Emmy, dragging her through the floor, out of the house and across the fields toward the ominous tree where Hester was killed. Emmy struggled to recover, but remained powerless. Cammy then turned her focus to Emmy's pa, promising to deal with him once she was done with her sister. When Cammy reached Emmy, she revealed her knowledge of their shared history, pointing to the dead tree as a symbol of Emmy's fear of confronting their true heritage. Cammy declared her connection to Hester Beck, whom she viewed as their mother. Emmy adamantly refuted this, proclaiming that Hester was not her mother. Cammy taunted Emmy, asking how she could deny Hester's presence. Emmy screamed at her, "If you want her, you can have her." With that, Hester's skeletal, decaying form crawled out of the mud and seized Cammy. The undead Hester rose, clutching Cammy and pulling her close in an embrace of death. Cammy cried out for Emmy to send Hester back, pleading desperately for help. Emmy turned away, clutching the tree, as Cammy struggled. Ultimately, Cammy was pulled into the ground. In her final moments, she understood the dread of Hester that Emmy had always faced. Emmy turned and whispered an apology to Cammy, only to find the ground had returned to its previous lush state, with no sign of Hester or Cammy. In the aftermath, Emmy worked with her pa to repair the house, reflecting on their bond. She offered to use her powers to restore the house instantly, but Pa insisted on rebuilding it the old-fashioned way. He believed the physical work reinforced their connection and their sense of reality, emphasizing that both he and Emmy were real. As they worked, Emmy asked Pa if Cammy's arrival and eventual demise were somehow her doing. Troubled, she questioned whether she might have unconsciously caused the events. Pa reassured her that Cammy couldn't hold a candle to her and expressed relief that Cammy was gone. When Emmy wondered if Cammy could return, Pa acknowledged the possibility but advised against dwelling on it, choosing to focus on moving forward. In the wake of Emmy's confrontation with Cammy, the restless ghosts of Harrow County, both those who supported Cammy and those who sided with Emmy retreated to their graves. The once chaotic spirits of the county had returned to their resting places, leaving a calm yet uncertain future. Emmy stood resolutely, ready to face what lay ahead. Meanwhile, under the shade of the large tree, the spirits silently lingered, dreaming of a time when they might rise again. Tales of Harrow County. Mold. In an old room in Harrow County, the mold on the wall came to life. It morphed itself into a humanoid figure and tried to separate itself from the wall, but then it crumbled into dust. Just then, a broker entered the house with a couple, proposing to sell the house. He told them that the house showed little signs of water damage, but was in the finest of shape. He assured the couple that it was a perfect place to raise the family. Act 3. Snake Doctor. Chapter 1. A man leapt from a moving train into the wilderness. His dishevelled appearance and sharp movements hinted at his primal and unpredictable nature. He landed near the tracks, his glowing eyes revealing an eerie intensity as he gazed into the distance, a menacing smile creeping across his face. His unsettling behaviour continued as he stalked through the night, following an ominous tune. The man captured a bird, quickly crushing and devouring it raw like a savage. He methodically used the bird's remains for some crude ritual, his actions accompanied by unnerving musical notes that seemed to draw a connection between him and unseen forces. As he finished his grim task, he began whistling the eerie melody, his disturbing satisfaction evident. In a small, quiet house in a rural area, the skinless boy approached, drawn by the haunting tune. The boy skittered around the house, peering inside as if searching for someone. It eventually sneaked in, climbing through a window. Inside, Emmy slept soundly, unaware of the skinless boy's presence. The boy loomed over her, its glowing eyes scanning the room. It crouched and retrieved its skin, which Emmy had hidden under the bed, carefully cradling it as though it were something precious. Silencing the skin, the skinless boy began to retreat with it. The haunting tune resumed as the creature escaped into the night, leaving Emmy unharmed. The skinless boy cautiously observed the man sitting by a fire near a stream, clutching its retrieved skin. The man, gnawing on raw meat, invited the skinless boy closer, promising warmth and hospitality. He introduced a $5 word, psychopomp, mocking the skinless boy's lack of understanding while explaining his disdain for eating alone. Offering a jar of pickled pig's feet, he assured there was enough to share, though the skinless boy declined. The man ate heartily, savouring the salty meal, remarking it wasn't his first choice, but good enough. He noticed the skinless boy's grotesque, toothless form and teased its inability to enjoy such a delicacy. He mused aloud about forgotten names and memories, wondering if the skinless boy could even recall its own identity. He ominously hinted that names come back to people in dreams. Shifting the conversation, the man mentioned Hester Beck, the witch who had created the skinless boy's skin from briars and mud. He described her immense power as dangerous, comparing it to a child wielding force they couldn't control. As he spoke, he led the skinless boy deeper into the forest, pointing out the briar tangles where its skin was found, ragged and bloodied. The briars came alive, ensnaring the skinless boy. The man recounted a grim tale of a boy once hunted by dogs, who fled into those same thickets, emerging disfigured and stripped of his skin. He implied the boy's actions were driven by desperation and survival, leaving the skinless boy trapped in a haunting cycle of its own origin. The thorns tightened, and the man watched, his tone both mocking and resigned, as the boy's torment replayed itself in the tangled woods. The skinless boy, clutching its retrieved skin, approached a rose bush near an old house. The man trailing it remarked on how roses could ward off the dead, but noted the boy passed through relatively unscathed. He pointed out the house and suggested it was the boy's home. The skinless boy hesitated, murmuring home, but expressed reluctance, saying it didn't want to return in its current form. The man encouraged the boy to reclaim what it had lost. The skinless boy wore its skin tightly, contemplating its actions. With a mix of hesitation and determination, it moved toward the house. Inside, a young boy rested, seemingly connected to the boy's fragmented memories. The man urged the skinless boy to proceed, declaring it was time to claim its name and identity. As the boy entered the house, its presence disturbed the sleeper. The sleeping boy woke up, startled, questioning the boy's intrusion. It was the same boy, leading the same life that the skinless boy led. The skinless boy insisted it belonged there, that the house was its home, and demanded to know its name. The man explained that the skinless boy was only half dead, a state that allowed it to move through the roses. He revealed that Hester Beck had created creatures like the boy by pulling them from dreams. The skinless boy was actually pulled from the sleeping boy's nightmare and given form. The skinless boy declared that its life was its own and that no one could steal it. A confrontation ensued, with the boy screaming for its name. The man, ominously referring to himself as the bogeyman's bogeyman, offered the boy a chance to become whole. In the aftermath, the boy's anguish and desperation lingered. As dawn broke, Emmy awoke in her room, shaken by the remnants of a dream, and found traces of blood and the skinless boy sitting in a corner. The skinless boy huddled in the corner of the room, cradling its retrieved skin. Emmy confronted it, demanding to know where it had been and what it had been doing. The skinless boy explained that it had been tested, tempted by the man to turn against her in exchange for a name. It admitted to protecting her, unsure of its own actions, but recognizing a sinister test in the man's motives. Emmy, confused and alarmed by the skinless boy's words and demeanor, questioned what had changed. Elsewhere, the young boy named Caleb awoke in home and responded to his mother calling him for breakfast. She expressed concern over his bloodied face, asking what had happened. Caleb, frightened and shaken, described encountering the red boy from his dreams. He revealed that the creature wore a skin that resembled his own, but had not sought to harm him. Instead, it only wanted to know its name. Tales of Harrow County. Friends. The narrator recounted his childhood, explaining that he had two imaginary friends named Man and Darling. He spent nearly every day playing with them in his yard, forging a bond unlike any other. When his family moved away, he left Man and Darling behind at the house, thinking he would never see them again. Despite their imaginary nature, he felt he could never make friends like them again. Years later, as an adult, he decided to visit his childhood home. Returning to the yard, he immediately felt their presence. Out by the big tree, he saw them again, waiting as if no time had. Chapter 2. Clinton and his uncle Early were in the woods picking blackberries. Early encouraged Clinton to work harder, reminding him that the berries wouldn't pick themselves. Early teased Clinton about earning blackberry pie, and mocked him when a thorn pricked his hand, despite Early claiming such things never happened to him. While swatting bugs, Clinton noticed a snake among the bushes. Early approached cautiously, discovering it was a dangerous cottonmouth. Early decided to kill the snake to avoid potential harm, explaining how deadly a small snake could be. Using a shovel, he tried to dispatch it, but the snake reacted faster, jumping at his face. Early stumbled back in pain as Clinton anxiously checked on him. Though shaken, Early reassured Clinton he was fine and insisted they head home, leaving the woods with the berry buckets. While they left, Clinton spotted that Early's ear was bleeding, with a similar scar that Sorrel had. Meanwhile, Emmy and Bernice walked through the forest, singing cheerfully about a place called Tipperary. They joked about the origin of the song. Emmy expressed a sudden thought that she might have come far enough, stopping to consider her next steps. Bernice, puzzled, asked for clarification. Emmy explained with uncertainty, but did not elaborate further, leaving Bernice to wonder about her intentions. Bernice reassured Emmy, reflecting on the challenges they faced in the past. She acknowledged the judgments of others and the lingering reputation of the witch, a shadow that continued to affect them. Emmy appreciated Bernice's company, admitting that being together was comforting despite their struggles. After Emmy left, Bernice walked alone and reminisced about Mason Hollow, a place once known for its homemade wine. The Hollow thrived in its time, but government intervention disrupted the community, shattering the jars and spilling the wine. This marked the beginning of the Hollow's decline, leaving its residents to grapple with the aftermath. Arriving in the Hollow, Bernice greeted familiar faces and exchanged pleasantries. She confirmed dinner plans with a local family, expressing gratitude for their enduring camaraderie. However, her cheerful demeanor turned to concern when she encountered Early. He stood eerily still, staring into the woods, unresponsive to her questions. Clinton, Early's nephew, explained that Early had been acting peculiarly since morning, fixated on the forest path for over an hour. Bernice approached Early cautiously, her unease growing. Clinton speculated about the path's connection to mysterious local legends, but Bernice dismissed his fears, calling them foolish stories. With lingering tension, Bernice left Clinton and Early behind. She glanced back once more, noticing Early still transfixed by the path. Later, Bernice returned home, and her grandfather remarked on her timing, noting she arrived just as the day's chores were done. Bernice asked about old Lovey, questioning why people feared the old woman. Her grandfather dismissed the topic, warning her to stay away from Lovey and describing her as a fell sort. He shared a grim tale about Lovey luring people into the woods at night, though Bernice expressed doubt, pointing out she had never heard of anyone actually being called in such a way. Her grandfather recalled his childhood, spending most of his time at a swimming hole during long summers, often avoiding chores. One day, while hunting turtles by the river, he noticed a large tree with roots loosening in the mud. The tree eventually fell, sending a swarm of snakes into the water. Panicking, he thought he was doomed as the water filled with cottonmouths. However, the snakes were drawn away by Lovey, who appeared at the riverbank, calmly handling the creatures, as though she were scolding them. Bernice later reflected on her grandfather's stories. She knew he had been raised from the mud by the witch Hester Beck, and realised his memories were fabricated since he hadn't been alive when his tale supposedly took place. That evening, Clinton tapped on her window, panicked, and asked for help. He believed old Lovey had lured his Uncle Early into the woods. Bernice agreed to help, and they ventured into the dark woods with a lantern. Clinton expressed his fears about Lovey, questioning why Bernice was willing to confront her. Frustrated, Bernice told Clinton that if he thought Emmy could help better, he should have asked her instead. They approached a secluded cabin in the woods, shrouded in darkness and silence. Clinton hesitated, expressing fear that they might be caught snooping around by old Lovey. Despite his protests, Bernice insisted on getting a closer look, crouching by the cabin to peer inside. Through the dim light, they noticed shelves lined with jars, which Clinton anxiously identified as suspicious. Inside the cabin, old Lovey was revealed, standing over Uncle Early, who lay motionless on the floor, blood pooling beneath him. Lovey held a lit candle, her expression stern and commanding, as she stood among jars containing preserved snakes and other ominous items. Bernice and Clinton watched in terror from their hiding spot, the scene inside confirming their worst fears. Bernice held Clinton's mouth tightly so that he wouldn't scream in fear. She whispered in disbelief, "Oh no, don't tell me, not another witch." Tales of Harrow County. The butcher, Mr. Morrell, was celebrated as the finest butcher in Harrow County, renowned for turning even questionable cuts of meat into culinary masterpieces. Customers swore his creations were heavenly. However, his shop suddenly closed one day, the blinds drawn tightly. A terrible smell eventually drove the townsfolk to break into the shop. Inside, they discovered a horrifying scene. Mr. Morrell had been using forbidden methods and tools to prepare his meat, ones that no one should have employed. The grotesque truth was revealed as he ominously confessed, "The balance has got to be kept." Chapter 3. Bernice and Clinton observed Lovey's cellar from outside her cabin, whispering about the unsettling jars filled with preserved snakes. Clinton expressed fear and confusion about his Uncle Early, who lay lifeless on the floor. Bernice admitted she didn't know much about witches, despite being brought there for her supposed expertise. Clinton asked about Early's condition, and Bernice revealed she couldn't tell if he was still alive, suggesting they leave before being discovered. Suddenly, a possum appeared, its glowing red eyes transforming it into something monstrous, causing the pair to panic. Inside the cabin, Lovey got the snake out of Early's body and retrieved a snake jar. But as Bernice and Clinton shouted, Lovey lost her concentration and was bitten by the snake. As the possum screeched, Bernice and Clinton ran into the woods. Clinton urged caution, frightened by the darkness and pursuing witchcraft. Bernice reassured him, lighting a lantern for visibility, but their relief was short-lived when they encountered a tree full of glowing-eyed possums. Bernice identified the creatures as familiars, animals tied to a witch's magic. Clinton's fear escalated as Lovey herself emerged from the shadows, declaring they wouldn't escape her. She attacked Bernice, displaying unnatural strength, while Clinton desperately tried to help. Bernice yelled at him to run and seek help, warning him to avoid Lovey's touch. A possum aggressively attacked, knocking over Clinton's lantern. Bernice urged Clinton to flee without looking back, which he reluctantly did as the possums surrounded them. Lovey confronted Bernice, accusing her of meddling where she didn't belong. Bernice retaliated, claiming they had only come because Lovey lured their friend Early into the woods. Lovey dismissed Bernice's claims and dragged her back to her cabin, dismissing her accusations as fabrications. At the cabin, Early appeared alive, albeit confused and shaken. He claimed not to remember much, only picking blackberries before waking up in the cellar among snakes. Clinton was baffled, questioning why Lovey allowed Early to leave. Lovey dismissed his concerns and sent Early home, telling him to forget everything. Bernice noticed Lovey's deteriorating health and realized she was snake-bit. Lovey admitted she had been injured while managing the snakes in her cellar, blaming the disruption caused by Bernice and Clinton. Bernice took responsibility for their intrusion, acknowledging their role in Lovey's condition. Lovey handed Bernice a jar containing a snake and explained some snakes had escaped. She tasked Bernice with retrieving them, as Lovey was too weak to handle it herself. Skeptical of Lovey's frailty, Bernice reluctantly accepted the task. Lovey emphasized the importance of the snakes, warning that they required vigilant care. Bernice talked about the day when she was a teenager, still devoid of powers. There was a lively gathering where townsfolk danced and enjoyed themselves. Right then, Hester Beck appeared, dripping in water, smiling, and her snakes followed her. Although Lovey was powerless then, she believed Hester sensed her latent potential. Hester used her serpents to control the minds of Lovey's friends, turning them into hostile threats. Faced with their malice, Lovey narrowly escaped harm by running away. She described finding refuge within the roots of a gnarled tree, overwhelmed with fear unlike any she had known before or since. She believed she might have stayed hidden forever, if not for Odessa, a woman who discovered her. While Odessa was not as powerful as Hester Beck, she recognized Lovey's potential and taught her how to spot, lure, and trap serpents, Hester's creations, before sealing them away to prevent harm. The narrative shifted to a conversation between Lovey and Bernice in Odessa's home. Lovey tasked Bernice with retrieving Hester's escaped snakes, giving her a jar containing a dragonfly to guide her. Lovey explained how Hester's snakes, when loose, could infiltrate people's minds by entering through their ears and cause chaos. She revealed that this was the first time any had escaped her captivity and confessed her frailty due to age. Stressing the urgency of the task, Lovey warned Bernice of the potential devastation if the snakes were not contained. Determined, Bernice set out into the forest, guided by the dragonfly. As the jar clinked louder, signaling her proximity to a snake, she wandered deeper into the woods. She lay on the ground, peering into the shadows, and confronted one of Hester's snakes, its glowing eyes and menacing hiss foreshadowing the perils ahead. She successfully captured the snake, though she was uncertain how she managed to avoid being bitten. Acting purely on instinct, she quickly trapped the snake in a jar. Triumphantly, she taunted the snake, celebrating her speed and wit in capturing it. The snake, with its glowing yellow eyes, now sat securely sealed inside the jar. She returned to Lovey's home, jubilantly announcing her success. Lovey, sitting by candlelight with her arm bandaged, acknowledged Bernice's accomplishment with quiet satisfaction. However, she reminded Bernice that there were still 2 more snakes on the loose. Lovey emphasized that the task was far from over and implied that Bernice's help would be needed for the remainder of the mission. Before Bernice could fully absorb the weight of her ongoing responsibility, voices called out from outside. A group, led by Bernice's grandfather, demanded her safe return. Unaware of the supernatural mission she was undertaking, Lovey reassured Bernice that she could handle the situation, but asked her a crucial question: whether she was willing to learn how to recognize and counteract Hester Beck's influence and continue the work of containing the snakes. Bernice, after a moment of contemplation, resolutely answered yes. Tales of Harrow County, Haint Train. The eerie legend of the Haint Train in Harrow County warned against playing games on train tracks. Unlike normal trains, this spectral train made no sound as it approached. It was said to be a train for Haints, and if it touched someone, it would steal their soul, leaving their body as a lifeless husk. The soul would be taken for a free ride. The soulless body would remain until the regular train passed by and be run over by it. Chapter 4. Emmy ventured to Creech's Crossing, drawn by rumours of a haunted house plagued by mysterious forces. She was familiar with the area and its hard-working people, many of whom were longtime friends. However, her warm memories were met with a chilling reception when Mrs. Cohen, an old family acquaintance who had once shown her kindness, now greeted her with suspicion. Mrs. Cohen spat on the ground twice, a superstitious act to ward off spirits, and abruptly turned away. Then she suddenly turned, as if in fear, and looked at Emmy and apologised and smiled. Emmy noticed her forced demeanour and wondered if it was genuine remorse or a fear-driven performance. presence. As Emmy moved further into the village, she reached the house from where she was called. She encountered children playing near a porch. Introducing herself, Emmy was met with skepticism. One of the boys remarked she didn't look like a witch, associating witches with grotesque features. Emmy humorously took it as a compliment and expressed her hope to help their family despite the initial distrust. A girl named Gertie, clutching a doll, shared her fears with Emmy. She revealed that a malevolent presence in their house called her name at night, threatening to devour her. Emmy, sensing the child's terror, offered to investigate the situation. She reassured Gertie and invited her inside, though the doll curiously chose to remain outside. Gertie, leading Emmy into her home, called out to her parents. Gertie's parents, overwhelmed with concern, expressed relief upon seeing Emmy, who they believed had come to save their children. Gertie's mother embraced Emmy, calling her an angel. Emmy reassured them she hadn't done anything yet, but would try to help. The family sat down for supper, where they recounted their troubles. They explained they had moved to the house recently, drawn by steady work at the Latham Mining Company, but had been plagued by ghostly disturbances since arriving. The nights brought eerie, hostile spirits that tormented them, seemingly targeting the children. Gertie mentioned stories of a previous witch who had left behind lingering ghosts, adding to the family's fear. As the family discussed their plight, Emmy directed her attention to Gertie's brother, who remained unusually quiet. Emmy gently asked if the ghost had been bothering him, but the parents were startled when Emmy appeared to address someone invisible. Emmy declared the ghost's presence, her perception heightening as spectral energy burst forth from the table. The family panicked as supernatural forces swirled around them, and Emmy urged everyone to step back. The situation escalated as the ghost manifested in a volatile, destructive form. Emmy commanded the family to leave the house, but they found the doors mysteriously sealed. The malevolent spirit taunted Emmy, claiming it had been waiting for her. Emmy realized the entity's aggression was directed at her presence as the wall in front of her cracked open. In the ensuing chaos, Emmy confronted the ghostly entity, commanding it to leave the family alone. The spirit retaliated, throwing a powerful force at her, sending her sprawling. The family huddled together, frightened, while Emmy stood her ground. She yelled at the spirit, insisting it depart forever and leave the family in peace. The entity fixated on Gertie, calling her name repeatedly, its presence growing more aggressive. Emmy tried to shield Gertie, but the spirit intensified its attack, forcing Emmy to chase after it as it lured Gertie upstairs. Emmy called for Gertie to stay back, but the ghost's pull on the child was undeniable. Emmy followed the spectral trail, realizing the spirit was using Gertie as bait. She confronted the ghost, which revealed a horrifying mass of skeletal apparitions. They claimed Gertie belonged to them, calling her empty. Emmy fought to free Gertie, reaching for her hand as the spirits tightened their grip. Despite their threats, Emmy's determination prevailed, and she pulled Gertie away. As they escaped the room, Emmy pacified Gertie and told her that they had to flee the collapsing house. The malevolent spirits attempted to trap them, shouting that Emmy and Gertie were promised to them. Emmy led Gertie downstairs, where the rest of the family waited by the sealed door. The house's structure groaned and cracked, seemingly alive and intent on keeping them inside. Emmy realized the urgency and tried to force the door open. The spirits taunted her, but she persisted, finally breaking through as the family scrambled to safety. As Emmy confronted the spirits within the collapsing house, they cried out in desperation, claiming they needed her and accusing someone of offering her up. Determined, Emmy rejected their pleas and commanded them to stay away. Her defiance reverberated as she stepped into the chaos, surrounded by crumbling wood and furious energy. Outside, the family watched in terror, calling out her name. Emmy remained steadfast, declaring that whoever had set the haint against her had failed to frighten her. She firmly stated that such forces were unwelcome in her town. The house itself responded violently, twisting like a monstrous spider and roaring with rage as it collapsed inward. Its anger was palpable as it retreated underground, defeated but not destroyed. Emmy observed the retreating structure, recognizing that such malevolent entities could linger beneath the surface, waiting to strike again. Reuniting with the family, Emmy addressed their questions. She explained that the house itself was a haint, not a vessel for ghosts as she initially suspected. The malevolent entity seemed to have been targeting her all along, a revelation that left her uneasy. Amid the relief, Gertie cried out in distress over the loss of her doll, which was likely buried in the rubble. Her mother tried to comfort her, but Gertie revealed that the doll had told her about Emmy, claiming Emmy could help them if asked. Gertie left Emmy shocked by telling her the doll's name. It was Cammy. Tales of Harrow County. In Harrow County's southern edge, farmers used a distinct holler to call their cows in at night, a tradition passed down through generations. Each farm's holler was unique, ensuring the cows recognized their owner's call. A father explained to his son the importance of getting the holler just right, warning that a mistake might confuse the cows or summon the neighbor's herd instead. However, the father hinted at a darker consequence, cautioning that an incorrect holler might call down something sinister from the shadows. Nearby, a menacing creature listened intently, its presence suggesting the peril of misusing the holler. Act 4. Family Tree. Chapter 1. Harrow County's sprawling fields lay under the bright sun, but there was an ominous hint that the land itself had been corrupted long before settlers arrived. Clinton wandered through the cornfields, gripping a scythe. He stopped abruptly when he heard eerie whistling, but saw no one. Uneasy, he called out, questioning the unseen presence, but received no response, only an unsettling atmosphere. The corrupted soil seemed to breed unease, forcing locals to tread cautiously and watch the shadows. Clinton's discomfort escalated as he noticed the scarecrows around him appearing unnervingly lifelike. His fear grew as he apologized to whatever might be lurking and hurried away, stating he was expected back home. It was as if the corrupted earth had birthed unnatural life. As Clinton tried to leave, he became disoriented, losing his way among the dense corn. He panicked, repeatedly calling out, but only hearing haunting echoes. Eventually, Bernice appeared, searching for him. She shouted his name, expressing concern over what trouble he had gotten himself into. She ventured deeper into the cornfield, determined to find Clinton. Suddenly, Emmy appeared, greeting Bernice with a smile. The two exchanged a light-hearted yet curious conversation about why they had crossed paths there. Bernice questioned Emmy, suspicious of her intentions and wary of Emmy's apparent knowledge of her whereabouts. Emmy tried to reassure her, though Bernice remained uneasy, accusing Emmy of using her familiar spirit to spy. Their conversation briefly halted when the skinless boy appeared among the corn, catching their attention. Bernice confronted Emmy, upset over feeling stalked by her familiar spirit. Emmy tried to apologize, expressing concern for Bernice, but Bernice dismissed her worry, insisting she could take care of herself. Bernice refused to find humor in the situation, despite Emmy's attempt to lighten the mood. Eventually, Bernice admitted that Emmy's help might be useful, though she warned Emmy not to gloat about it. Bernice explained that Clinton, a young boy from Mason Hollow, had vanished earlier that day after leaving Sunday school. She had been searching for him for hours and feared for his safety as nightfall approached. Examining the field, Bernice spotted Clinton's footprints, which abruptly turned off into the corn. Emmy agreed to help find the boy, acknowledging the danger posed by the eerie surroundings. As they followed the tracks, Emmy suggested Bernice could have sought her help earlier, but Bernice explained she couldn't always rely on her. The fields they were in belonged to Old Man Chabon, notorious for his strange crops. Emmy recalled the stories, understanding Bernice's hesitation to enter the field alone. Continuing their search, they noticed something unusual in the tracks: bloody footprints. Bernice questioned whether they belonged to Clinton, but Emmy couldn't say for certain. Uneasy, they heard a rustling sound from the surrounding corn, which quickly escalated. Shadows loomed, and they realized they were not alone. Suddenly, scarecrows with grotesque animated features emerged from the corn. One lunged at Emmy, who managed to shove it back while shouting for Bernice to stay behind her. Emmy attempted to command the creatures to leave, but they ignored her pleas. Realizing she had no control over them, Emmy urged Bernice to run, but the scarecrows grabbed at both of them, dragging them into a chaotic struggle. Emmy shouted that something was wrong with the Haints and that they needed to escape. Bernice, fending off an attack, retrieved a pouch from her belongings and muttered a desperate plea to her Haint ally, Lovey, hoping for assistance. She poured glowing seeds from the pouch into the air. The seeds scattered, emitting an intense energy, summoning a flock of crows. The birds descended aggressively, attacking the scarecrows and tearing them apart with ferocity. The scarecrows were overwhelmed, breaking apart under the relentless assault. As the danger subsided, Emmy and Bernice observed the aftermath, a blackened, gooey mass left behind from the destroyed scarecrows. Bernice explained the seeds were a gift from a mysterious friend. Emmy expressed curiosity about meeting this friend, but Bernice remained evasive, stating that the friend preferred solitude. They quickly refocused on their mission to find Clinton before darkness fell. Emmy, still shaken, noted the Haints' strange behavior, remarking that they didn't act like Haints at all. Bernice, visibly injured, pressed forward, determined to complete their task. Emmy retrieved colourfully glowing fireflies from the cornfield, which she seemed to recognise. recognize. Holding it, she remarked with a smile, "At least you still listen to me." Led by the fireflies, they prepared to move deeper into the cornfield. Bernice, focused on finding Clinton, dismissed Emmy's concern, stating firmly that they could address questions later. Her priority remained on locating Clinton, fearing the scarecrows might have reached him first. As she searched, Bernice admitted her anxiety over the potential need to confront his family if she couldn't find him, a thought that deeply unsettled her. As they moved through the cornfield, Bernice expressed her fear, admitting it was more intense than any supernatural power Emmy might possess. Emmy questioned if Bernice feared her, but Bernice didn't answer directly. Their attention turned to the sound of movement in the stalks ahead. Emmy suggested it might be the skinless boy, but Bernice dismissed this, noting the sound was leading them forward. They spotted fresh, bloody footprints trailing through the corn and followed cautiously. Emmy called out, demanding the presence to reveal itself. A voice responded calmly, chiding Emmy for her threats and suggesting there was no need for fear. As they stepped closer, they found Clinton standing beside the mysterious man who had met the skinless boy before. The man held Clinton by the throat, who was in a trance, and they were surrounded by bloody footprints. He called Emmy by name and told her to step closer without being scared. To Emmy's shock, he said, "We're family." Tales of Harrow County, The Butler, Part 1. Miss Cammy was portrayed as a ruthless and self-serving individual with a history of dealings in the big city long before her connection to Harrow County. Her actions left those around her in perilous situations. Cammy's butler was once apprehended in beating a man within an inch of life. He called Cammy, seeking her assistance amidst chaos. Despite her significant power, Cammy prioritized herself above others, dismissing the call for help during a meal. Her indifference extended to her creations and the lives she disrupted. The butler was later incarcerated in prison. Chapter 2. Emmy reflected on her uncertainty and anguish, recalling how she didn't remember her mother or the night she left. Years ago, her mother stood in a dimly lit room, grappling with her turmoil. She questioned her decisions, wondering if she had done the right thing, as she clutched a knife to end Emmy's life. Her internal conflict intensified, and she expressed regret for her actions and thoughts toward Emmy. Feeling lost and remorseful, she approached a crib and softly apologized, confessing she had tried to see Emmy as her own child, but felt blinded by her past decisions. Stroking the infant's head, she lamented her failures and wished for forgiveness, acknowledging she had succumbed to her own ignorance. She admitted to believing Emmy's father when he assured her everything would be fine, regretting her denial of the evident truth. Despite her pain, she concluded that her love for Emmy had endured. Emmy's mother saw the child in the crib as a grotesque melting figure of flesh and bones. Screaming in terror, she stumbled away, leaving the crib. The baby wailed loudly, and the woman retreated downstairs, weeping and asking for understanding for the strength she had to summon. She left the house with a lantern, disappearing into the darkness. Emmy grew up without memories of her mother's face, voice, or touch. Emmy pondered her origins and the possibility of finding a true family. Emmy and Bernice encountered a mysterious man in the cornfield holding Clinton. He introduced himself, suggesting a familial connection to Emmy. Emmy confronted him, dismissing the claim, stating she wouldn't let him harm her friends. The man smiled slyly, denying any ill intent and claiming he was merely keeping Clinton close. Bernice demanded to know what he was keeping Clinton safe from, and the man cryptically mentioned unseen entities that roam beyond human perception. Emmy noticed footprints in the blood-stained grass, leading her to question why they couldn't see the person responsible. The man identified the invisible presence with the bloody footprint as Mildred, warning that she brought misfortune wherever she went, though without malice. When Emmy mentioned the scarecrows that had attacked earlier, the man linked the chaos to Mildred's influence. Emmy's demands to release Clinton were met with a sly offer. The man agreed to let him go, but cautioned that Clinton would no longer be under his protection. Emmy and Bernice confidently declared they would take responsibility. Amused by their determination, the man acknowledged Bernice's hedge magic, tracing its origins back to Odessa, and complimented the women's resilience. After releasing Clinton, Emmy instructed Bernice to take him home, ensuring his safety. The man introduced himself as Levi and emphasized their familial connection, describing them as cousins at the very least. Emmy remained guarded, challenging his motives. Levi claimed he was a psychopomp, guiding souls between life and death, and expressed a desire to show Emmy more. Levi led Emmy through the cornfield, teasing her lack of trust. Their journey ended at a mysterious mysterious house that Levi called a meeting lodge, explaining its fleeting existence tied to their gathering. Emmy remained wary but intrigued as Levi beckoned her inside. Emmy reluctantly followed Levi into the house, expressing her unease with magical structures due to past experiences. Levi reassured her, explaining this house was different and meant to help her. Emmy hesitated but entered, noting how the house felt oddly familiar. Inside, she was struck by a sense of safety, a feeling she had not experienced since her father's care. Walking through a hallway lined with eerie portraits, Emmy recognized one of the women and was stunned. Levi explained that she knew all the figures because they were part of her lineage, revealing their dwindling numbers and including Emmy as one of them. Levi led Emmy into a room where other members of this strange family awaited her. Willa, Mildred, Kane, Corbin, and Odessa each had a distinct, unsettling presence. Levi introduced Emmy, who nervously greeted them. Corbin demanded to know what Levi had told her, to which Levi admitted he had shared little, leaving the family to fill in the gaps. Emmy, frustrated, asked for clarity about her origins, prompting an exchange where Odessa assured her they meant no harm and wanted to help. The group revealed Emmy's connection to Hester Beck's legacy and their own shared history, emphasizing her importance to them. Levi's role was to guide her, with the others offering cryptic reassurances. Levi told her that she was one of them and then started recollecting the memories of Emmy's mother. In the dark woods near Harrow County, Emmy's mother wandered with a lantern, seemingly lost in thought and consumed by past decisions. Nearly 18 years ago, she had vanished into the woods, leaving Emmy's father and her behind. Despite her father's brief search, he gave up, stating he had a baby to care for. Emmy often questioned her father about her mother, but answers were sparse. While Emmy's mother walked through the woods, she was interrupted by a group of eerie figures. Levi, the apparent leader, addressed her calmly, claiming they recognized who she was. He referred to her as one of Hester's dolls, hinting at her connection to darker forces. Despite Levi's reassurances, he stated she couldn't leave, as Hester's attempts at godhood couldn't be allowed to seep into the world. Emmy's mother, clutching her lantern, protested. She admitted she couldn't return home, fearing she might harm someone dear to her. Levi's group observed her as Willa began her unsettling task, knitting with bloody strands from a skein. With that, Emmy's mother coughed up blood and melted into a heap of flesh and bone. While dying, she witnessed that the others were also grotesque monsters. Like she saw Emmy, Levi and the others revealed that Emmy's mother was never truly meant to leave. Her place was among them, tied to the twisted legacy of Harrow County. Emmy, however, belonged elsewhere, a beacon of a different destiny. Levi declared that Emmy's mother had always been a creation and not a person, and her existence was inherently tied to Hester's magic, and it had to be erased. Tales of Harrow County, The Butler, Part 2. Miss Cammy was described as a powerful being capable of creating life from the elements through dark magic. These creations appeared as real men, just like her butler, though they were made from unnatural forces. However, Cammy lacked creativity, making her work easily identifiable. Over the years, she created many such beings, leaving them to fend for themselves. Her butler faced a similar fate, who was out in jail. Among them, a sense of abandonment grew. When one of these creations felt discarded by its creator, it sought solace in the company of others like itself. Together, they formed a bond, finding comfort and understanding in their shared origins and experiences of rejection. The butler was taken in by other beings who were his copies that Cammy created. Chapter 3. Hester was that kind of a woman who broke the community's laws by attempting to become a god. Her actions were driven by isolation and rejection, stemming from being cast out for her troublesome nature. Overcome by loneliness, she created companions from mud and her own blood. These creations, a blend of her essence and the earth, were unnatural, yet she persisted in shaping them into life. Hester's defiance extended further as she created beasts and performed forbidden acts to test the community's boundaries. The grotesque beings she summoned and the life she gave to inanimate objects crossed every line of tradition. Her estranged siblings were eventually drawn to confront her, witnessing the extent of her actions. They acknowledged the severity of her choices but hesitated to act further, as they had already imposed the worst punishment they could, her exile. Odessa told Emmy this story while walking with her. Emmy sought clarity on why Hester's siblings hadn't intervened sooner. Odessa explained that even their family adhered to traditions and refrained from interfering. She reflected that had they acted differently, Emmy might not exist. This introspection left Emmy questioning her connection to Hester, noting that both shared similarities. Odessa reassured her, emphasizing that Emmy didn't have to follow Hester's path and that the world was better with her presence. The conversation turned reflective as Emmy acknowledged her ties to Hester's legacy but felt troubled by her place within it. Odessa expressed hope for Emmy to carve her own way, distinct from Hester's destructive tendencies. As they strolled by the river, Emmy appeared lost in thought, prompting Odessa to ask if something was wrong. Emmy hesitated, hinting at an inner conflict yet to be resolved. Odessa led Emmy through the woods, sharing more about her and her family. Emmy questioned Odessa's reluctance to take her near the bridge or Odessa's home. Odessa reassured her, saying there was no hidden reason, but Emmy pressed on, frustrated at how little she knew about her newfound family. Odessa agreed to explain further, saying this walk was meant to give Emmy some answers. Odessa revealed that her family had always been around, wandering the world individually and never settling together. Their only gatherings occurred during significant events, like the rare conclaves at the meeting lodge. She described the lodge as a place that appeared when needed, tied to pivotal moments in their history, often revolving around Hester's defiance. Odessa admitted this latest gathering was tied to Emmy, as it was time for her to be fully brought into the fold. As they walked through the village, Odessa and Emmy passed Reverend Worley, who greeted Emmy warmly and hoped to see her at services. Moving on, Odessa explained that the family had not abandoned Emmy. The family was always there since the beginning of time. Over the years, they had observed her from afar to understand who she was. Now, one of them would mentor her for a short time, teaching her their ways. Emmy hesitated, unsure how to decide, as she barely knew them. Odessa then began introducing her siblings. Odessa described their unique gifts. She connected deeply with nature and its creatures. Levi acted as a psychopomp, guiding souls between life and death. Mildred rarely appeared, but brought chaos wherever she tread. Lastly, Willa controlled fate with her knitting needles, influencing fortune and calamity alike. Cain, the bogeyman, brought terrifying nightmares to those around him. Corbin, a necromancer, commanded spirits, but only those he personally killed. She mentioned Amaryllis, who once stood as the most powerful among them, capable of bending reality itself, but warned that Amaryllis's story intertwined with Hester's downfall. Later, Odessa and Emmy visited a local store. Emmy enjoyed a milkshake, while Odessa refused, explaining that indulging in earthly pleasures was dangerous for their kind, likening it to the lure of fey food. Odessa expressed regret that they hadn't protected Emmy better, suggesting a growing separation from her human life. Emmy insisted on knowing more about Amaryllis, pressing Odessa for details. Odessa revealed their family once waged wars against each other until Amaryllis established the law forbidding fratricide. She had seen great potential in Hester, but also madness. Amaryllis tried to teach Hester to see her power, using the ocean as a canvas to create fantastical imagery. Despite Hester's frustration, Amaryllis encouraged her to try calling forth something powerful from beneath the waves. When Hester succeeded, raising an eerie shipwreck, it was both a triumph and a warning. Amaryllis praised her, but Hester triggered the ship's dormant cannon and blew Hester to pieces. Hester eventually coveted Amaryllis's immense power by eating her flesh. She broke their family's sacred law against harming one another. The brutal act led to Hester's banishment, as her siblings could not bring themselves to execute her without breaking their own traditions. As Emmy walked with Odessa, they discussed why Hester was never killed, despite her many transgressions. Odessa admitted it was partly out of fear and the hope that Hester would simply disappear like others of their kind. Instead, Hester stayed, breaking yet another commandment by establishing herself as a god to the people of the county. Odessa warned Emmy that their kind could not take on worshippers or establish churches, as they were not gods, despite Emmy's actions unintentionally mirroring such behaviour from townsfolk. Odessa explained how the county residents already looked to Emmy for protection and guidance, treating her with both love and fear. Odessa promised to help Emmy understand the power and darkness inside her. However, doing so required declared Emmy to leave Harrow County and sever her ties to everything she knew. Emmy hesitated, but agreed only if she could return. Odessa confirmed that once Emmy left, she could not return. The soil of the county was rich with Hester's blood, and it would bind her and turn her evil. Emmy had to leave, and the county had to be destroyed. When Emmy expressed her reluctance to destroy the county or leave her connections behind, Levi and the others reassured her that she wouldn't have to. Instead, they would destroy Harrow County for her sake. Tales of Harrow County, The Butler Part 3. Separated from Cammy's influence, the men began thinking independently and planning their own actions. They sought freedom, devising plans, and sneaking through underground passages from the jail. However, their choices led to suffering and violence, with guards shooting at them as they attempted to escape. The consequences were severe, leaving some gravely injured or dead. The butler, kneeling beside a wounded companion, was consumed by thoughts of revenge, fixating on Cammy as the source of their plight. Chapter 4. Emmy faced her family in the meeting lodge, a place that materialized only during pivotal moments. Despite their explanations, Emmy felt confined and resisted their plans. She stood her ground, declaring she would not allow them to harm the people of Harrow County, whom she saw as good and innocent. Her family countered, dismissing the townsfolk as creations of Hester, bound to her blood and unworthy of existence. Levi proposed eliminating everything Hester influenced, urging Emmy to see their perspective. When Emmy refused to accept their views, Cain scorned her indecision and brought up the mess left behind by Hester's ambition. Emmy remained defiant, vowing to protect her county. Willa reiterated their intentions were for her own good and demanded her forgiveness for what they were about to do. Despite her protests, they vanished, leaving Emmy alone with Odessa, who ominously told her to wait for the outcome of these dark events. Determined not to be sidelined, Emmy rejected Odessa's attempt to confine her. She stormed out of the meeting lodge, only to find herself facing a desolate wasteland. Odessa followed, warning her not to wander too far, explaining the dangers of the wastes and the necessity of Emmy's temporary captivity. Emmy reluctantly returned. Realizing the tenuous situation she was in, Emmy wandered through the eerie house while an unsettling storm raged outside. Her captors assured her the house was impervious to the storm, which they claimed to be the cries of a lost soul. Emmy firmly resisted their attempts to bind her to their cause, insisting they couldn't keep her there. Meanwhile, the skinless boy sneaked into the meeting lodge. They argued they weren't enemies but family, though Emmy refuted this, asserting her loyalty to her real friends and Harrow County. Outside, chaos unfolded as her family unleashed destruction across Harrow County. Creatures of both natural and supernatural origins slaughtered people, breaking the ties that bound Emmy to the land. This violence underscored their resolve to sever Emmy's connections to her home and force her back into their fold. Levi ventured into the forest armed with dark intent. He called out a haunting tune, expecting to lure his target. However, he was confronted by the horned monster with glowing eyes. The creature rebuked Levi, reminding him of forgotten laws and declaring its ancient authority over Levi and his actions. Overwhelmed and terrified, Levi pleaded ignorance, but the monster dismissed his excuses, commanding him to leave the woods. Levi ran, leaving his knife behind. Inside the room, a loud thunderclap interrupted Emmy and Odessa, shaking it. Odessa accused Emmy of attempting to open a path back to Harrow County, but Emmy denied it. Odessa dismissed Emmy's denial, claiming that such a feat was only possible for a powerful figure like Amaryllis, who no longer existed. Their tense discussion was disrupted when the skinless boy emerged from Emmy's bag and attacked Odessa. Emmy pleaded with the creature not to harm her. The boy, fiercely protective of Emmy, declared he was not bound by Odessa's laws. The fight escalated as Odessa captured Emmy and the boy by conjuring a tree, all while maintaining her cold composure. Odessa lamented the corruption stemming from Harrow County and expressed regret that Emmy had to witness such conflict. She commanded the tree, which began smashing the skinless boy. However, Emmy fiercely commanded Odessa to release them. Suddenly, Odessa's powers faded away. Surprised and shocked, she complied with Emmy's commands. Emmy then declared her claim over the land with a thunderous burst of power, asserting, "This is my home." Meanwhile, outside, Odessa's allies were on the verge of carrying out violent acts against Harrow's inhabitants. Emmy's immense power manifested as a bright, undeniable beacon, pulling the meeting lodge and its inhabitants back into reality. Inside the lodge, Odessa and her allies expressed confusion and frustration, questioning why their mission was interrupted. Emmy revealed she had brought them back, asserting her authority. As tensions escalated, Corbin lashed out at her, but the skinless boy roared at him, prompting him to step back. Emmy declared Harrow as her place and made it clear they were no longer welcome there. Despite attempts by Odessa's group to resist, Emmy's power overwhelmed them. She apologized, but with a thunderous surge, she began to banish the lodge and its occupants. The family scrambled to counter her actions, with Willa hastily trying to knit their essence back into the world. However, they acknowledged their misjudgment of Emmy's strength, realizing they underestimated her power. As the lodge began to vanish, Emmy issued a firm command, warning them not to return. As the lodge vanished, Emmy stood victorious, accompanied by the skinless boy. Exhausted but resolute, she gazed at the now quiet land. The boy looked up at her, seeking direction as Emmy held his hand. Together, they began their journey back home. As they walked through the peaceful countryside, Emmy declared, "Let's go home." Tales of Harrow County, the Butler. Conclusion: the butler reflected on the harshness of the world and how it could drive a man mad enough to seek revenge on his creator. Cammy was being sheltered from the rain by another of the butler's copies when the butler confronted them, blaming Miss Cammy for the deaths of his brothers. As Cammy giggled, the butler beat his copy to death. Right then, the police arrived, recognizing the attacker as a prison escapee. The butler was incarcerated back into jail. In his quiet moments, he reflected that Miss Cammy was a cruel creator who ignored the lives she made, yet those lives fixated on her. Act 5. Abandoned. Chapter 1. Horses galloped along a coastline with a stormy sky above and waves crashing around them. Amid the chaos, a monstrous horned, bull-like creature with glowing eyes emerged, attacking the horses viciously. This symbolized destruction and a struggle between forces of nature and unnatural beings. While some changes had been for the better, others had led to ruin. Someone spoke with authority, insisting it was time to end the foolishness and return home. It was Malachi, a pivotal figure from the past. He hinted at his role as a lawmaker and one who had endured significant suffering. In the present, Emmy ventured into the forest to confront the ghostly black bull-like creature with glowing eyes. She realized it was once part of the same family that had caused so much harm. The creature acknowledged its connection to Odessa, Willa, and Malachi, emphasizing deep ties and a shared history. When Emmy questioned why it was revealing this now, the creature cryptically stated that everything had changed, hinting at a significant shift in power or perspective. On the coastline in the past, Malachi and Amaryllis stood among the carnage. They tried to persuade the bull-like creature to come with them, claiming they wanted to help and take it to safety. However, their demeanor carried an undertone of manipulation as they commented on its willfulness. Amaryllis spoke to the horse, recounting tales of how pirate ships brought wild horses to the island after a shipwreck. She described the horse's freedom and wild nature, reflecting on how the thought of their liberty and its fragility made her feel both sad and afraid. Meanwhile, Malachi urged the bull-like creature to stay, appealing to their shared past and the protection he could provide. The creature, however, remained unyielding, its snort signaling defiance. Malachi and Amaryllis tried to coax it by promising a return to happiness and security, but their attempts faltered. The creature roared, its overwhelming presence causing the horses to scatter. Malachi and Amaryllis reassured the creature that its confusion and fear were understandable, given how long it had been away. They reminded it of its burden, but insisted it was not alone. Amaryllis then turned to Malachi, questioning whether they could stop it, to which Malachi hesitated, acknowledging the risks involved. Reflecting on their failure to persuade the creature, Malachi admitted he had known it would not join them. He realized the creature had forgotten much of its past and who it once was. Amaryllis pointed out that the creature remembered enough to recognize a lie, demonstrating the limits of their manipulation. Back in the present, Emmy conversed with the bull-like creature in the forest, remarking that she might have liked Malachi and Amaryllis because they seemed different from the others. The creature reminded her the situation was far from resolved, acknowledging their shared emotions of anger and loss. Emmy stood her ground, asserting that she had sent the others away to prevent destruction. The creature warned her they would return, finding ways to get at her. The creature reminisced about the past, when two fishermen sat in a boat, enduring the cold as they waited for a catch. One complained about the lack of fish, noting that the parade would soon start, and he needed to leave or face his wife's wrath. Suddenly, the fishing rod jerked violently, and they realized something massive was on the line. As they speculated about what it could be, the tension grew until the water exploded. A massive, horned creature with glowing eyes emerged, capsizing their boat and throwing them into the frigid water. In the chaos, one fisherman surfaced, gasping for air and shouting for mercy. He identified the creature as Old Buck, describing its horns and glowing eyes. His companion, Merle, prayed desperately, but was pulled under, leaving only a pool of blood behind. The surviving fisherman swam to shore, terrified and barely able to comprehend what had happened. As he crawled onto the beach, exhausted, he muttered to himself, questioning the nature of the creature and its connection to divine punishment. Before he could recover, he was confronted by Levi and the others. Levi mocked the fisherman's fear and desperation, explaining that their kind was drawn to the man's cries and prayers. He emphasized that their laws, while necessary, often required dirty work, punctuating his point by stomping the fisherman's head into the ground and finishing him. The focus then shifted to a local festival where people celebrated Old Christmas. They wore masks, created chaos, and shared treats with children. Amaryllis and Malachi observed quietly as villagers invoked Old Buck in their festivities. Malachi remarked on the false idols, suggesting the others might fear this display. Malachi was approached by Levi. Levi sarcastically greeted him. Malachi expressed concern about the lack of a proper meeting or conclave. Levi dismissed the formality, pointing out the crowd's reverence for Old Buck, whom they were worshipping. Malachi defended Old Buck, stating it was no longer one of them but could still be brought back. Levi mocked his optimism, implying Malachi's influence was diminished. Malachi confronted Levi, accusing him of overstepping the laws they created. Levi claimed his actions adhered to those laws, mocking Malachi for losing control over them. The confrontation left Malachi visibly shaken. Amaryllis lamented the broken state of their family, expressing sorrow over what her children had become. She followed Malachi as he retreated, understanding that Levi had done something to Old Buck. As Malachi ran through the shore, he reminisced about his role in creating laws to guide and protect his kind. However, those laws created resentment and division. Levi exploited them to punish Malachi, using them as a weapon against him. Despite this, Malachi maintained a sense of regret and responsibility for the fractured relationships. As Malachi ran, he spotted the body of Old Buck lying on the shore, bleeding profusely and dead. Tales of Harrow County, the tie. Zeb shot and killed a buck, but didn't realize it had died immediately. As he tracked the injured animal, a horned creature confronted him, claiming the hunting grounds as its territory. It demanded a tithe, insisting the deer's meat belonged to it. Zeb, unwilling to barter, shot the creature. He later sat at home with his family, unafraid of any haint. That night, the creature returned, destroying his door and reminding him of the debt. It claimed the deer's meat for itself and left Zeb's family gruesomely slaughtered, declaring its peace after retrieving what it believed it was owed. Chapter 2. The gathering at the mysterious illuminated lodge drew the family together without need for summons, including even its most defiant members. Inside, tensions flared. Malachi's absence was immediately questioned, particularly by a frustrated member who dismissed the point with exasperation, claiming everything was settled. Accusations flew as individuals defended their actions, arguing they had stayed within the laws Malachi himself had established. Criticism arose regarding his failure to adhere to his own rules. Frustration bubbled over, leading to arguments about responsibility, hypocrisy, and the interpretations of Malachi's laws. One member mocked others' reverence for the law, claiming to respect it more than any of them. The focus then shifted to a deeply personal accusation from Malachi against Levi. Malachi accused Levi of being responsible for the death of his brother, Old Buck, and dishonoring their laws. Levi vehemently denied the claim, asserting that it was humans who killed Old Buck, not their own kind. This sparked a heated argument about who bore responsibility for enabling the humans to commit such an act, and whether Levi's actions had indirectly contributed to the tragedy. In the final moments, Levi lashed out with sarcasm and bitterness, mocking their leadership and suggesting they played at divinity. Malachi, though wounded and solemn, reminded Levi to reflect on the consequences of his actions, warning him to tread carefully. Malachi appeared resigned as he reflected on the futility of his efforts to guide his family. He admitted his failure to unite them, revealing he always suspected they would not listen. Amaryllis clarified the meeting was not about enforcing laws, but about introducing their sister, Hester, into the family. Malachi quietly departed, leaving his words as both a warning and a plea. In the woods, Emmy walked with old Buck while listening to him narrating the history. As they walked, Emmy learned more about Hester, Malachi's last creation, who had brought turmoil to the family, much like she herself had shaped the Haints in Harrow. Emmy probed Old Buck about its own origins, sensing parallels between them. Old Buck explained how Malachi introduced Hester into the family, planting her like a bitter seed to impose his will on. Malachi created her through magic, from nothingness. Among his creations, Hester stood as his closest approximation of humanity, though still deeply flawed. As he guided Hester, his expression alternated between pride and regret. He urged her to follow, insisting on the urgency of her role. Old Buck, speaking to Emmy, acknowledged Malachi's eventual success in carrying out his plans, but left many details shrouded in secrecy. Emmy, determined to uncover the truth, pushed him for answers with a tenacity that reminded Old Buck of a starving hound refusing to release a bone. He explained that Malachi had created Hester with the hope that she would lead the family and elevate them to something greater. Yet, his faith in her proved to be misplaced. He admitted regretting his decision to place all his trust in Hester, reflecting that Amaryllis might have been the one capable of fulfilling Malachi's vision. However, Amaryllis was deemed too mild and unsuited for the harsh realities of what needed to be done. Emmy pressed further, piecing together Old Buck's story and realizing from his words that he had been killed, a painful truth that Old Buck did not refute, but said that Emmy wasn't listening carefully. Old Buck told Emmy about the night when Hester followed Malachi and discovered him eating the flesh of Old Buck in order to consume his powers and keep his own existence in the world. Later, Hester did the same thing to Amaryllis. She killed and consumed her body and her power. Malachi had followed her and had witnessed what she did. As Malachi walked alone along the shoreline under the moonlight, he started his descent into isolation. He had abandoned all hopes of being human, of seeing his children, or recognizing himself as anything other than a monster. With every step, he distanced himself from the man he once was, accepting that he had never truly been human. He relinquished his name, his life, and his children, just as they had abandoned him. In seclusion, he slowly transformed into a beastly creature. Emmy, standing in the woods, pieced together the truth as she confronted the supposed Old Buck. Recognizing his true identity, she declared, "You're Malachi." The creature acknowledged her realization, saying he once was. Now he was just the abandoned. Emmy demanded answers, questioning why Malachi had not warned her about Hester or her resurrection. Malachi, overcome with shame, admitted to turning his back on her and failing to protect her. With emotion, he said that Emmy wasn't Hester. He called Emmy by another name, Amaryllis, and told her that he had longed for her since the beginning of time. Tale of Harrow County, Priscilla, Part 1. In the attic of an old house, a creature named Priscilla mischievously caught a rat. Priscilla narrated how the attic was her domain, a place she promised no one else would occupy. An owl perched nearby hooted insistently, accusing Priscilla of violence. Priscilla defensively claimed she didn't harm owls, asking who would think she had done it. She appeared troubled when she learned from the owl that it was another critter like her, a bad critter. Chapter 3. Emmy sat on a hilltop at sunset, reflecting on her identity. She recalled being mistaken for Hester and struggled to reconcile her true self with the possibility of being Amaryllis reborn. Emmy expressed doubts, likening the name Amaryllis to an ill-fitting garment, and questioned whether she should feel relief at not being the monstrous Hester. She considered the weight of being Amaryllis, potentially the most powerful of their kind, capable of reshaping creation at will. She imagined using this power to transform Harrow County into a fantastical kingdom, but stopped herself, unsure if such a radical change was desirable. The skinless boy beside her muttered "dogs" as distant barking grew louder. Determined to face whatever came, Emmy reassured him and followed the sound into the forest. While navigating the woods, Emmy encountered a pack of dogs. Despite their ferocity, she remained calm, noting they weren't interested in her. A sudden loud gunshot, "Kablam!" startled Emmy. Emmy followed the gunshot and observed hunters in the woods. She overheard their conversation, noting that Luke, a young man among them, had fired but seemed unsure of his target. The group dismissed the event as inconclusive and decided to call off their hunt, uneasy about staying in the woods after dark. Emmy noted their cautious demeanor and their mention of dangerous things lurking in the night. Later, Emmy returned home and spoke with her father, who was reading inside. He mentioned that hunting groups in the area were common, reminiscing about his own past hunts. Emmy revealed that the hunters she encountered didn't seem local and appeared to be after something unusual. Her father speculated they were seeking more than game, piquing Emmy's curiosity. As they discussed hunting traditions, Emmy's father brought up the Red Barn, a local gathering spot for hunters. Emmy expressed interest, but she withheld from him what the abandoned had revealed about her identity, fearing it might deepen her father's guilt or alienate him further. Reflecting on his struggle with past actions, including nearly killing her when he believed she was Hester reborn, Emmy worried he might see her as less human if he knew the truth. Emmy and her father drove to the Red Barn, where she observed unfamiliar trucks and cages of hunting dogs. Inside, Emmy joined her father for breakfast and inquired about the hunters' motives. The strangers admitted they came from afar, tracking something unique to the area. Emmy remained friendly but curious, noting their evasive responses. One hunter, Luke, offered to show her their dogs, while the others teased him about his interest in her. Emmy spoke with Luke outside the Red Barn, where he apologized for his uncle's behavior, explaining that they liked to joke around. He revealed that the dogs were his and that he had trained them to hunt since they were pups. The two bonded briefly, but their conversation turned grim when Emmy asked about a hidden object under a tarp. Luke hesitantly uncovered it, revealing rotting meat used as bait. Emmy warned him about the dangers of hunting a beast they didn't understand, cautioning that it could kill them. Luke dismissed her concerns, emphasizing his uncle's determination. The uncles interrupted, teasing Luke about Emmy and quickly dismissing her warnings. They loaded the bait onto their truck, insisting they could handle whatever awaited them in the woods. Emmy felt powerless as she watched them leave, expressing her reluctance to force her will on others, acknowledging the importance of allowing people to make their own choices, even when she feared their decisions could lead to disaster. Deeper in the woods, the hunters set up their trap, hanging the bait to lure the creature. Luke mentioned Emmy's warning, but his uncles mocked him and dismissed her concerns. As the dogs behaved strangely, raising their noses but remaining silent, a low growl echoed through the forest. The hunters barely had time to react as the abandoned emerged, massive and fearsome. The dogs watched in silent reverence as it attacked. With raw and violent rage, the abandoned killed Luke's uncles savagely as the dogs stood motionless, witnessing the destructive power of the Lord of the Beasts. Luke stumbled through the forest, wounded and terrified after witnessing the abandoned massacre his uncles. Clutching his injuries, he struggled to stay conscious, haunted by the creature's violent rage. Emmy's warnings about their ignorance of the beast echoed in his mind. Though he had dismissed them earlier, Luke realized the legend that had drawn them to Harrow County had cost his uncles their lives and nearly claimed his own. Bleeding heavily and unable to move further, Luke leaned against a tree, overwhelmed by the scent of his own blood and the fear that the abandoned could find him at any moment. He braced himself for death, but, to his surprise, the beast did not return. The silence was unnerving, yet it provided him a fragile sense of safety. As the night deepened, Luke's fear gave way to exhaustion. He felt an eerie comfort in the stillness around him. From the darkness, the critter Haints appeared, their pale eyes fixed on him. Unaware of their presence, Luke remained slumped against the tree, believing he was safe. Tales of Harrow County, Priscilla. Part 2. Priscilla followed the owl, telling it that there was goblin magic in play. It was the only magic that required owl blood. She pacified the owl that she was there to handle the situation. But when the owl brought her to the spot, she witnessed another owl. It was dead, and its blood had been put into circular patterns. She asked the owls about how many of them were killed, only to find the answer that there were too many. Surprised, she exclaimed that the ritual was complete, and that was a bad thing, while a critter haint bathed in owl blood looked at them from afar. Chapter 4. The abandoned loomed over the remnants of the hunters, its grotesque, blood-drenched form a testament to its primal fury. The dogs stood nearby, their eyes locked on the creature, in silent obedience. As the beast's menacing voice broke the silence, it questioned aloud about the whereabouts of the surviving human. Its growl carried a terrifying sense of ownership over the woods and its victims. With a command, the abandoned ordered the dogs to find Luke. The pack obeyed, their barking echoing through the woods as they scattered to track their target. Meanwhile, Luke, barely clinging to life, stirred in the underbrush. He heard the distant barking grow louder, panic flashing across his face. Realizing the dogs were closing in, Luke muttered in fear, dreading the prospect of being discovered and leading the beast to his hiding spot. Luke's desperation mounted as he struggled to quiet his laboured breaths. Emerging from the shadows, eerie, goblin-like creatures surrounded him. Their grotesque faces wore expressions of mockery and malevolence. Whispering and cackling, they offered what seemed like twisted prayers for protection, further unsettling Luke. The creatures gathering around him intensified his dread, with their strange behaviour adding an unpredictable element to his plight. The abandoned eventually caught up to the scene, towering over the goblins and Luke. It snarled, declaring its claim over Luke while dismissing the creature's right to interfere. The goblins hissed in defiance, unwilling to yield. Tension peaked as the goblins made a desperate stand, lunging at the abandoned. The resulting clash was brutal. The abandoned unleashed its unrelenting power, savaging the goblins with horrifying efficiency. Blood spilled in every direction as the monstrous bull tore through its opposition, asserting its dominance in an overwhelming display of might. Emmy arrived as the carnage unfolded, finding Luke injured and surrounded by the abandoned and the creatures of the woods. She shouted, commanding them all to stop. Her fierce presence halted the fighting, and she warned the abandoned not to test her resolve. Luke, wounded and weak, looked on as Emmy confronted the beast. The abandoned acknowledged that Luke had come to kill him and expressed bitterness over the attempted attack. Emmy knelt beside Luke, healing his injuries, and told the abandoned that while Luke's actions were wrong, everyone makes mistakes. She demanded that the violence end. The abandoned reluctantly agreed, but made it clear that he had killed Luke's uncles in retaliation, admitting it was deliberate. The abandoned issued a stern warning for Emmy to take Luke away and never let him return. He claimed the dogs as his own, declaring them now creatures of the woods. Emmy supported Luke as they prepared to leave, urging him to focus on recovering rather than his uncle's fate. The abandoned growled after them, cryptically telling Emmy to question Luke about why he came to the woods and how he knew about him. Back at the tree line, Luke's strength began to return slightly as Emmy helped him. When they reached safety, Emmy's father expressed concern about the blood, but she dismissed it, stating the blood on her wasn't anyone's anymore. Emmy's father expressed regret about not accompanying her, concerned for her safety. Emmy reassured him, affirming her strength but acknowledging her father's desire to protect her. She admitted she wasn't alone, alluding to the goblins in the woods. Luke, recovering from his ordeal, revealed the events leading to their hunt. He disclosed how his uncles had been influenced by Uncle Ross, who had claimed to hear a voice urging them to hunt down the monstrous creature in the woods. Ross's fixation began when he discovered a strange doll that whispered secrets to him at night. He had brought it home, placing it above the fireplace, convinced it held knowledge of the supernatural. As Emmy and Luke walked back toward the farm, she asked Luke if the doll had a name, to which Luke said yes. To Luke's surprise, Emmy whispered, Cammy. Luke confirmed the name. Emmy understood that Cammy's spirit had influenced the hunters to seek out the beast. Emmy asked Luke to stay with her father while she resolved unfinished matters. Left to her thoughts, she contemplated Cammy's lingering influence, dreading the mischief her sister's spirit could continue to stir. Emmy realized Luke's return home with tales of what had transpired would only create further unrest in Harrow, so she decided to use her blood and mud to create new versions of Luke's uncles. Next morning, Emmy appeared with Luke's uncles. Luke was bewildered, certain he had seen his uncles killed. Uncle Ross dismissed Luke's confusion, insisting he was alive and well. Luke began to doubt his memory, shaken by Emmy's calm demeanour. Emmy suggested the men ride in her father's truck to find their vehicles, eager to send them home. Luke's father questioned Emmy's actions, suspecting she had tampered with the situation, but she firmly stated she had done what was necessary. In the truck, Emmy explained her plan to send the men back to Rugsville without memories of what transpired. She wanted them unaware of Malachi or Cammy's involvement, ensuring no further trouble. Emmy revealed She had sent the skinless boy to retrieve a doll Cammy used to manipulate events, keeping Cammy from enacting her plans. As the trucks left, the men were unaware of the carnage left behind in the woods. The remains of Luke's uncles and the eerie stillness were concealed from the dogs that had served their masters loyally, now roamed free, becoming part of the woods, unaware of the gruesome legacy they left behind. Tales of Harrow County, Priscilla. Part 3. A monster goblin appeared behind Priscilla. It told her that she had already done the bidding of the old witch in the tree and killed all the owls. Now it was as powerful as the old tree, with magic like the old goblins. It conjured a tree from the ground and entrapped Priscilla while she tried to break free. Act 6. Hedge Magic. Chapter 1. Emmy navigated a dark barn, carrying a lantern. Though she believed shadows were usually harmless, Harrow County often proved otherwise. Hearing a noise, she cautiously called out, eventually encountering her cow, shaky, trembling. She comforted the animal, puzzled by its fear. Emmy acknowledged her unusual power to influence her surroundings, but even her abilities couldn't shield her from Harrow's lurking dangers. As Shaky's unease grew, Emmy attempted to calm it, urging silence to assess the situation. She questioned whether another presence lingered in the barn. Her calls were met with eerie creaks, heightening the tension. Resolving to investigate, she ventured deeper, her lantern illuminating the gloom. Eventually, Emmy spotted a familiar figure in the rafters, Priscilla the goblin. Playfully, she scolded Priscilla for her usual habit of skulking above. Coaxing her down, Emmy assured Priscilla she wouldn't let harm come to her. Priscilla hesitated, warning Emmy of the danger surrounding. She revealed that humans had once sought Emmy's help to drive her away, and when Emmy refused, they found someone else, a hunter. Determined, Emmy demanded to know more. She instructed Priscilla to guide her, offering a reassuring presence. Together, they exited the barn, the lantern casting long shadows in the night. Outside, Emmy handed Priscilla the lantern, urging her to stay put while she retrieved supplies. Though nervous, Priscilla reluctantly complied. Emmy reassured her, promising she wouldn't be gone long. With a brave smile, she stepped into the house, leaving Priscilla clutching the lantern and waiting anxiously in the dark. Priscilla clutched the lantern anxiously, lamenting that while lanterns comforted humans, they offered no protection for Haints. She feared the light might draw dangerous things. Knowing a hunter lurked nearby, Emmy reassured her, urging her to stay calm. Priscilla warned that more than just her kind was being hunted tonight. Emmy exited her house with her satchel bag, ready for the journey, and took the lantern from Priscilla. Though hesitant to hold the pretty glow, Priscilla reluctantly handed it over. They ventured into the darkness, with Priscilla hurrying ahead, insisting she had something critical to show Emmy. As they reached a grain elevator, Priscilla warned Emmy that the hunter might still be waiting. Emmy, confident, assured her that anyone threatening her would face consequences. Priscilla hesitated, but followed Emmy inside. Suddenly she cried out, "Stop!" Emmy halted and discovered the area littered with old, rusted traps etched with strange symbols. Priscilla explained that the hunter had left these traps for both of them, lamenting that some prey, like them, required extra measures. Emmy pondered why the hunter had been sent, deducing it was tied to secrets humans wanted to protect. Determined, she declared her intent to uncover and stop their schemes. Stepping outside, Emmy encountered a group of eerie Haints from the woods. Confused, she asked what they wanted. A monstrous toad-like Haint hissed, revealing that all of them were hunted and scared. It accused Emmy of failing them, despite their efforts to avoid human contact. The Haint demanded protection, and Emmy, staying calm, assured them that her presence was meant to provide exactly that. A flaming skeletal Haint interrupted, sensing something in the air. It remarked on a distinct smell, Haint's blood, and dashed into the woods. Emmy, lantern in hand, followed, with the other Haints trailing close behind. They reached a dark clearing where the blood of Haints dripped from the trees. The grotesque, dismembered figure of a bird lady hung from the branches. Priscilla, speaking with disdain, identified the hanging Haint as cruel and ruthless, notorious for snatching infants from cradles. She advised Emmy not to feel pity. Emmy noted that whoever had killed this Haint had a precise knowledge of how to slay them. The skinless boy revealed that he had been searching for Emmy's other self, as instructed, yet his findings remained faint and inconclusive. Emmy suggested that the hunter might be linked to Cammy, who had sent hunters in the past. Emmy, weighing the implications, expressed a need for the Haint Haints to regroup, sensing the danger intensifying. A piercing shriek erupted, sending the Haints scattering. Emmy called after Priscilla, who dashed into the darkness. Emmy followed the fleeing Haints to a gruesome discovery: a group of Priscilla's brothers caught in brutal traps. One goblin, bloodied and ashamed, lamented their vulnerability. Emmy worked carefully to free Priscilla's injured brothers from the hunter's traps. As she opened her bag to treat their wounds, she reassured Priscilla, who looked on anxiously. Emmy noted the cunning of the traps and their effectiveness, but remained determined to help. After treating one brother, she turned to the next, maintaining her calm demeanor amidst the chaos. As she worked, Emmy noticed more of Priscilla's kin emerging from the woods. They stared at her with their haunting, otherworldly eyes, evoking both curiosity and unease. Emmy, however, seemed unfazed. With a smile, she teased Priscilla for never mentioning her extensive family and joked about naming them all. While tending to the Haints, Emmy's attention was drawn to an old jar on the ground. She picked it up, observing its familiar design, one used by locals in Mason Hollow for storing moonshine and other mysterious items. Intrigued, Emmy reflected on the stories of a witch who had lived near the Hollow, known for her charms, curses, and dealings with spectral beings. Emmy sensed a lingering presence nearby and addressed the hunter directly, challenging it to step out of the shadows. Her confrontation took an unexpected turn when Bernice, holding a similar jar, revealed herself. Bernice questioned Emmy's defense of the Haints, claiming they posed a threat to the townsfolk. Emmy stood her ground, declaring the Haints her friends and vowing to protect them. Tales of Harrow County. Priscilla, Part 4. The towering monster goblin boasted about capturing the Lil Goblin. However, the imprisoned Priscilla began to crack and break free. Priscilla emerged, mocking the goblin for gaining size but remaining foolish. She scorned its reliance on magic, pointing out its fundamental flaw. Goblin magic was ineffective against goblins with names. She overpowered the monster goblin with ferocious strength, tearing its heart out with brutal precision and declaring, "My name is Priscilla." Chapter 2. In the past, Bernice defended Emmy against accusations, even as she observed Emmy's powers growing. Despite her loyalty, Bernice remained cautious, recalling how similar abilities had been dangerous in others. At her cabin, Lovey advised Bernice to decide whether she could make the same promise Lovey once had, to protect Harrow County, even at great personal cost. Lovey reminded her of the vow to shield Mason Hollow from Emmy's kind, and questioned whether Emmy could truly be trusted, drawing comparisons to Hester Beck. At present, Emmy and Bernice met in the woods. Bernice questioned Emmy's priorities, accusing her of caring more about Haints than the townsfolk. She expressed frustration over how Emmy's actions fostered fear of Haints among the people. Emmy defended herself, insisting she was doing her best and explaining that the Haints, including Priscilla, only sought her help. Bernice argued that not all Haints were harmless and that Emmy's association with them distanced her from the people of Harrow County. Bernice guided Emmy further into the woods to show her a bird-like Haint that had been a ruthless predator. While Emmy appeared indifferent to the Haint's fate, Bernice highlighted the creature's predatory nature and compared it to the strength needed to protect Harrow County. She expressed her concern that Emmy seemed out of touch with the community's fears and frustrations. The Haint's past, Bernice said, included attacking livestock, and she warned that such behaviour would likely return. Emmy seemed shocked to learn the townsfolk hadn't shared their concerns with her, admitting she hadn't realised the extent of the fear surrounding her and the Haints. Bernice pointed out that the townspeople were as afraid of Emmy as they were of the Haints. As the conversation shifted to Priscilla and her kin, Bernice reminded Emmy of the goblin's mischievous history, recounting how one had cruelly tricked her cousin Harold, causing him to lose fingers. She argued that such tendencies were ingrained in their nature, predicting they would eventually revert to their old ways. Emmy insisted on defending the Haints, but Bernice remained skeptical. Bernice led Emmy to a decrepit house, describing a powerful, vengeful presence trapped inside. Emmy hesitated but entered with her lantern. Inside, she peered through a keyhole as instructed by Bernice and gasped at what she saw: a ghostly face of a boy filled with rage. Emmy reeled back in shock, but the house appeared empty. Bernice explained it was a keyhole ghost, visible only through locks, waiting for the day the house crumbled to release it. Despite Emmy's curiosity, Bernice warned her of the entity's malevolence, choosing to trust Lovey's cautionary tales about the ghost's dangers. As Emmy peered through the keyhole at the outside world, she glimpsed the ghost's terrifying perspective, a world filled with carnage and despair. Shaken, Emmy realized the ghost's existence was defined by its violent past. Bernice reiterated that the ghost's presence could be felt even outside the house, moving invisibly around them. She handed Emmy a special keyhole to reveal its movements, but hesitated to engage directly with the ghost. Bernice insisted on taking responsibility for the situation, seeking to prove her ability to handle such threats on her own. Emmy reluctantly agreed to let Bernice take the lead, but remained by her side for support. The ghost suddenly began lashing out, sensing their presence. It slashed Emmy's hand. Amid the chaos, Emmy ordered the ghost to show itself, and it appeared in reality. The ghost revealed its desire to be free, expressing frustration and anguish over its confinement. Emmy confronted the ghost directly, acknowledging its suffering, but emphasizing the need to decide its fate carefully. The ghost, filled with sorrow and desperation, admitted it only wanted freedom, while Emmy recognized the weight of the choice before them. Bernice screamed that such a creature had no place in the natural world due to its intent to harm. She believed it was her responsibility to act, following the teachings of Lovey, who had prepared her for moments like this. Saying this, Bernice took out a lock and sucked the entity inside it and locked it with a key. Emmy tried to intervene, questioning Bernice's approach and expressing concern for their friendship, but Bernice insisted this was her task, not Emmy's. She dismissed the notion that their friendship could affect her duty. As they exited the cabin, Emmy reminded Bernice that their friendship had always been genuine, even if their paths had diverged. Bernice, however, was resolute in her role as a protector, knowing her decisions might further distance her from Emmy. They reached Lovey's cabin, where Emmy anticipated finding answers. Inside, they were shocked to discover Lovey lying lifeless, surrounded by coils of a massive snake. Tales of Harrow County, worship music, a man by the river sang during church revivals, drawing admiration until several people vanished during baptisms. The congregation blamed the musician, believing his song summoned a malevolent entity beneath the water. Choosing mercy, they spared his life but cut out his tongue so that he could never sing. However, the creature in the water cared little for the songs. It was lured by the music. As the man played the music on his guitar in his bloodied state, the monster erupted from the river, its tentacles wreaking havoc and killing the faithful. Chapter 3. The gathered townsfolk stood somberly on a hill for Lovey's funeral, discussing her reputation as a feared figure and her ties to witchcraft. The preacher addressed the crowd, noting that their attendance wasn't driven by love, but by the need to ensure she stayed buried and her spirit did not return. He promised to bless the ground and ensure the rituals were proper. As the funeral continued, the preacher delivered stern words about good and evil, emphasizing the weight of the moment. The attendees reflected on Lovey's complex role in the community. Some viewed her as dangerous, while Bernice quietly defended her, insisting Lovey had only ever tried to help the town despite her eerie methods. Emmy was there too, and she tried to comfort her. A preacher addressed the gathered townsfolk, speculating on their motives for attending. He acknowledged their shared fear of Lovey, ensuring them that he would perform all necessary rituals to lay her spirit to rest. As he prayed, he alluded to the eternal punishment awaiting those who served darkness, stating that Lovey's deeds placed her firmly among such individuals. Emmy and Bernice stood among the crowd, listening with somber expressions. Bernice, overwhelmed with emotion, later reflected on Lovey's misunderstood actions and the town's judgment of her legacy. As the ceremony ended, chaos erupted when dozens of snakes emerged from Lovey's gravesite. These serpents, long kept contained by Lovey, represented remnants of Hester Beck's malevolence. They began attacking the crowd, and Bernice and Emmy sprang into action to defend the townspeople. Emmy struggled to control the snakes, realizing she lacked the power to banish them. However, she summoned a swarm of dragonflies, known as snake doctors, to counter the serpents. The dragonflies forced the snakes to retreat, temporarily restoring order. In the aftermath, Bernice confronted Emmy, expressing frustration over the danger posed by the released snakes and accusing her of complicity in the chaos. Emmy insisted she was not Hester and tried to explain her intentions, emotions. Bernice resolved to handle the problem herself, rejecting Emmy's offer of help. As the two stood over Lovey's grave, Emmy offered condolences, acknowledging Lovey's importance to Bernice. Their strained friendship showed signs of repair as they shared a moment of mutual grief. The townspeople dispersed, leaving Emmy and Bernice to face the unresolved threats. Bernice walked through the woods, weary and weighed down by a growing suspicion about Emmy's role in Lovey's death. Despite Emmy's denial, Bernice couldn't dismiss her doubts. She knew she needed to return to Lovey's home to gather what was necessary to deal with the rampant snakes. The thought of betraying her trust in Emmy troubled her deeply. Arriving at a gathering near a cabin, Bernice found others assembling. She was shocked to see jars of preserved snakes being handled by attendees. Confronting them, Bernice asked what they were doing. One of the older men explained that they were paying their respects to Lovey, hinting at shared memories of her past kindness and gatherings at the cabin. He recalled the good times when Lovey welcomed everyone for food, drink and dancing, asserting that despite her being labelled a witch, she never intended harm. The man shared how Lovey stood by the community when no one else would, earning their trust even in hard times. Bernice listened intently, moved by his words. Before parting, he reassured her that she too had the potential to be a good friend, offering his support. Returning to Lovey's home, Bernice entered the dimly lit cabin and found Odessa standing there. Odessa said that she had a lot to talk about. In the woods, Emmy confronted the spirits of Harrow County, asking if any of them had hurt Lovey. She emphasized the importance of truth to address the situation. The spirits, glowing eerily in the dark woods, remained silent, confirming their innocence. A snake-like entity appeared, prompting Emmy to question its knowledge. The creature denied being a haint and warned of something worse that came from outside Harrow. It hinted at hidden paths leading to Harrow County and suspected Cammy was involved in Lovey's death. Emmy acknowledged the suggestion but seemed uncertain. Bernice, meanwhile, met Odessa, who claimed to be a friend of Lovey. Odessa introduced herself warmly and offered assistance, saying she had taught Lovey how to deal with magical threats, including Hester Beck's snakes. She shared knowledge about warding off evil, managing ghosts, and other mystical practices. Bernice was skeptical but listened carefully. Odessa revealed that Lovey had been preparing Bernice to take her place, foreseeing the challenges ahead. She spoke of Hester Beck's growing influence, warning that Bernice would face even greater dangers. Odessa promised to help Bernice navigate these threats and promised to help her to get rid of Emmy. Tales of Harrow County Possum Lady. The Possum Lady was a woman viewed with suspicion by the townsfolk. She had an uncanny knowledge of others' secrets and often used this information for personal gain, extracting payment to keep silent. People associated her with the presence of possums, leading to a local superstition that she could transform into one to spy unnoticed. Though dismissed as nonsense, the belief persisted. She revelled in her mystique, surrounded by possums in her home, delighting in writing down juicy gossip. Her nickname arose from these peculiar associations and the fear she inspired in those around her. Chapter 4. In the stormy darkness of Harrow County, frogs rained from the sky, leaping wildly amidst crashing thunder. Emmy pressed onward, followed closely by Bernice, whose anger simmered beneath her words. Bernice held a frog totem, the source of the magical thunder. She accused Emmy of summoning the unnatural chaos, claiming it was her fault. Emmy denied it, trying to hold back her growing power. As the storm intensified, a frog with toxic skin was thrown at Emmy. Emmy blocked it with her hand, but it burned her hand as well as her face. Bernice now had knowledge of mystical wards to challenge Emmy's control. Thanks to Odessa, their conflict escalated as Bernice's resolve to confront Emmy clashed with her lingering care for her former friend. The woodland Haints joined the chaos, trying to shield Emmy. The goblins shouted at each other to attack Bernice, their voices echoing threats to tear her apart. Despite her injuries, Emmy attempted to restrain the violent storm of magic, as well as calming the Haints to not harm Bernice. Bernice, grappling with her emotions, pleaded for Emmy to leave Harrow County, insisting it was the only way to stop the chaos. Emmy resisted, determined to stay. Thunderbolts struck with fiery intensity, momentarily dispersing the creatures. As the goblins attacked Bernice, the skinless boy jumped in front of them and stopped them from harming Bernice. He somehow knew that Bernice was important in what was about to come. Emmy commanded the supernatural creatures to leave Bernice alone and retreat. Despite Despite their protest that Emmy hunted and killed them, Emmy stood firm, acknowledging her promise to protect them, but emphasizing her friendship with Bernice. She made it clear that she would not allow harm between friends and demanded compliance. Her words charged with a fierce determination. Bernice, shaken but resolute, questioned Emmy's intentions. Emmy admitted her confusion about the power Bernice wielded, a force strong enough to harm her, yet reaffirmed her desire not to fight. Bernice, still distrustful, retreated into the woods, despite Emmy's plea to stay and talk. Left with her thoughts, Emmy wrestled with the notion that someone might have influenced Bernice against her, but as Emmy tried to move, something unseen stopped her and pushed her back. Both Emmy and the skinless boy felt it. Emmy investigated further, uncovering frog skulls surrounding her, dipped in her own blood that was being used as a weapon against her. Bernice admitted to using Emmy's blood to set up a hagstone circle, explaining it was the only way to contain her. Emmy expressed shock and hurt, but maintained her composure, warning Bernice that the circle wouldn't hold her for long. Meanwhile, Bernice blew a whistle, summoning possums that attacked the Haints. Emmy commanded them to stop, protecting the Haints. Bernice accused Emmy of being responsible for Lovey's death. Emmy denied involvement, asserting she wouldn't kill someone in cold blood. Bernice insisted Emmy or her Haints were to blame and demanded she leave Harrow County permanently. Emmy warned Bernice not to underestimate her power, revealing a side of herself that unnerved Bernice. Suddenly, Lovey's fiery spirit materialized, startling both women. Lovey declared she was summoned back to stop their conflict. She revealed that neither Emmy nor her Haints were responsible for her death. Instead, both women had been manipulated by outside forces. Lovey identified Odessa as the one who had betrayed her and used her power for selfish ends. Lovey urged Emmy and Bernice to put aside their differences, stating Harrow County needed them united to face the greater threat Odessa posed. As her spirit began to fade, she left them with the responsibility of setting things right together before it was too late. Emmy reassured Bernice that both of them had been manipulated and suggested that they must confront Odessa and Levi to uncover the truth. Emmy planned to drive them out of Harrow County permanently, expressing her resolve to protect the community from the schemes of her family. Bernice, concerned about facing this threat alone, promised to stay by Emmy's side. Meanwhile, Odessa and her allies gathered in a field with a plan to resurrect Cammy. They revealed that although Cammy had died far from Harrow County, a piece of her remained in a doll, while her spirit had lingered in the area. Using Emmy's blood, Odessa believed they could summon Cammy's spirit and control her. Skepticism arose among the group as they questioned whether Cammy could be trusted or if her revival would doom them all. As the ritual began, each participant played their part, Levi guiding her soul, Odessa manipulating worms, Cain summoning nightmares, Corbin focusing on awakening Cammy's ghost, Willa knitting a dark fate, and Mildred dwelling on the misfortune to come. Their combined efforts succeeded, and Cammy's hand erupted from the soil. The family welcomed Cammy and proposed to kill Emmy and burn Harrow County to the ground. Act 7. Dark Times Are Coming. Chapter 1. Cammy lay buried beneath the earth, her twisted and decayed form entwined with roots and dirt. Her entombment felt like being trapped in fragments of a shattered mirror. Her exile symbolized misfortune, a desperate attempt to break an ancient curse. Cammy clung to life, yearning to escape her isolation. Though time was indistinct, minutes or years, it felt eternal to her. She had come to Harrow County seeking connection with her estranged sister, Emmy, but instead she was punished and buried alive. As Cammy languished underground, her anguish manifested as dark, profane energies above. These were the shadows of her despair, filling the world with malice while she remained unable to find solace. A beacon eventually drew her back to consciousness, a pull from the surface, calling her to rise again. Consumed by vengeance, she prepared to turn Harrow County into a nightmare. Emmy and Bernice hurried to prepare for the threat posed by Emmy's family. Emmy suspected that Levi, Odessa and others were scheming to bring Cammy back. She felt the weight of her past, her family's cruelty, and the protection spells that had kept her alive as a child. Emmy revealed her father once tried to kill her, believing she would inherit the evil of Hester Beck. Though she defied those fears and proved her goodness, Cammy remained a looming shadow over her life. Emmy admitted she had sensed Cammy's presence ever since her supposed death, and feared her family's dark intentions. Despite Bernice's hesitation, she reaffirmed her commitment to stand by Emmy. Emmy suggested they seek out her old acquaintance Malachi, Malachi, despite her uncertainty about his willingness to help. Meanwhile, Cammy, freshly resurrected, walked with Odessa and her group, questioning why they couldn't kill Emmy themselves. Odessa revealed they were bound by laws that protected Emmy, as family ties forbade direct harm. Cammy challenged their adherence to these laws, mocking their inability to act. She declared herself closer to Emmy than any of them and dismissed their authority. Odessa and the group tried to persuade Cammy to take action, urging her to claim Emmy's power and fulfill her potential. Cammy, however, saw through their manipulation and contemplated her own revenge, knowing they might turn against her afterward. Using her magic, she cleaned up and asked for a lift to a man who mistook her for Emmy. Later, Emmy and Bernice made their way through the woods. Emmy confessed she wasn't sure how he'd respond, given their past disagreements. In the woods, Malachi the Abandoned appeared. He addressed Emmy with suspicion, hinting at their estranged history. Emmy stood her ground, asserting her identity and requesting his help against her family. She revealed that the family's return to Harrow County posed a dire threat. Malachi revealed that Emmy's family had already begun their dark work, resurrecting Cammy and others. He explained that Hester, in her death, had consumed Amaryllis, fusing their spirits. Now, both spirits were reborn, their powers merged, creating an ominous threat. Malachi could sense Cammy's movements in the air, stating that she was already advancing against Emmy. Emmy expressed her horror at the implications of Cammy's return and the potential consequences for Harrow County. Overwhelmed, she suddenly realized her father could be in immediate danger and decided to run back to the farm, urging Bernice to stay safe. As Emmy raced through the woods with the skinless boy, the tension escalated. A violent explosion erupted from the ground. Cammy's malevolent influence was already taking hold. Trees began to collapse as Emmy and the boy dodged the destruction. Malachi's ominous warnings about betrayal and vulnerability seemed to echo in her mind. Massive hollow trees with fiery mouths surrounded them, accusing Emmy of deceiving the people of Harrow County and failing to protect them. The accusing voice claimed she had broken promises and left her loved ones exposed. Meanwhile, as Emmy's father tended to his chickens, strange noises began emanating from the barn. Pausing to investigate, he approached the sound cautiously. Cammy stood in the doorway, and her father, mistaking her for Emmy, relaxed and walked toward her. Suddenly, Shaky, the cow, lunged aggressively between them and bolted away. Her father attributed the odd behavior to Emmy raising the cow too much like a pet, brushing it off as another quirk. Inside, her father asked for help repairing the tractor, noting Cammy's unusual silence. Used to Emmy's chatter, he grew concerned, prompting Cammy's sudden and violent outburst. She accused him of trying to kill her when she was younger, unleashing years of bottled anger and bitterness. Grabbing him, she slammed his head into the machinery, blaming him for his fear of her supposed connection to Hester Beck. Cammy's accusations were sharp and relentless, branding him a coward for seeing her as a threat and attempting to destroy her. As her father begged for his life, Cammy revealed her identity, aligning herself with Hester Beck. She called him a fool for believing she could escape her dark roots and admitted she had long dreamed of this moment. While Cammy strangled him, her father managed to grab a hammer, prepared to defend himself, but he hesitated, recalling his promise to Emmy to always protect her. Overcome by guilt and confusion, he let the hammer fall and gave in as Cammy whispered menacingly, "All of Harrow County belongs to me." In the distance, beyond the tree-lined path, Emmy's frantic voice pierced the dark, calling out desperately, "Pa!" Chapter 2. Emmy realized Cammy was heading for her father and vowed to stop her. She faced the grotesque Haints blocking her path and pleaded with them to let her through. Despite her appeals, the Haints remained unyielding. The skinless boy, caught between Emmy's urgency and his loyalty to Cammy, attempted to clear a way but struggled against the unnatural forces binding the Haints. Cammy's voice echoed, taunting Emmy with accusations of self-deception and failure. The skinless boy, riddled with wounds from the thorns, continued his painful effort to break through. As he pushed himself further, Emmy apologized, expressing her sorrow for the danger he faced on her behalf. The boy's resolve was clear, but the thorn's grip was merciless. Ultimately, he burst through the blockade, his body mutilated mutilated by the effort and raced toward the farm, driven by a mix of fear and duty. At the farm, the scene was grisly. All the cows were disemboweled except for Shaky, and Emmy's father lay dead on the ground. The skinless boy, although feral, sensed the devastation and feared for Emmy's safety. Meanwhile, Emmy struggled with the taunts and manipulations of Cammy's disembodied voice, which mocked her connection to their shared past. Cammy's haunting laughter filled the air as Emmy, determined but frightened, vowed vengeance if Cammy had harmed her father. The trees parted, and Emmy desperately ran through the forest. She was shaking in terror as she arrived at the farm, calling out for her father. In the barn, she found her father's lifeless body near the tractor, and the skinless boy crouched nearby, broken and mutilated from his struggles. Overcome with grief, Emmy lamented that she should have been there to stop Cammy. She turned her anguish on the skinless boy, accusing him of failing to get there in time. The boy was hurt and ashamed. Realizing her outburst, Emmy apologized, her sorrow replacing her anger. She admitted that it wasn't his fault. Cammy had orchestrated this tragedy. The boy left in shame and defeat. Sitting alone, Emmy vowed to fix the damage. She knew that she could bring her father back. Then suddenly, her father's soul appeared in front of her. His voice, soft and comforting, seemed to echo, calling her name. As they hugged, Emmy told herself that she would fix everything, but not by resurrecting another version of her father. Her father's soul dissolved into thin air as the haunting tune of "It's a Long Way to Tipperary" echoed in the air. She came back with a shovel, deciding to bury her pa. Cammy retreated into the darkness of the forest, her pride growing from the harm she caused Emmy by killing their father. Kneeling in the dirt, bloodied and fierce, Cammy planned to create her own army, but was confronted by burning skeletal Haints observing her with eerie silence. She mocked the Haints, asking if they were there to protect Emmy. Her derision grew as she accused them of wasting their time, describing their existence as lonely and purposeless, trapped between worlds. Cammy dug into the earth with sinister intent. Then, using her magic, she summoned a torrent of water that surged from the river, washing over the Haints and leaving behind skeletal remains, ending them. Meanwhile, Bernice sat in the woods with Malachi, the monstrous, multi-eyed creature. She wondered aloud why Emmy hadn't returned. Malachi told her not to expect Emmy back that night. Frustrated and feeling abandoned, Bernice insisted that Emmy needed her help. Malachi explained that Emmy had left him to watch over her, but Bernice, defiant, vowed to find Cammy and end her schemes. Malachi resigned, warned her of the dangers, predicting her likely death. In Mason Hollow, Cammy strode into a quiet community nestled in the woods with her army of claymen. With a twisted smile, she commanded her grotesque minions to wake them up. The villagers, drawn out by the commotion, initially mistook Cammy for Emmy. Cammy smirked as she corrected them, announcing her intention to find Bernice. Her unsettling demeanor immediately raised alarm, and the villagers quickly realized she was not Emmy. When one villager refused to bring Bernice to her, Cammy coldly declared, "That's too bad," and unleashed a storm of jagged glass fragments from the ground. The shards rained down upon the terrified villagers, who scrambled to shield themselves from the onslaught. Cammy danced in the chaos, blaming Emmy for the suffering inflicted upon the community. She claimed Emmy had brought this destruction upon them. As the villagers fled in panic, Cammy prepared for further carnage. Before she could act, Bernice arrived, standing confidently with a staff adorned with charms and protective symbols, the skinless boy by her side. Cammy, startled, yet intrigued, acknowledged Bernice's presence. The tension between them heightened as Bernice confronted Cammy, firmly declaring, "Well, you found me." Tales of the Harrow County Exterminator. Constance Mayweather, renowned as the greatest exterminator in Harrow County, travelled tirelessly, eliminating vermin with deadly poisons and traps. No rat or mouse could escape her expertise. She met Sam when he hired her to clear out his old barn. Despite his short stature, his breathtaking charm captured her heart. They married in a church ceremony, celebrated by the whole community. However, on their wedding night, the couple mysteriously disappeared, shocking the county. Even more disturbing was the discovery of a mice infestation in Constance's own bed, leaving an unsettling twist to her tale as a master exterminator. Chapter 3. Days earlier, Lovey had educated Bernice about various tools and ingredients, including roots, spices, and the Bible, explaining their significance in protecting against witches. She emphasized that these items weren't solely for protection, but could also be used to confront evil directly. Lovey detailed methods such as using witch's salt, mixed with pepper and metal shavings to soak up bad magic, garlic cloves to repel evil forces, and placing iron nails in a witch's footprint to trap her in place. She even pointed out that these tools, if necessary, could be used to kill. Though Bernice expressed discomfort at the idea of taking a life, Lovey firmly insisted on teaching her everything she needed to know, stressing the importance of being prepared for any situation that might arise. At present, Bernice confronted Cammy, who stood surrounded by her grotesque minions. Bernice held her ground, demanding that Cammy leave the villagers alone. Cammy taunted Bernice, mocking her newfound bravery, but Bernice remained steadfast, warning her of dire consequences if she continued her path of destruction. Cammy, unfazed by the threat, declared her intent to kill both Bernice and Emmy. She ordered her army to remain still, deciding to deal with Bernice personally. With a snap of her fingers, Cammy sent the skinless boy's face into a tormenting bind, leaving him in visible agony. Despite being shaken by the display, Bernice fought back, throwing a garlic filled with hedge magic at Cammy. As Cammy mocked Bernice's faith, Bernice recited a psalm for strength and courage. Bernice's hedge magic overwhelmed Cammy as the garlic transformed into constricting vines that ensnared her. Cammy, furious, cursed Bernice. As Cammy struggled, Bernice stood firm, reciting a psalm for courage. The vines tightened around Cammy, forcing her to the ground. Bernice's calm demeanor wavered when Cammy broke the vines, and her minions sneaked up behind her. Meanwhile, Emmy tended to the burial of her father near the barn. Reflecting on her father's unnatural origins, she acknowledged his attempt to live a normal life. Despite being created by Hester Beck, Emmy buried him with reverence, believing he deserved better. As she worked, her emotions surfaced, tears streaming as she grappled with her loss and the dark legacy surrounding her family. During the burial, a strange memory resurfaced in front of her eyes, a baby encased in roots. It was her. She saw her father unearth the infant as distant voices called her name, sparking her unease. She moved towards the shadows with the skinless boy's skin crawling behind her. At the witch tree, Hester Beck's apparition materialized, taunting Emmy. Hester suggested Emmy's estranged family was responsible for the current turmoil. As Emmy protested, Hester revealed that she was never alone in her deeds and ominously hinted that Emmy was not either. Cammy, consumed by rage, declared her intention to destroy everything Bernice held dear. Taunting Bernice, she revealed her true identity as Hester Beck Reborn, claiming Harrow County as her own. With a sinister smirk, Cammy promised to make Emmy suffer for the pain she intended to inflict on Bernice. Cammy's tormenting assault escalated as she lifted Bernice telekinetically and flung her to the ground. Despite the brutality, Bernice resisted, stealthily using an iron nail, an enchanted tool taught to her by Lovey. She drove it into the earth, triggering Cammy's anguished screams. Cammy's left foot was now stuck to the ground as if it was nailed. The villagers observed the chaos from a distance. Cammy, visibly in pain, staggered, demanding answers, only to realize the efficacy of Lovey's little tricks. Cammy, desperate and enraged, commanded her minions to attack, but Bernice swiftly defended herself. Using ash filled with witch-banishing concoctions, she managed to destroy the minions into their clay form, disintegrating them into a horrific mess. The villagers, awestruck, believed Bernice had saved them. However, Cammy swiftly created a wind to deflect the ash towards the villagers, and Bernice's grandfather, Raya, was also reduced to ashes. Bernice kept reciting the Lord's Prayer and sucked back the ash into herself. Right then, the skinless boy tore through its bindings and lunged at Cammy. Cammy turned and told the boy that he had overstayed his welcome. Using her powers, she removed his bones too, and the skinless boy's body fell down with a slosh into a heap of blood and bones. Meanwhile, Emmy faced Hester Beck's apparition, who accused Emmy of being afraid of her family's dark legacy. Emmy denied fear, accusing Hester of jealousy toward Amaryllis. Hester admitted to covetousness, but claimed she had surpassed her predecessor. As Hester's fiery form dissipated, she told Emmy to take care of Cammy, but ominously warned of her eventual return, leaving leaving Emmy shaken. Right then, the skin of the skinless boy crawled behind her, telling her that Cammy had killed him and Bernice was in danger. At Mason Hollow, Cammy said that she had set the human and Haint part of Bernice's soul into a combat, and it would only stop when the Haint part had fully consumed the human part. She ignited Bernice's bag of tricks. She dismissed Bernice's efforts as futile, likening herself to a god. Picking up the nails telekinetically, she was about to show Bernice what a real witch could do. Right then, a powerful surge of witch's fire thundered from the sky and struck between them. Right where the thunder had struck stood Emmy, smoke emanating from her body while she cradled the skinless boy's skin. She expressed deep sorrow, apologizing for the life she had that Cammy had always desired, for banishing her, and for failing to be the sister Cammy wanted. She apologized for her shortcomings and the pain caused by her actions. With teary eyes, she said sorry to Cammy because she had made her do what was going to come next. Tales of Harrow County combine. During harvest time in Harrow County, technological progress brought a machine capable of replacing the labour of 20 men. While some celebrated its ingenuity, others feared being left behind, unable to reap the benefits of progress. A group of men turned to alternative, darker methods. They bribed goblins with food, and in turn, the goblins killed the men who worked at night. So, the others rejected such risks, deeming the cost of progress too great. They continued harvesting traditionally, ensuring honest work during the day and peaceful sleep at night. Chapter 4. Hester had broken the balance of good and bad the day she conjured the shipwreck from the sea and used its cannon to kill Amaryllis. It was the day she truly attempted to wield magic and, in doing so, ended the life of her own mentor. Furthermore, she had committed the forbidden act of consuming Amaryllis's flesh to increase her power. Meanwhile, the tension between Emmy and Cammy had reached its peak. Emmy explained her initial hope of persuading Cammy to leave Harrow County and start anew, but admitted that Cammy had left her no choice. Cammy, visibly enraged and bleeding, defiantly claimed her right to life, asserting that she was taking it back from Emmy. Emmy expressed sorrow for the situation, but firmly declared that there could be no forgiveness or peace after Cammy's actions. Cammy mocked Emmy's moral high ground, accusing her of harbouring the same darker, cruel nature and revealing her intent to strip everything away from Emmy to make her suffer as Cammy had. Cammy stated that she wanted Emmy to understand her pain, and the skin in Emmy's hands crumbled away into nothingness. As their confrontation intensified, Cammy accused Emmy of repressing her potential for destruction, referencing their father's efforts to control Emmy's anger. Cammy taunted Emmy by saying that she should have asked her pa before he was strangled to death. She then triggered a grotesque display of her power, causing one of her mud creatures to rise. However, Emmy used her power to dismantle the creature and rushed at Cammy. Then she ran at Cammy and knocked her down into the ground. Emmy declared she wouldn't use her magic to kill Cammy, stating she would do it with her own hands, similar to how Cammy killed their father. Cammy mocked Emmy, taunting her to try. Emmy overpowered Cammy briefly, but Cammy pushed back, laughing and claiming it would take more than physical force to kill her. Cammy then demonstrated her destructive power by unleashing chaos on a nearby building, causing it to collapse. Emmy pleaded for her to stop, warning about the innocent lives at risk, but Cammy dismissed the concern, claiming the people were no different from Haints. Amid the wreckage, Emmy tried to reason with Cammy, but her words fell on deaf ears. Bernice was tucked there, screaming in pain, while Cammy danced in the chaos. Cammy, standing amidst the destruction, gloated about killing Emmy and justified her actions as a means to reshape Harrow County as it should have been. Emmy, battered but resolute, rose to confront Cammy once more. Cammy dared her to try to stop her again. Emmy revealed a tactic she had learned from her father, who once said that dragonflies signaled the presence of snakes. Emmy summoned an overwhelming swarm of dragonflies, which her pa referred to as snake doctors, to subdue Cammy. Emmy saw her sister as a serpent with a sickness inside and vowed to ensure Cammy wouldn't return. The dragonflies from the entire county swarmed in on Cammy. Emmy confronted Cammy with unwavering determination as the chaos unfolded. Cammy, overwhelmed by the swarm of dragonflies and Emmy's conjured power, pleaded for her life. She tried to justify her actions, offering to help Emmy rebuild and warning that she would need her if Hester ever returned. Emmy, resolute, responded only with a calm, "I know," signalling her decision. The dragonflies closed in on Cammy, pinning her down as she screamed in agony. She desperately begged Emmy to stop, but the insects continued their assault, ripping into her. Cammy's final cries echoed as she called out to her sister, a desperate plea lost in the overwhelming swarm. Soon, her lifeless body lay bloodied amidst the ruins, the swarm dissipating into the night. Emmy stood over Cammy's remains. The devastation around them was stark, with the once standing structures now reduced to rubble. As she turned away, dragonflies lingered in the air. The family observed from a distance. They acknowledged that nothing they could have done would have changed the outcome. One remarked that it was best not to interfere with Emmy's decisions now, as they could not stop what had been set in motion. Emmy made a solemn promise to Cammy, vowing to uphold her word and prevent her sister's return. She approached Cammy's body slowly and knelt beside her. Bernice called out for Emmy, searching through the rubble. When she found Emmy, she was eating Cammy's flesh. Just like Hester, the sight left her in shock. Emmy, drenched in blood, tried to explain her actions, referencing Hester's dark methods. However, Bernice recoiled in horror. Her trust shattered. She fled, leaving Emmy to grapple with her isolation and the lingering consequences of her choices. Emmy's hands were bloodied, trembling as she touched Cammy's remains, which had transformed into a grotesque heap of red, writhing mass. Stricken with grief and regret, Emmy muttered Bernice's name, despair washing over her as she buried her face in her hands. A storm brewed on the horizon, echoing Emmy's turmoil. A streak of lightning struck the witch tree where Hester was killed. Sheets of rain poured down, lightning illuminating the cursed lands. 18 years ago, after the lynching of Hester Beck, the witch's influence had marked the county forever. Her death beneath the ancient tree had sparked prayers and cleansing fires, but the unresolved darkness persisted. Cammy's dying words echoed ominously, "If Hester ever comes back, you'll need me." This foreboding statement underscored an inevitable truth. It had never been a question of if, but when Hester would return. Her fiery apparition emerged, her skeletal form alight with malicious energy. Declaring she would return, Hester's form solidified, her malevolent grin promising retribution. The scene closed with her looming figure, a chilling reminder that the past's horrors would rise again. Tales of Harrow County. The radio. Joan owned the first radio in Harrow County, a Rogers battery-less receiver. Although the signal was weak and often faded, Joan claimed it sang the most beautiful, strange songs. Her neighbours were unimpressed, but Joan listened constantly through sunshine and rain while working and resting. Over time, she began singing along with the radio. One evening, while singing in her kitchen, Joan mysteriously vanished. Her neighbours gathered around the radio in shock, and though Joan was gone, her voice continued to emanate from the radio, haunting them and leaving an eerie, unexplained mystery behind. Act 8. Done Come Back. Chapter 1. Emmy carried the skinless boy's skin in her hands as she walked through a dense and eerie forest. She reached the thorn bush where she had first encountered him and how she had found his skin there. She acknowledged that while this was his birthplace, it was a place he had feared and likely wouldn't want to rest. Emmy admitted that this location felt wrong, believing the remains deserved something more fitting. She conjured a house from the thorn bush with her powers. She paused, holding the remains closely, and murmured that they deserved a name. Suddenly, someone from inside the house called for Emmett. A woman stood at the door calling for the boy. The woman, given form by Emmy's sorrow, was Emmett's mother. She called Emmett inside, urging him not to miss supper and welcoming him home. This seemed to comfort Emmett's spirit as he ran towards the house. Emmy, now alone, gently encouraged him to go, albeit with visible sadness. As Emmy walked away, the house closed up behind her. Hester Beck walked toward the meeting lodge. This place, tied to powerful beings and great tumult, appeared only under special circumstances. Hester's connection to the lodge was long-standing, and her return marked a critical moment. Inside, she gazed upon the walls filled with portraits, signalling a reunion with her family for the last time. Hester wandered the Grand Lodge, its walls adorned with countless portraits of her kin, now crossed out, symbolizing their lost connection. She reflected on their once vast numbers, describing them as legion, only to lament her solitude now. Her isolation was interrupted when a group of her family members appeared. They warmly welcomed her back, acknowledging her past banishment, but emphasizing their presence as her kin. Levi spoke of family bonds, offering their guidance and support, claiming they were drawn to her summons as a family should be. Yet, Hester dismissed their claims, accusing them of hypocrisy, asserting that their response was more like obedient hounds to a master's call. The conversation grew tense as Hester confronted their previous betrayal and their apparent desire to use her conflict with Amaryllis to absolve themselves. Her kin attempted to placate her, admitting their past mistakes, including sowing seeds of distrust and following outdated traditions. They confessed regret for plotting against her and promised change, but Hester saw through their words, dismissing them as insincere and manipulative. Rejecting their overtures, Hester unleashed her fury, injuring them fatally in an instant. The room erupted in chaos as her family members, each wielding unique powers, fell one by one. She taunted them individually, exposing their flaws and failures. Levi would be left to guide the dead, Willa's fate knitting failing as she couldn't knit herself back, Mildred's misfortune finally catching up to him, Cain's nightmares finally overwhelming him, and Corbin's inability to control his own murder. Her words were both vengeful and mocking, highlighting their weaknesses as she enacted her revenge. Hester's wrath painted the room in blood, leaving her kin shattered and powerless. Her eyes turned to Odessa, who tried to run away from her. Odessa, consumed by shame for turning her gaze from Hester, knew that her fleeting remorse would not save her. Hester, in her newfound godhood, declared herself merciless and devoid of forgiveness. Despite Odessa's pleas and her recognition of Hester's immense power, Hester remained unrelenting. She mocked Odessa for fleeing during her litany and derided her supposed kindness as unnatural. Odessa's attempts to reason with Hester failed, as she warned of Emmy's growing strength since she had consumed Cammy and her powers. Meanwhile, Emmy found herself by a stream, haunted by her reflection. The blood on her face and hands served as a reminder of her actions. In desperation, she scrubbed her hands in the water and splashed her face, praying for the stains to vanish. Her reflection, however, revealed the truth she couldn't escape. Emmy pleaded for the feeling of guilt to leave her, hoping to feel clean again, but her anguish lingered. In another part of Harrow County, Hester walked the streets 18 years after her death. The town had changed. She remembered the promise she made with her dying breath to return. Hester vowed to tend to or murder those who crossed her path, relishing the power to destroy everything. Her mind toyed with the idea of resetting Harrow County entirely, erasing its history and starting anew. However, the thought of facing her enemies again, hearing their pleas and screams, brought her satisfaction. Hester confronted Malachi, addressing him as her father. Malachi acknowledged her return, expressing a mix of emotions: grief for her absence, anger for being abandoned, and bitterness over her delayed return. He revealed his struggle to move past her absence and questioned why she had come back. Hester responded coldly, stating her purpose and dismissing Malachi's probing questions. The conversation turned toward Emmy, with Malachi voicing his concerns that Hester might harm her. Hester mockingly assured him that history wouldn't repeat itself, as she had already killed Amaryllis once. Malachi suggested that Emmy's powers now rivaled, if not surpassed, those of Hester. Hester, unbothered by his warnings, revealed her newfound strength and means to enhance her abilities. She explained that she had consumed her entire family and empowered herself to aid her against Emmy. Malachi, horrified, accused her of desecration. Hester, however, proclaimed that Emmy would die again, but live on through her once she killed and ate her. Tales of Harrow County. Henry Lester was a seemingly upstanding young man in Harrow County, known for building the local Baptist church and being a beloved community figure. However, behind closed doors, Henry was a mean-spirited drunk who frequently resorted to violence. His dark tendencies escalated to the point where he murdered his wife and child. The townsfolk rationalized his heinous acts by attributing them to the influence of spirits or goblins, unwilling to believe otherwise. The truth, however, was starkly different. Henry Lester was not a victim of supernatural forces, but simply an inherently evil man by choice. Chapter 2. An eerie and rising tension took hold as an ominous green witch's fire blazed on Summit Ridge, remembered by the few witnesses who remained. A drumming sound echoed like a heartbeat across Harrow County. Hester danced as her newly created monsters played the drums, beckoning the people she created in Harrow County. In a small house, an elderly couple heard the unsettling drumming. The wife remarked on the sound's discomfort, likening it to a deep ache, while her husband grimly acknowledged that they had expected more time. She wondered if ignoring the call could save them, but he doubted it. Villagers were drawn by the drums, walking toward an inevitable confrontation. Among them, fear and resignation hung heavy as they discussed the ominous events. One woman admitted her fear, but her husband reassured her of his unwavering presence. A group of cottonmouth snakes slithered among the crowd as the villagers voiced their unease and uncertainties. At a ruined part of Harrow County, people commented on the returning presence of an old, malevolent force. They whispered anxiously about what might come, worried about the safety of the villagers. Bernice decided she must find Emmy, believing only together could they stop what was coming. She armed herself in a house in order to face Hester. Bernice debated with herself about Emmy's need for her. Despite her doubts, she resolved not to fail her community again. As she stepped out, determined, Priscilla stopped her. She told her that Emmy had given her the duty to protect Bernice. However, Bernice recalled past failures and Emmy's trust in her to keep watch, vowing not to hide or abandon her neighbors again. Hester's influence spread as the cottonmouth snakes danced in grotesque abandon, celebrating her return. These creatures had waited for years, multiplying and writhing in breeding masses, uncertain if their mistress would ever truly return. Now they followed her commands, moving as a sinister tide across Harrow County. Emmy confronted the advancing snakes, ordering them to leave and deliver a message to Hester that she was not welcome. Despite her powers, the snakes ignored her commands. Pressing forward, Emmy's frustration grew as she realized her words had no effect on them. Recognizing that she could not push Hester away with brute force, Emmy devised a new strategy. She remembered her past ability to call upon animals and decided to summon help. With a focused will, she called all the owls from the surrounding area, confident they would answer her plea. Soon, the skies filled with winged creatures responding to her call. However, Emmy's relief quickly turned to horror when she saw the creatures weren't owls, but grotesque demonic beasts with glowing eyes and predatory features. These creatures began attacking the snakes with ferocity, tearing into them. Emmy, realizing the unintended consequences of her actions, panicked, whispering that she had meant to summon owls, not monsters. As the beasts descended further into chaos, Emmy grappled with the horrifying realization. Malachi appeared and told her that she had inherited a darker legacy from Hester. He reminded her of Hester's sinister deeds, hinting that Emmy was no longer the person she used to be. Meanwhile, the villagers watched the green blaze and the monstrous chaos unfold. Fear etched on their faces as Hester's power loomed over them, and the serpents continued their relentless, otherworldly drumbeat. Hester stood before the crowd she had gathered, surrounded by grotesque creatures that she addressed as her children. She reassured them, declaring she would protect them from the dangers in the dark, just as she had before. Saying this, she melted a few of her creatures with a snap to prove her point. Meanwhile, Bernice and Priscilla observed from the shadows, reflecting on Hester's manipulative nature. Priscilla revealed how Hester had created her followers from mud, instilling them with free will, and how she used the cottonmouths to make them her slaves. As Hester continued addressing her crowd, Bernice prepared to counter her influence. Using candle wax, she blocked her ears and Priscilla's to prevent the cottonmouths from entering. Hester, meanwhile, assured her followers they would remain loyal this time. Suddenly, chaos erupted as snakes burrowed into the crowd and forcefully entered through their ears, taking control of the villagers. Hester commanded them to rise, their movements grotesque and unnatural. Bernice and Priscilla realized the severity of the situation. Priscilla hesitated, afraid of facing Hester directly. She asked Bernice to wait for Priscilla. Despite her fear, Bernice's determination grew. The chaos deepened as other goblins, Priscilla's brothers, attacked Bernice. She struggled against them, calling out their betrayal. The villagers, now under Hester's influence, looked on in horror as the situation spiraled further into madness. Hester mocked Bernice as Emmy's little friend and acknowledged the goblins' loyalty. Bernice, surrounded and restrained by the goblins, demanded her release, threatening retaliation. The goblins pleaded with Hester, asserting that they had served her faithfully and asking to leave with Priscilla, whom they called their sister. Hester granted their request, and they carried Priscilla away while she screamed to stay back with Bernice. Bernice, defiant and full of resolve, confronted Hester directly, refusing to cower. Hester mocked Bernice for her bravery and noted the wax in her ears, recognizing the protective trick learned from Lovey. Hester then menaced Bernice, suggesting she could cure her defiance. A snake slithered menacingly toward Bernice as tension grew. Meanwhile, Emmy continued grappling with the consequences of her powers. She acknowledged taking on Cammy's anger and ugliness when she absorbed her rival's abilities, which had warped the animals she summoned. Emmy expressed regret, but resolved not to abandon Harrow County, despite Malachi's advice to flee. Malachi warned her of Hester's intimate knowledge of her weaknesses, cautioning that Emmy might fail to protect the county's people. As Emmy prepared to confront her destiny, Bernice and the villagers approached, all controlled by Hester now. All Emmy could do was stand still in horror. Tales of Harrow County Scripture. Reverend Henderson discovered an old, dusty printing press in the church basement, which filled him with an overwhelming sense of divine inspiration. Believing it to be a revelation, he used the press to create a new scripture, written in an unfamiliar and unsettling language. On a fateful Sunday, he shared his newfound truth with the congregation. The crowd, captivated by his words, fell under its strange and dark influence. As the sermon concluded and the full weight of his message became clear, the entire congregation silently left the church, marched to the nearby river, and, without hesitation, drowned themselves. Chapter 3. Emmy faced an overwhelming crowd of her neighbours and friends from the county, but it became immediately clear that they were not themselves. Their vacant eyes and aggressive demeanour revealed they were under Hester's spell, their free will erased. Emmy tried to reason with them, but hatred, fear and love had all been manipulated to turn them into tools of destruction. Despite their connection to her, they attacked with mindless ferocity. As one man grabbed a rock and struck Emmy on the head, the situation escalated. Bernice watched helplessly, caught between fear and loyalty. Emmy pleaded for the crowd to fight Hester's control, but her cries were drowned out by the chaos. Malachi intervened to protect her, but risked harming the townsfolk in the process. Emmy's desperation grew as Malachi struck back, sending people flying. She urged him to stop, but he recognized the severity of the threat. They aimed to kill her. Bernice joined the fray, grabbing Emmy and trying to harm her, but Malachi shoved her away. Emmy, torn by guilt, apologized to Bernice and Malachi as she was forced to escape, knowing she couldn't protect them all. The crowd's assault on Malachi continued as Emmy ran into the woods, leaving behind chaos and regret. Emmy struggled against the relentless crowd pursuing her through the forest. Overwhelmed, she was tackled to the ground by a man. Desperate, she tried to break free, ordering the attacker to back off. A surge of power escaped her hand and decimated her attacker into nothingness. She stopped to catch her breath, only to find herself confronted by two snakes. Emmy's earlier command to Malachi not to harm others had left her vulnerable, as her actions now contradicted her values. The snakes lunged at her, and in a moment of fear and fury, Emmy brutally smashed them with a rock, killing them without hesitation. The violent act left her horrified, as she realized she was becoming someone unrecognizable. As she continued deeper into the woods, Emmy reflected on how far she had come from her once innocent self. Her powers, her choices, and the lives she had taken weighed heavily on her. Though terrified by what she had done, an even more chilling thought settled over her. She knew she would do it again if necessary. In the heart of the forest, Emmy was surprised to find the glowing figure of the skinless boy. She told him that he had died, but the boy replied that there was nothing called death. He wore his skin and changed into Emmy's father. Pa spoke to her with tenderness and sorrow. He acknowledged her struggles and reminded her of Hester's return, a fear they had both shared. Emmy pleaded for his guidance, but his words were both comforting and haunting. He suggested that while Emmy had tried not to become the witch everyone feared, she had inevitably played a role in bringing Hester back. The glowing apparition morphed into Emmy's mother. She gently revealed that Hester had come back, fulfilling the dark prophecy that had haunted Harrow County. Emmy acknowledged her mother's warning, expressing her guilt and responsibility. Her mother reminded her of Hester's vow to return, spoken at the noose before her death. She explained how everyone's fear of Hester's rebirth reflected their fear of Emmy's own potential. Despite Emmy's efforts to avoid becoming the witch, her mother suggested she still inadvertently brought Hester back. When Emmy denied responsibility, the apparitions of her family appeared and blamed that it was her actions, eating Cammy's flesh, that roused Hester. Odessa's ghost explained how Emmy's attempt to gain strength and fight Hester transformed her, blending her identity with Cammy's and making her more like Hester than ever. This revelation left Emmy shaken, and she desperately demanded answers on how to undo what she had done. Her mother's spectral form turned into the burning tree, stating that while Emmy might crave power to stop Hester, it was ultimately Emmy's actions that enabled Hester's return. From the tree, the apparition of Amaryllis appeared. She explained how Emmy's journey to resist becoming Hester had still transformed her into something else. Emmy admitted her choices were driven by fear and desperation to stop Hester's inevitable return. Amaryllis reminded Emmy that Hester's influence was inescapable and that even killing Hester wouldn't stop her legacy. Emmy, torn by regret and resolve, stood in the darkness, accepting the gravity of her transformation and the impossibility of returning to who she once was. She whispered, "Come on, Hester," calling out her nemesis. As her determination built, the wind around her began to swirl with supernatural energy. Slowly, she rose into the air, propelled by an unseen force, leaving the forest behind. As she ascended into the sky, hovering high above Harrow County, Emmy surveyed the landscape below. She shouted that she wasn't running or hiding, affirming her readiness to face the unfolding conflict. As she descended, Emmy landed near a quiet house, the atmosphere eerily still. She seemed to realize something, whispering to herself that perhaps this was for the best. The tranquil surroundings contrasted with the storm of emotions within her. Finally, a figure emerged. Stepping from behind, it was Hester, controlling the winds around her. Hester declared her intention to grant Emmy peace, claiming she would end things quickly out of respect for Emmy's sacrifice. Emmy braced herself. The end was inevitable. Chapter 4. Emmy braced herself for the moment she had dreaded for so long, her confrontation with Hester Beck. As the two wrestled violently in the sky, Emmy was torn between defeating Hester and succumbing to the darkness within herself. Hester's physical dominance was clear, but Emmy resisted, determined to cast the witch out or die trying. As they fought, Hester mocked Emmy's efforts, urging her to stop resisting and accept her fate. Hester claimed Emmy's actions had awakened her, and Emmy's denial rang hollow even to herself. The truth weighed heavily on her. She had roused Hester through her own desperate choices, particularly by consuming her sister Cammy's flesh. This horrifying act mirrored Hester's past sins, blurring the lines between Emmy's actions and the witch's evil legacy. Hester's snakes bit into Emmy's hand, further weakening her. Emmy recalled how she had hoped to gain strength to defeat Hester, but had only ended up empowering her instead. She shook off the snake, but Hester slashed her face, drawing blood. Just as Emmy seemed overwhelmed, she called the bird creatures. The bird creatures attacked Hester. Emmy was cast violently into the air and plummeted to the ground near an abandoned house. Bloodied and battered, Emmy slowly regained consciousness. Her hand, trembling and stained with blood, revealed a grotesque, pulsating black growth from the snake bite. Emmy made the infection ooze out of her hands. Emmy crushed the mass of venom. Hester mocked her effort, telling her that healing herself was a waste. Hester mocked Emmy, claiming her body, flesh and blood were creations of her own power and nothing more than tools to hold her strength. She ridiculed Emmy as insignificant, vowing to reclaim what was hers. Despite Hester's dominance, Emmy defiantly stated, "I won't let you," standing her ground even as rain poured around them. Suddenly, a bright flash of lightning struck and a group of eerie mud haints resembling the townsfolk emerged. These ghostly, animated figures swarmed Hester, tying a noose around her neck with supernatural ropes. Emmy conjured a magical tree that tore up the ground, its branches reaching toward the stormy sky. The mud haints hoisted Hester upward and began hanging her from the tree. Hester snarled and thrashed, her monstrous strength evident, but the haints held firm. As Hester struggled, a cacophony of screams erupted elsewhere in the woods. Bernice, along with the other villagers, clutched their heads in agony as snakes painfully emerged from their ears. The snakes began devouring each other in a grotesque display, leaving the villagers dazed and confused. Bernice noticed this change and exclaimed with a mix of confusion and relief, "We're free!" The villagers' terror shifted as they accused the witch of causing the chaos. Bernice, trembling, kicked away a snake and cautiously approached a bloodied Malachi slumped on the ground. She asked if he was all right. Malachi's raspy words conveyed remorse for past inaction, suggesting Emmy's influence had compelled him to avoid retaliation. Bernice, visibly shaken, recognized that Hester's control over him and others was now severed. Around them, dead snakes littered the forest floor. Meanwhile, Hester taunted Emmy while dangling from the tree. She told her that they were alike. They ate the flesh of their sisters and gained power, but they both couldn't have what they wanted. She conjured up her own mud Haints, who put another noose around Emmy's neck and also hanged her on another branch of the tree. Hester said that Emmy could not kill her with her own tricks. She said that Harrow was hers, and she would take what belonged to her. While dangling from the tree, Emmy reflected on what everyone reminded her. When she consumed Cammy's flesh, she took on her ruthlessness, her cunning, her spitefulness, and her hatred. Cammy would have died before she let anyone else take what was hers. Emmy triggered that emotion within her. She whispered to Hester, "I know what you want, but if I can't have it, no one can." There was a blinding flash of witch's fire. The mud Haints were reduced to ashes as the tree burned. Hester and Emmy lay on the ground. As Hester sat up, she had terror wash over her. She whispered, "Not enough time," and slowly started rotting away. Hester Beck's end came through the very power that had once sustained her. Emmy recognized this truth and held onto that power as resolutely as Hester had. In a selfless act, Emmy relinquished her power entirely, surrendering it to nothingness for the sake of herself and Hester. This sacrifice left Hester vulnerable, unprotected from the inevitable forces of time and death. Emmy had given up her magical abilities, surrendering them to mortality to preserve what was left of Harrow County. As she walked away from the blaze, Emmy reflected on the persistent presence of Hester's shadow in her life. Even before knowing their connection, she had often mistaken that sense of unease for sadness or fear. Now, with Hester gone, Emmy felt a mix of emptiness, relief, and fear, unsure of what lay ahead, but also harbouring a small spark of hope. Journeying through the woods, Emmy no longer held the status of a witch or a god. To the Haints that had once followed her, they chose to let her pass unscathed, respecting the figure she had been. As Emmy crossed a bridge, returning to her farm, Emmy found Bernice and Malachi waiting for her. Bernice recounted her struggle with snakes, Hester, and Haints, now resolved. The reunion brought relief and camaraderie, but it also carried a bittersweet tone as Emmy prepared to leave Harrow County. In an emotional farewell, Bernice tried to convince Emmy to stay, expressing concerns for the county's safety without her. Emmy reassured Bernice, entrusting Harrow's protection to her. As they embraced, the weight of their shared journey was palpable. Emmy walked away into the forest, accompanied by Malachi, never looking back. Her departure marked the end of an era, leaving Harrow County in new hands, while she sought her path beyond the place that had defined her. The evil witch that plagued Harrow County may have been defeated, but the story is far from over. Such great darkness always leaves consequences in its wake. Prepare yourselves for what comes next as we dive into the Tales from Harrow County. Tales from Harrow County, Death's Choir, Chapter 1. 10 years had passed since the events with Emmy and Hester. Bernice, now older, sat at her desk in a rural cabin, writing a letter. She stepped outside to greet Rudy, a postal worker and long-time acquaintance, who arrived with letters. Their conversation revealed a friendly familiarity. Bernice teased Rudy about dropping the formalities, while Rudy remained committed to the respect his uniform represented. As Rudy handed Bernice letters from her pen friends, she noticed his unease and asked if he was all right. Rudy admitted that he had to deliver a government letter, implying grim news of loss. He explained that in other places, military officials made such deliveries, but here it was only him. Bernice watched from a distance as Rudy handed the letter to the Granger family. The parents' expressions shifted to heartbreak, with the mother clutching the letter and breaking into tears. Rudy left somberly, burdened by the weight of his role. Bernice reflected on her life in Harrow County, where she had witnessed both wondrous and terrible things. It had been over 10 years since the last ungodliness, but its memories still lingered, reminding her of who she was and the purpose she served. She rode her bicycle to a remote cabin in the woods and began working with jars containing the cottonmouth snakes. Inside, she found Priscilla sitting atop one of the jars, eating one of the snakes. Bernice scolded Priscilla for meddling with them, stating that even if the snakes no longer had power, they were dangerous relics that had caused harm to the people of Harrow. Priscilla argued that the snakes were powerless and suggested they might as well be discarded or eaten. Bernice firmly insisted on caution, fully aware of the trouble they still represented. She begrudgingly allowed Priscilla to eat one last snake before heading into town, warning her not to cause trouble. As Bernice rode her bicycle, she reflected on fleeting thoughts of leaving Harrow County. Though tempted to explore the world beyond, she always turned back, knowing she belonged there. Still, uncertainty lingered. What would happen to her friends and neighbours if she left? On her way through town, Bernice passed a funeral service for a fallen soldier, one of many young men who had left to fight overseas and never returned. The grieving community honoured the dead, with the preacher urging them to fight the evils left behind on earth. Reaching town, Bernice greeted familiar faces at the doctor's office. She shared a light-hearted moment with young Tucker and the nurse, Georgia, before heading to the doctor's room. The doctor, gruff yet familiar, teased Bernice about her remedies, calling them hoodoo. Bernice handed over medicinal items she prepared, a mix to settle stomach troubles and a charm to stop nosebleeds. Their conversation turned somber as Bernice discussed the struggles in Harrow. So many families received government letters about their sons, and fear loomed heavy over the town. The doctor reassured Bernice, acknowledging the help she provided to everyone. Later, Bernice reflected on her past fears of the woods and the Haints that lurked there. Though the woods had once terrified her, they had grown still, offering her solace and protection. The forest concealed her secrets, reminding Bernice of her deeper reason to remain in Harrow. Bernice met Georgia in the woods by her car, exchanging warm greetings. Georgia complimented Bernice, saying she looked nice, and Bernice teased that Georgia was probably tired of her dirty clothes. Georgia reassured her, saying she always looked fine to her. They held hands, sharing a kiss before heading to a nearby picnic spot. Georgia called the night beautiful, and Bernice agreed. Settling on a blanket, Bernice revealed she had arranged the evening just for Georgia. The peaceful moment was interrupted by an eerie sound. Bernice and Georgia listened intently as faint singing drifted through the woods. Bernice noted the sound was unlike anything she had heard, describing it as something they were not meant to hear. Meanwhile, at a nearby cabin, the strange singing filled the air, disturbing Mr. Granger and his wife inside. The music resembled a hymn, though the words were indecipherable. Suddenly, a loud knocking startled them. Mr. Granger cautiously approached the door. Outside the cabin, a ghostly figure of their son, Michael, appeared bathed in green light and surrounded by swirling music. He had died in the war. Michael's parents were stunned as he addressed them, confused and asking if he was dead. His mother tearfully embraced him while his father watched in disbelief. Elsewhere, the music continued, resonating through the woods and unsettling creatures. Priscilla, Bernice's small supernatural companion, recognized it as a Haints chant, a summoning. Georgia, growing afraid, sought Bernice's reassurance. Bernice comforted her, promising she was there. Suddenly, at the Granger house, a monstrous spirit emerged in the green mist. Drawn by the music, it attacked the Grangers violently, leaving behind blood and death. Chapter 2. Bernice and Georgia drove into town, surrounded by a glowing green mist filled with ghostly apparitions. Georgia, increasingly unnerved, pointed out the sheer number of ghosts emerging from the music. Bernice explained the apparitions were Haints, and the eerie music seemed to be calling them. Georgia nervously remarked that there were too many of them, while Bernice remained composed, observing the situation. Bernice reassured Georgia, theorizing that the spirits didn't seem harmful. Perhaps they only wanted to go home. Georgia remained skeptical, gripping the wheel anxiously. Bernice noticed the spirits hovering outside homes, enveloping the area in a melancholic presence. On seeing police cars in front of the Granger house, Bernice instructed Georgia to pull over. She promised to investigate, asking Georgia to stay put. Georgia watched anxiously from the car as Bernice approached the house surrounded by the mist. Inside, Bernice encountered the sheriff, the reverend, and other officials standing over a gruesome scene. The house was soaked in blood, and the bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Granger lay in ruins. The reverend quickly declared the tragedy to be Satan's work, attributing the haunting music to demonic forces. Bernice remained unconvinced, rejecting the supernatural claims. She speculated that the music had awakened something, not a devil, but something dark and unknown. Tensions rose as the Reverend accused Bernice of attracting the foulness to Harrow County, blaming her for the chaos. The sheriff defended Bernice, insisting she had only ever helped the town. Bernice, calm but determined, vowed to stop whatever was behind the attack. When pressed on how she would find it, Bernice deflected, sarcastically suggesting the Reverend might already have all the answers. With that, she left angrily, while the others watched her go. Later, Bernice and Georgia discussed the danger ahead, parked in front of a modest house. Georgia admitted she brought Bernice there partly out of selfishness. She couldn't stand being alone. Bernice, understanding but determined, reassured her. The eerie music only played at night, and Bernice resolved to find the thing that had attacked the Grangers. Georgia worried about Bernice facing it alone and expressed frustration that this burden always seemed to fall on her. Bernice responded calmly, saying it was just what she did. As Georgia watched Bernice leave, Bernice gently reassured her again before departing on her bicycle, brushing off the judgmental gazes of passers-by. Frustrated, she told a pair of bystanders to mind their business. Bernice then reflected on the dual nature of magic, neither good nor evil, but a mixture of both. Some used it for harm, but she chose to use it for healing and protection. Preparing herself with talismans and protective tools, she armed for the task ahead, deeply aware of her responsibility to defend Harrow from the dark forces stirred by the strange music. Venturing into the woods, Bernice encountered a ghostly creature looming over the bloody remains of an animal. She stood firm, warning it to leave Harrow County or face destruction. The creature mocked her, calling her a brave little witch with useless commands, and revealing its sinister origins. The ghost said that it was a true spirit, a true spectre, rooted in deep shadows and death. Bernice defiantly attacked with her staff, but the creature retaliated, hissing and charging at her. A fierce struggle ensued. The spirit dismissed Bernice's protective wards and mocked her peasant sorcery. Just when Bernice seemed cornered, Priscilla intervened, pouncing on the ghostly entity and biting its shoulder. Priscilla urged Bernice to escape as the creature snarled in fury and threw Priscilla away. Bernice gave the ghostly creature one last warning, reminding it that she had offered only one chance to leave. The creature hissed in protest, shouting that it wouldn't dare go, but Bernice kicked its decaying host, a rotting deer carcass, into the running river. The spirit screeched that it could not endure the accursed water and tried to flee, but it crashed into the river too and was carried away. Exhausted, Bernice slumped by the water's edge, asking Priscilla, her small supernatural ally, if the creature was truly dead. Priscilla, perched beside her, clarified that the spectre had never truly been alive. Free-running water, however, could drown even the dead, so Bernice was reassured it was gone. Priscilla, always cryptic yet comforting, reminded Bernice that she still had work to do as the strange song persisted. As the sun set, Bernice and Priscilla ventured further, pondering the origin and purpose of the eerie music. Priscilla explained that the tune was an ancient goblin song, a summoning. It was old and powerful, not meant for the world of the living. Bernice listened intently as the music floated through the air, only audible at night, stirring ghosts from their rest. Reflecting on its effects, Bernice considered the possibility of leaving the harmless spirits alone, but she knew better. This music had already summoned one malevolent entity, and worse could follow. And they were right, as the corpses started crawling out of their graves, attracted by the tune. Chapter 3. Bernice and Priscilla walked through a graveyard overgrown with time and neglect. Bernice wondered how many forgotten graves lay hidden in Harrow's woods, old family plots, and ruined churches left to rot. Priscilla replied that the land was rich with the dead, though now disturbed. The eerie music that played at night had called them up, though for a purpose neither of them understood. Priscilla explained that the music was a goblin's song, old, powerful, and painful, even making her teeth bleed. Bernice speculated about its intent, wondering why a goblin would awaken the dead. Priscilla suggested goblins played their own games, more numerous than the boneyards themselves. Bernice questioned if this song was one of those games, one that called the dead only to vanish when the music stopped. She grimly noted the unsettling remains of corpses left behind. Looking into the shadowed woods, Bernice asked where the dead had gone. She urged Priscilla to find the song's source as quickly as possible, worried the situation could spiral into something worse. Priscilla agreed to help and set off. Elsewhere, the town remained unnervingly quiet. The strange music had gone silent, and so had the dead. The sheriff sat at his desk, attempting to make sense of the situation, while Georgia sought comfort through prayer and stared longingly at a photograph of her father, hopeful or fearful that they might return. Meanwhile, Bernice prepared herself, facing her fears in solitude. Though she had faced darkness before with friends like Emmy and Old Lady Lovey, both were now gone. As she clutched her protective charms, she felt the weight of her isolation. In the woods, Priscilla tracked the source of the song. Moving swiftly and sniffing the air, she soon discovered a peculiar contraption tangled in the trees. A broken object, likely tied to the song's origin. Bernice readied her tools as a sinister melody drifted through Harrow County. That evening, the eerie music grew louder, snaking its way through the town. Ghostly figures emerged, drifting alongside the haunting tune, spreading unease across homes and streets. One house became a focal point as Georgia, the young woman inside it, heard frantic knocking at the door. With trepidation, she opened it to find her father's ghost, glowing and ensnared by the unnatural melody. Overcome with emotion, she invited him inside, unaware of the unnatural forces at work. Elsewhere, Bernice sensed the music's pull while preparing her defences. A sudden tapping on the door startled her. Expecting the worst, she hesitated, only to find herself confronted by a group of goblins. These creatures snarled and hissed, declaring they had come to drag her away for interfering with goblin business. Bernice, quick to act, fought back as the goblins swarmed, biting and scratching. In a frenzied brawl, Bernice managed to scatter them momentarily by hurling pepper into their eyes. Blinded and panicked, the goblins recoiled, crying out about poison. Bernice calmly clarified it was just pepper, used to season food, but the goblins, in their confusion, remained convinced she planned to eat them. Tensions escalated as one goblin growled defiantly, vowing to eat her instead. Standing her ground, Bernice demanded they back off, throwing at them one of her warding charms. One hit its mark. The goblin was sucked into it. The others hissed and cowered, lamenting Bernice's abilities. Bernice demanded answers about the music's source. The goblins muttered amongst themselves that they couldn't harm her because she had turned her jacket inside out, a protective trick. Confident, Bernice threatened to use another charm, scaring the goblins into submission. They reluctantly led her into the woods, guided by a glowing tune. The music wove through the forest, eerie and constant. Bernice pressed forward, lantern in hand, questioning the goblins' path. They insisted this was where they'd sent their sister. Finally, the trail led her to a grove filled with strange hanging effigies, wooden constructs tied to the music. Bernice inspected the charms, untying them carefully. Suddenly, an older woman from the county, Mrs. Dearborn, emerged from the shadows, guarded by monstrous goblins. She chided Bernice for being rude and cruel, claiming she had worked too hard to let Bernice undo it. With a smile, Mrs. Dearborn vowed she wouldn't allow it. Chapter 4. Bernice confronted Mrs. Dearborn, who mourned the loss of her son, Gerald, who had died far from home. Mrs. Dearborn asked Bernice if it was wrong for a mother to want to see her son again, revealing that her actions stemmed from grief. Bernice sympathised, but pointed out that the goblin magic Mrs. Dearborn was using was dangerous and unpredictable. Mrs. Dearborn insisted she was merely helping grieving parents see their children one last time, allowing them to say goodbye. Bernice challenged this reasoning, arguing that the song Mrs. Dearborn had called up had caused terrible harm. Goblins watched cautiously, pointing out that Bernice was protected due to her inside-out jacket, which warded their magic. Bernice warned that continuing the song could bring even worse things upon Harrow County, but Mrs. Dearborn refused to stop, claiming Gerald had not yet returned. Tensions escalated as the goblins, encouraged by Mrs. Dearborn, attacked Bernice. They grabbed her, snarling that she had forgotten her place and lost respect for their power. Mrs. Dearborn intervened, commanding the goblins to leave Bernice alone, acknowledging she was too young to understand. She urged the goblins to honour the bargain they struck. The goblins said that they were not from Earth, so couldn't be bound by earthly deals. The goblins revealed their intentions to spread their influence further. They attacked Mrs. Dearborn and pinned her down. Mrs. Dearborn pleaded to let the song finish, believing it would bring Gerald back, but Bernice, battered and determined, took hold of the song's magic. She turned the goblins' power against them, calling up iron-soaked nails that burned and injured the creatures. The goblins screamed in pain as Bernice used their own song to drive them back, weaponizing the magic they had unleashed. Despite Mrs. Dearborn's tearful pleas to let the song play just a little longer, Bernice resolved to end it, determined to protect Harrow County. The glowing spirits drifted with the music, seeking out loved ones who remembered and missed them. Some of the living yearned for reunion, while others prayed for the ghostly presence to pass. The spirits were varied, some lonely, some holding messages, and others searching for answers death had denied them. Bernice, holding the power of the goblin song, feared the spirits that had long been quiet. The dead, like the living, were unpredictable and could turn cruel. She recognized the potential danger and saw signs of the restless dead's anger as the song reached deep into Harrow County's darker places. Mrs. Dearborn pleaded with Bernice not to stop the song, claiming it was her only chance to see her son, Gerald, again. Bernice confronted her with the truth. The goblins had taught her to make the totems and call the dead, but they had tricked her. Mrs. Dearborn refused to believe it, insisting the song worked. She urged Bernice to look around as spirits continued to rise. Together, they saw countless spirits filling the woods, glowing and drifting toward their loved ones. Mrs. Dearborn, hopeful and desperate, called out for Gerald. Bernice, visibly conflicted, acknowledged the heartbreaking sigh. She whispered sorry and worked on the counter-magic to stop the music. As the music slowly faded, the townspeople gathered outside, listening in confusion and mourning as the dead sang their low, sorrowful tune. Some living souls sang along, clinging to the connection, but most could not truly hear or understand the dead. Meanwhile, Bernice let the imprisoned goblin out. Fearful and pleading, it begged Bernice for mercy. She spared it, but ordered it to help her find Priscilla. Mrs. Dearborn led Bernice to where it all began, a tunnel the goblins used to emerge. She explained that the goblins had promised her a miracle, a chance to see Gerald again if she welcomed their song into the world. Bernice knelt down, searching for a tunnel Mrs. Dearborn claimed would lead to the goblins' world, only to find nothing. Shocked, she realized the path was sealed. Mrs. Dearborn explained that the goblins were gone and the connection to the dead had been closed. Bernice accused her of sealing it intentionally. Mrs. Dearborn, holding her lantern, walked away, leaving Bernice stunned. With a sorrowful tone, she remarked that maybe now Bernice would understand what it meant to lose someone she cared about. Later, Bernice sat across from Georgia at a kitchen table. Georgia nervously shared her fear of her father's reaction to something personal, but to her relief, he had only cared about her happiness. Bernice, distracted and tired, apologized for not listening properly. Georgia gently pressed her, sensing Bernice's worry. Bernice admitted her uncertainty about stopping the goblin song, fearing the terrible things it might have awakened. She wondered what gave her the right to act. Georgia comforted Bernice, reassuring her that she had done what needed to be done. However, Bernice revealed guilt over losing Priscilla. She blamed herself for endangering Priscilla. Georgia resolved to help, encouraging Bernice to clean up and rest. In the next moment, Georgia stumbled upon an envelope and asked, "Who's Emmy?" Bernice froze, staring in shock as Georgia waited for an answer. Tales from Harrow County, Fairfolk. Chapter 1. Bernice spoke to Georgia about Emmy. Her lingering regrets and memories of Emmy's departure resurfaced as she recollected following Emmy briefly the day she left. Emmy walked alongside Malachi, leaving Harrow County behind. Bernice understood why Emmy had to leave. Her presence risked awakening Hester Beck's power again, but the understanding didn't ease her pain. She wrestled with questions. Why Emmy never looked back or asked her to come along. The weight of Emmy's absence overwhelmed Bernice, and she broke down in tears, regretting not following her friend, even uninvited. Bernice reflected on how long she carried that regret. She admitted Emmy had been her best friend, and when she left, it left Bernice feeling lost and alone. Georgia noted that Bernice loved Emmy, but Bernice clarified that it took time to find her place and understand why she stayed in Harrow. Despite the pain, she expressed gratitude for staying. Georgia, sensing something deeper, pressed Bernice further. Bernice revealed she had erased everyone's memories of Emmy through a ritual. She explained it was necessary to prevent lingering reverence for Emmy from reviving Hester Beck's power. Georgia questioned Bernice's actions, unsettled by the revelation. Bernice described the ritual as a cure, something meant to ease pain, encourage forgiveness, and protect Harrow County. Georgia pointed out the contradiction. Bernice had been writing letters asking about Emmy despite erasing others' memories. Bernice admitted she simply wanted to ensure Emmy was safe and to be there if trouble found her. Bernice resolved to focus on something she could control. She turned her attention to her goblin friend Priscilla, who had been trapped in the goblin realm. Determined, she gathered charms, tools, and supplies at her cabin, but admitted she didn't know the path to take. For that, she needed patience. As time passed, Bernice sat on the cabin's porch, watching the forest change with the seasons, from bright greenery to falling leaves, pink hues of twilight, and finally rain. Memories surfaced of her childhood, when her grandfather told her fairy tales. Some stories were happy, some romantic or funny, but many were frightening. Her grandfather had assured her that fairies and goblins were real and that their nests were right underfoot. Reaching a spot in the woods, Bernice created a ring of mushrooms, a fairy circle. Holding an apple, she muttered, "Knock, knock," placing it on the ground as an offering. Georgia appeared from behind, startling Bernice. Georgia admitted to following her and expressed regret for storming off earlier. She wanted to understand Bernice's life, even if parts of it were scary and confusing. Bernice, hesitant at first, asked if Georgia could handle it, to which Georgia replied she wanted to know everything. They shared a kiss, sealing their connection. Their moment was interrupted by a goblin emerging from the fairy circle. The creature, with wings and a mischievous grin, mocked their affection and got straight to business. Bernice explained that Priscilla was lost and the goblin would lead her to her friend. Georgia, concerned, questioned if Bernice truly planned to go underground. Bernice reassured her, determined to face whatever awaited. As the goblin prepared to enter, Bernice turned to Georgia, holding out her hand. "Come with me," she said, inviting Georgia to share the journey ahead. Georgia hesitated, but ultimately reached for Bernice's hand, joining her. Bernice and Georgia stood before the winged goblin, ready to descend into the unknown. The goblin warned that what awaited below wasn't for everyone, urging Georgia to be certain of her decision. With determination, Bernice told her it was her choice to make, and Georgia agreed to join her. The goblin announced that the bargain was struck and led the way, urging them to keep up or risk being left behind. Hand in hand, Bernice and Georgia followed the creature toward the gaping hole surrounded by mushrooms. As they descended the winding stone steps, Bernice held a lantern to light their path. The surface above fell silent, save for strange smoke rising ominously from the mushroom circle. Deep underground, Bernice and Georgia found themselves in a dark, cavernous place. Bernice asked the goblin to take her to her friend, Priscilla. The goblin, unfazed, led them onward, explaining this was where the fair folk, the golden ones, the fairies dwelt. Georgia, unnerved, admitted this wasn't like any fairy tale she'd imagined. It was colder and far darker. The whispers and chattering of the fair folk echoed around them. Bernice noticed familiar creatures. Some were Haints, and others she hadn't seen in years. The goblin assured them their request would be fulfilled. The eerie atmosphere grew heavier as grotesque creatures surrounded them. Finally, the goblin declared he was taking them to Bernice's friend. Bernice and Georgia stood before a grim sight. Atop a mound of bones and roots loomed a ghastly scarecrow, and it resembled Emmy. Chapter 2. The goblins narrated what had transpired after Emmy had abandoned them. At the forest's edge, all the Haints wandered through a darkened woodland. After Emmy left, the creatures were forced to take their own paths into the earth, uncovering secrets not even they fully understood. A hidden way, once travelled, sealed itself forever. The creatures descended and discovered the fair folk. Fairies with delicate wings and bright forms. The fairies welcomed them, but over time, the Haints coaxed the fair folk into their way of thinking. A strange bond was formed, and soon they were no longer different from one another. As Bernice and Georgia stood before the crude effigy of Emmy atop a mound of bones, the creatures declared they had taught the fair folk about the witch and worshipped her likeness. Bernice defied their claim, arguing that Emmy never accepted offerings or sacrifices. The creatures bitterly retorted that her refusal had left them behind. Georgia panicked when the creatures mentioned sacrifice, asking aloud if they meant her and Bernice. Bernice firmly insisted they came only for her friend, and accused the creatures of having no power. The creatures taunted her, claiming they possessed power and that Bernice did not understand the true reason she had come. Suddenly, stranger creatures emerged, mockeries birthed from the twisted amalgamation of the fair folk and the Haints. They grabbed Bernice and Georgia, dragging them away. Georgia screamed in terror, and Bernice, though full of doubt, tried to reassure her. The pair was herded through dark tunnels before being thrown into a cell. As the heavy door slammed shut behind them, a voice echoed in the darkness, asking, "How'd they catch you?" Bernice and Georgia turned around to find a haggard creature looming in the dark. It was Priscilla. Bernice felt relieved, excitedly asking if Priscilla was all right. Priscilla leapt toward Bernice, embracing her. When Georgia tried to touch her, Priscilla hissed defensively, but Bernice held her close, refusing to let go. Georgia stood frozen, watching in shock. Bernice soon admitted to Georgia that coming here had been a mistake, saying it was exactly what the creatures had wanted. As they sat trapped in the cave, Bernice reflected on how she had always felt trapped in life by family obligations, responsibilities, and even her jealousy of Emmy. Emmy, she thought, had escaped all of it. Emmy had left, free to explore a world Bernice could never know. Despite those thoughts, Bernice had also found happiness, learning to accept her place in life. But there, the situation was different. In the darkness, they were trapped for real by stone, metal, and the Haints. Later, their captors, the Mockeries, confronted Bernice and asked if she knew why she was there. Bernice said she knew what they wanted and accused them of lying, refusing to comply with their demands. The creatures insisted their request was small, promising she could leave once it was done. Bernice didn't believe them. Georgia quietly watched as the creatures taunted Bernice further, revealing their true plan. They wanted Emmy remembered. They reminded Bernice that people once prayed to her, and those prayers would bring Emmy back. Georgia realized the creatures intended to force Bernice to undo her spell, the one that had erased Emmy from Harrow's memory. When Bernice refused, the creatures grabbed Georgia, threatening her life. Terrified, Bernice shouted for them to stop. The creatures prepared for an undoing ritual, as Bernice realized the Haints had never forgotten Emmy, even though Harrow County had. The creatures forced Bernice to the base of the ritual mound, while Georgia, restrained by the Mockeries, looked on helplessly. They had been waiting for this moment, an undoing of Bernice's spell that erased Emmy from memory. Years ago, Bernice had worked the magic to protect Harrow County, ensuring no one remembered Emmy. The Haints, however, had never forgotten. Now their patience was over, and they sought to bring her back. The Haints claimed their actions would serve as a reminder to the people of what was once precious, of things they feared, and of scars left behind. Scenes of shadowy figures, looming trees, and fearful people hinted at Harrow's buried past. Georgia's realization hit with dread. She tearfully muttered, "Oh, no," before breaking into sobs as the weight of the creature's plan set in. Bernice watched in growing alarm. Georgia's reaction confirmed that Emmy's memory had begun to return, and the spell was unraveling. Priscilla tried to reassure Bernice, explaining she had done what was necessary to save Georgia. However, she questioned whether Bernice would have done the same had Priscilla been threatened. Before Bernice could respond, a shadow moved across the ground. Priscilla called Bernice's attention to it. It was moving. Bernice looked up in disbelief. The crude effigy of Emmy on the ritual mound began to shift, as though coming to life. Priscilla confirmed what Bernice feared. Everyone remembered now. The prayers were rising, and they were calling Emmy back. The Haints rejoiced, claiming it was their time to return, to follow the foe Emmy above. Meanwhile, Bernice, furious and frightened, shouted at the creatures, but they ignored her. The creatures declared that Bernice and Georgia must stay behind, sealing their fate while they prepared to reclaim their place alongside the effigy. Chapter 3. The people of Harrow County experienced a sudden flood of memories, accompanied by a growing fear. Church bells rang ominously as townsfolk gathered in confusion, questioning whether what they were remembering could possibly be true. The Reverend tried to calm them, welcoming everyone into the church and urging them to pray, promising they would figure things out together. Despite the prayers, strange and unsettling sights, like twisted, unnatural mushrooms, hinted at the return of something dark. As the effigy and her Haints crawled out of the witch tree, the townsfolk watched in horror. Meanwhile, Bernice and Georgia remained trapped underground. Georgia, scared and uncertain, clung to Bernice's reassurance. A small, taunting creature warned Bernice that she had no charms to protect them. The fair folk and their monstrous allies emerged, revealing their intention to kill the two despite earlier promises of mercy. One particularly sinister creature mocked Bernice, admitting it had considered sparing them but chose to lie instead. Without warning, the creature struck Bernice, knocking her back with a violent blow. Georgia panicked and rushed to help while their small companion leapt in, shouting for the attackers to move aside. Bernice struggled against the creature's grasp as it threatened to kill her. Just then, a sharp rod stabbed the creature and injured it, causing it to shriek in pain and recoil. Georgia seized the moment to pull Bernice free. As the chaos unfolded, a new group arrived, otherworldly beings with insect-like wings and glowing, eerie forms. They descended with unsettling energy. They were the fair folks. The battle escalated as Bernice and Georgia watched the wounded Haint shriek and writhe. It cried betrayal, accusing its enemies of deception and trickery, while Georgia nervously admitted she didn't like the situation. A fair folk soldier struck the Haint with a spear, delivering a fatal blow. Bernice thanked the soldier, but demanded to know who it was. The soldier was Foxwhistle, leader of the Fair Folk Resistance. Bernice questioned their intentions, asking whether they had come to help or cause more harm. Foxwhistle explained through his guide goblin companion that they had waited until most of the Haints and their allies had left to strike, avoiding being overwhelmed. The guide goblin clarified that Foxwhistle and the others didn't trust Bernice and Georgia yet, despite helping them. Bernice, frustrated, remarked that they shared the same mistrust. The Fair Folk Resistance revealed they had been enslaved for 10 years by the Haints, tortured and forced into servitude. Bernice asked why they hadn't fought back sooner. The goblin explained that their queen, the most powerful among them, had been abducted and hidden away by the Haints, who threatened her life to ensure the fair folks' obedience. Bernice resisted being used again, reminding Georgia that they had already been tricked into waking the effigy, an act that saved lives but cost them dearly. Their small companion, the guide goblin, warned that the fair folk were not as noble as they claimed, accusing them of manipulating others into bargains. Georgia defended Bernice, acknowledging the sacrifices she had made to save her life. Meanwhile, the effigy shambled through familiar lands, returning to the farmhouse where Emmy once lived. Though it recognized parts of the place, it felt like a stranger there. Unwelcoming shadows, red-eyed rats, and the sense of a trap lingered in the farmhouse as darkness continued to bloom within the effigy, driven by those who sought to control it. The Haints had not sought a goddess, they had wanted a weapon. As the effigy shambled on, it began to understand that its purpose was not its own, and despair set in. Meanwhile, Bernice and Georgia spoke in the cave. Bernice asked if Georgia wanted to discuss her memories, particularly about Emmy. Georgia reflected on how people used to gossip, and although she didn't know Emmy well back then, she had been jealous. She admitted she wished the rumours were true, because Bernice and Emmy seemed fearless. Bernice countered that they had always been afraid. The guide goblin and the fair folk soldiers returned with Bernice and Georgia's belongings. Foxwhistle had sent word that he understood the risk Bernice was taking. Bernice hoped returning the queen might help the surface folk, breaking the Haints' hold and keeping the fair folk in check. Georgia hesitantly agreed, remarking that maybe was like a magic word. The fair folk led Bernice and Georgia to where they suspected the fairy queen had been held. Georgia used her lantern to guide the way, and Bernice prepared charms to assist them. The goblin explained he wasn't truly fair folk, but a goblin close enough. He also shared that he could smell where the queen had been kept. Bernice speculated on the Haints' creation, suggesting dreams, nightmares, and fairy tales could bring them into being. In an abandoned room, Bernice uncovered a large, rune-covered sword. She declared they should force the Haints to reveal the Queen's location. Georgia noted the sword might hold power, and Bernice agreed, once again repeating that maybe was the magic word. Chapter 4. The fair folk spoke of their beloved Queen, describing her as the greatest and most cherished among them. Under her rule, their kind thrived, dancing, singing, and living in harmony. However, despite their adoration, the Queen experienced loneliness. They speculated that her sorrow made her vulnerable to the Haints, who sensed her melancholy and exploited it. The Haints invaded, overpowering the fair folk and taking their queen. The fair folk, having known only peace for so long, struggled to defend themselves against the Haints' cruelty. Foxwhistle and his guide goblin recounted the queen's abduction and implored Bernice and Georgia to remember their promise to find her. Bernice held the enchanted sword, the Queen's Whisper, determined to break the Haints' hold over the fair folk. She insisted that finding their queen would have to wait until she gave them a chance to fight back. Foxwhistle, however, doubted Bernice's ability, reminding her of past failures and questioning how she hoped to stand against the Haints now. The guide goblin shared his thoughts on the fair folk and Haints, calling them fancy cousins with shared blood. He revealed that their histories weren't always peaceful and spoke of ancient violent days. Despite this, Bernice and Georgia resolved to help, demanding that the fair folk show them the way to the surface. With reluctance, the guide goblin agreed, pointing them toward a tunnel. The passage would eventually lead back to the surface, though its destination remained uncertain due to the whimsical nature of such paths. Bernice reassured Foxwhistle that they would find the Queen. Emerging onto the surface, Bernice, Georgia, and their goblin companion arrived at the old Treadway barn, abandoned for years. Recognizing the place, Bernice knew they were miles from town and prepared to start the long walk back. Elsewhere, the effigy looked out across the human world, horrified by what it saw. The desolate landscape and lifeless streets sickened it. This was not the world of dreams it had hoped for, but a cold and lonely place where it was not welcomed. The townsfolk of Harrow County stared at the effigy with expressions of fear and disgust. The effigy's warped appearance didn't match their recollections of Emmy. "That's not her," one of them said. "She's not who I remember," said another. Others wondered how they could send her back, as the memories they summoned had twisted her further. As the effigy's monstrous form loomed, chaos erupted. A deafening screech echoed through the streets, and the Haints swarmed. The scene turned violent. Creatures clawed and attacked the townsfolk, and blood spilled as the horror unfolded. Among the confusion, Bernice and Georgia arrived. Bernice, wielding the Queen's Whisper, confronted the chaos, declaring that she would not let the effigy or the Haints hurt anyone. She challenged the creatures, shouting that their time there was done. The Haints taunted Bernice, mocking her as a little hedge witch with a pig sticker. Yet they recoiled at the sight of her blade, realizing its enchanted power. "The slightest scratch from that blade, and we're dead," one cried. The Haints attacked in desperation. Bernice fought back, slashing at the creatures with the sword. Georgia, trying to help, swung at the effigy but was knocked aside. Bernice, exhausted but determined, pressed on. The battle escalated until Bernice struck a decisive blow. Her sword pierced the effigy through the chest and came out of the back. The effigy staggered, and as it fell, its grotesque shell unravelled. Inside, the true fairy queen was revealed, frail, bloodied, and bound in the scarecrow's form. Bernice and Georgia stood over her, stunned. Bernice said they hid her right in front of the fair folk. They wrapped her up in that scarecrow. Bernice and Georgia knelt by the injured fairy queen, surrounded by chaos. The fair folk panicked, accusing Bernice of killing her. Georgia took over, saying she needed to stop the bleeding. Bernice offered her bandana as a makeshift dressing, filled with guilt and regret. She repeatedly told Georgia that she hadn't known what the scarecrow truly was. Georgia consoled her, saying even the queen may not have realised who she was. The fair folk's anger grew, blaming Bernice for everything. They threatened violence, but Bernice demanded they stop and let her and Georgia help. One of the fair folk explained that only fairy magic could heal the queen since fairy magic had wounded her. Desperate, Bernice faltered, realising they had no way to save her. The fair folk declared they would tend to their queen and carried her away. Georgia questioned if the situation resembled fairy tales, but Bernice admitted it aligned with her memories. The fair folk warned Bernice, if the queen died, there would be war. Bernice turned to the Haints, demanding they leave the fair folk alone. The Haints worried about their own future, asking what would happen if the fair folk sought revenge. Bernice promised they'd deal with it when the time came. At the Treadway barn, Bernice declared the Haints would make do there, swearing they'd cause no harm to Harrow's people. Georgia and Bernice left the barn together, deciding they needed to look after the Haints. Georgia admitted she needed Bernice by her side, and they shared a kiss. In the car, Georgia wondered if the fair folk could save the queen. Bernice hoped they could, but if not, they'd prepare for trouble. Tales from Harrow County, Lost Ones, Chapter 1. A dark, foreboding cityscape loomed as the lights remained dimmed to avoid the attention of unseen threats lurking in the night. People huddled in darkness, seeking safety despite the discomfort of their instincts. Bedrooms flickered with candlelight, and the streets glowed faintly from cigarettes, casting a somber picture of a city on edge. At the Sunflower Diner, an old man named Freddie spoke with a waitress. He mused about the darkness, saying it made things look different and brought a strange change of pace. Freddie noted he hadn't seen the moon in nearly 30 years, but could see it again now, referring to the waitress's beautiful face. The waitress, slightly flustered, claimed to know what the moon looked like. The waitress was Emmy. When Freddie asked where she was from, she vaguely replied, "Somewhere far away." He teased her about her accent, though Emmy dismissed it, denying it existed. With a knowing smile, Freddie observed that secrets surrounded her. Before leaving, Freddie offered Emmy a heartfelt warning about loneliness in the city, saying it could chew you up if you let it. He urged her not to face it alone, while Emmy quietly insisted, "Having secrets is fine," her tone uneasy. Outside, the streets were quiet and tense as a mother walked hurriedly with her child, gripping his hand tightly. The child asked her to loosen her grip. Pausing briefly, the mother placed a basket of food as an offering, whispering thanks for protection. As they departed, glowing red eyes watched ominously from the shadows. It was Malachi. Inside the diner, Emmy quietly hummed, "It's a long way to Tipperary," while mopping the floor, appearing tired. The bell above the door suddenly rang, startling her. Emmy stood behind the counter at the diner, caught off guard by two unexpected visitors, a man in a white coat and hat, and an older gentleman accompanying him. The man smiled warmly and apologized for the intrusion, clarifying he wasn't there for a meal. Emmy, cautious, noted he didn't look like the typical diner patron and asked if he was lost. Smirking, he assured her he knew exactly where he was, though she, in his view, seemed out of place. When he addressed her by name, Emmy tensed and questioned how he knew it. Amused, the man pointed out her name tag. Emmy's unease deepened as he continued with cryptic comments, hinting that he knew about her past and struggles. She demanded answers, accusing him of playing games, but he brushed off her concerns as harmless fun. Introducing himself as Gideon, he revealed that they were family, leaving Emmy startled and wary. Gideon reassured her that they were nothing like her degenerate country cousins, and suggested she had hidden her powers, whether intentionally or not. Emmy, overwhelmed, insisted she had no idea what he was talking about and hurried to finish her shift. Elsewhere, an old woman and a young boy hurried through the dark streets, clutching each other tightly. Creatures with twisted limbs and hollow eyes emerged from the sewers, scuttling toward them. Terrified, the boy cried for his mother, and the woman tried to shield him as the monsters advanced. Suddenly, Malachi, a massive black beast with glowing eyes, erupted from the shadows, roaring ferociously. He crushed the creatures with his claws, sending the rest fleeing back underground. The old woman and boy, stunned and trembling, whispered their gratitude to the looming figure, thanking him for his protection. Outside the diner, Gideon extended an invitation to meet others like him the next day. Emmy hesitated, but eventually agreed, unsure of what to expect. Moments later, a glamorous woman named Pearl arrived, brushing off Gideon's role and promising Emmy her own form of help. Pearl took Emmy to an upscale department store, encouraging her to make a breathtaking impression when meeting others later. Staff eagerly greeted Pearl and fussed over Emmy, offering her champagne, fragrances, and new dresses. Emmy hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with the attention and extravagance. Pearl dismissed her doubts, urging her to enjoy the experience since everything was paid for. As Emmy was pampered, fitted with clothes, and groomed, she reflected on how strange this all felt compared to her previous life. She was overwhelmed, but couldn't help but feel a small spark of excitement amid the confusion. Pearl watched with satisfaction, ensuring Emmy was treated as someone special. Later, they arrived at a grand estate, its sprawling grounds and ornate architecture stunning Emmy. Pearl reassured her that this place was where she belonged, reminding her to hold her head high. As they stepped out of the car, Gideon welcomed Emmy warmly, calling her appearance breathtaking and praising her decision to come. He promised she would meet others eager to see her. Inside the mansion, Pearl led Emmy through opulent hallways lined with portraits. She cryptically acknowledged Emmy's skepticism, but suggested she observe carefully while exploring. Finally, they entered a lavish room where a group awaited her, watching intently. They were the family. Chapter 2. Emmy found herself at a large, lavish gathering. The room was crowded with elegantly dressed people who greeted each other warmly. Emmy felt out of place among them, especially surrounded by the finery and sophistication. A waiter offered her champagne, but she declined, saying her father wouldn't approve. As she lingered awkwardly, a woman named Vivian approached her with an overly kind demeanor. Vivian urged Emmy to relax, assuring her she was safe there. Emmy hesitated, her discomfort clear. When Vivian echoed Gideon's words about family, Emmy grew more suspicious. The reassurance felt hollow, almost rehearsed. Deciding to fit in for now, Emmy changed her mind and accepted a drink. Despite this small attempt to blend in, she remained unsure if she had found what she was looking for. Outside, the atmosphere darkened, and Malachi prowled through an alley, his glowing eyes fixed on something unseen. His eyes searched for Emmy outside the Sunflower Diner. He observed another waitress through the diner's window. Strange smoke-like shapes emerged from the shadows nearby, menacing but careful not to approach Malachi directly. He growled in response, his presence enough to keep the threats at bay. Then he walked away, alone in the dark. Back at the party, Emmy's uncertainty grew. Conversations swirled around her, but nothing felt genuine. She encountered a small dog that seemed friendly at first, but when Emmy reached out, it bit her hand viciously. Startled, she quickly apologized, only for a man named Alexander to step in, amused by the scene. He reassured her that he saw what happened and made light of the incident. Introducing himself, Alexander struck up a friendly conversation, complimenting Emmy's accent and asking if she was new to town. Emmy, still guarded, offered vague answers before excusing herself, uneasy about her surroundings and the company. Emmy wandered through the house's halls and found a young girl, Babette, sitting near a staircase. Babette introduced herself, and Emmy remarked that the party didn't seem like a place for kids, though she suspected Babette was older than she appeared. Babette explained Gideon had assigned her to watch the stairs, ensuring no one wandered where they shouldn't. Emmy curiously asked what people might stumble upon, and Babette cryptically said Emmy was free to look for herself, since they were all family after all. Meanwhile, Malachi prowled through a sewer system beneath the city. He snorted aggressively as he tore through grates, moving deeper underground. Malachi's senses picked up something, and he paused at a crossroads in the murky tunnels. From the shadows, a swarm of horrifying multi-eyed creatures appeared, shrieking and advancing toward him. Malachi roared ferociously in response, scattering them briefly. As the dust settled, he stood alone, muttering a simple "huh," before continuing his determined journey through the tunnels. Back in the house, Emmy reflected on the repeated family claims she kept hearing. She thought it sounded rehearsed, like a chant or spell. Walking cautiously through the halls, Emmy noted the strangeness of her surroundings. She wondered if, once, she might have believed their words. But now she was more guarded. She had learned that families kept secrets. While exploring, she stumbled upon a playroom filled with children in uniform. The children greeted her with an eerie "hello" in unison. Emmy apologized for intruding, explaining she didn't expect anyone to be there. One child explained that Gideon told them to stay in the room while guests were in the house, because children should be seen and not heard. Emmy questioned the group of eerie children in the playroom, who revealed that guests weren't supposed to be upstairs. They asked Emmy if she was family, and one of the girls explained that Gideon took care of them, as family does. The children then noticed Emmy's injured hand. When she brushed it off as a minor dog bite, the girl touched her wound. To Emmy's astonishment, the bite mark vanished, fully healed. The children casually claimed any of them could have done it. Emmy, shocked, realized they were hinting she was part of their family. Gideon appeared and interrupted, telling Emmy they would have introduced her to the children in due time. He referred to them as the Lost Ones. Emmy tried to explain she was just exploring and pointed out the children's magic. Gideon dismissed her concerns, explaining they had taken the Lost Ones in, though their origins remained a mystery. Emmy demanded answers, asking where the children came from, but Gideon only cryptically assured her they knew who she was while the children remained an enigma. He warned Emmy to be careful around them, saying they weren't as harmless as they appeared. Meanwhile, in the sewers, Malachi continued his hunt, pursued by a shrieking skeletal creature which he faced head-on. But the next instant, he was shocked to find that one of the creatures had a human body, that of a young boy. Chapter 3. The room buzzed with children engaged in various activities. Emmy stood silently in the background, while Pearl, confident and composed, approached her. Emmy hesitantly asked about the children, referring to them as lost ones. Pearl confirmed that Gideon had told Emmy they were dangerous and that she should never visit them without supervision. Emmy responded that they were just children, but Pearl insisted their powers made them potentially dangerous. With a knowing tone, Pearl leaned in and shared a secret to comfort Emmy. Pearl offered a sly smile and declared that she and others like her were even more dangerous. Emmy, visibly disturbed, decided it was time to leave. She admitted she hadn't been home in 2 days. Pearl pressed her, asking if she had missed home, but Emmy firmly stated she had responsibilities and a job to return to. Pearl gently reminded her that she wasn't a prisoner and was considered family. Emmy muttered under her breath, "That's what they say." Outside, Pearl and Gideon watched Emmy leave. Gideon expressed concern about letting her roam freely, fearing it could be dangerous. Pearl reassured him that Emmy's curiosity would eventually draw her back, though Gideon remained cautious. He agreed to let her go, but subtly instructed someone to keep an eye on her, not wanting to scare her off. As Emmy walked away, she reflected on her childhood dreams of leaving Harrow County behind for the city. She had imagined the culture, the excitement, and the endless possibilities, but the city had failed to meet her expectations. For a fleeting moment, though, her sense of wonder returned. The moment was shattered by the grinding sound of pipes. Emmy found her sink leaking unnatural green ooze and filling the room with a rancid smell. Alarmed, she opened her window and saw a pack of ominous dogs staring back at her. Uneasy and frustrated, she grabbed some canned food and warily eyed the broken sink. Emmy confronted a pack of dogs outside and cautiously approached them, asking what they were doing and if they were hungry. She offered part of her dinner, reminding them not to bite the hand that feeds. The dogs stared at her briefly, but bolted as a strange, loud whistle pierced the air. Emmy yelled after them, frustrated as they ran off. Malachi emerged from the shadows, startling Emmy. Emmy, surprised to see him, hugged him and asked why he hadn't left the city. Malachi explained he couldn't leave because someone had to watch for trouble. The dogs, he revealed, were not strays, but spies serving someone Emmy knew. Emmy realized she had been under surveillance, and Malachi explained the city cousins she was with had ulterior motives. He warned they wanted to make sure Emmy didn't stray too far, their hooks buried deep in her. Emmy pushed back, saying she had no magic anymore, having left that part of herself behind in Harrow. Malachi countered that they might not know that. As they spoke, the foul-smelling, grinding sink spewed dark ooze, which turned into a human form, watching them from inside. Emmy admitted she felt something missing every day and reflected on leaving Harrow, her magic, and her family behind. She had hoped for a second chance. Malachi reassured her that she still had family, unlike him, who had never left. Emmy returned to Gideon's mansion, determined but uneasy. Deep down, she doubted Pearl's reassurances about the lost ones. She moved carefully through the dark halls and, hearing muffled sounds, crept toward a room. When she peered inside, her suspicions deepened. Pearl held one of the children tightly, her teeth buried deep into the kid's neck as blood oozed out. Emmy backed away, unable to look away from the grotesque sight as pink smoke began to pour from the victim's wounds and she got transformed into a monster. Emmy froze, horrified, then fled the room. Outside, she clutched her hand in disbelief at what she had witnessed. Emmy realized she was powerless to stop it, whispering, "There's nothing I can do." Pearl absorbed the pink smoke, grinning with unsettling satisfaction. Emmy darted down the hall, her escape urgent. Pearl turned, her face smug and sinister, as if she knew Emmy's terror. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, Malachi watched cautiously from the bushes. He muttered to himself, urging Emmy to stay safe, sniffing the air warily. Suddenly, he sensed someone's presence. Babette stood confidently before him, offering him one chance to leave without violence. Malachi refused, declaring he would not leave without Emmy. Babette smirked, admitting she had hoped he would resist, then drew a massive cleaver, coldly reminding him we're family after all. Inside, Emmy rushed into a dormitory and woke a young girl named Patricia. She urgently told her to get up, insisting there was no time to explain. Emmy instructed Patricia to wake the others and hurry. Patricia hesitated, confused, but Emmy pressed on. Before they could act, the family appeared behind Emmy. Patricia whispered, "They already know." Chapter 4. As per the legend, in Harrow County, conflict could not always be avoided. Babette, with a menacing grin, rushed at Malachi. Malachi, though recognizing her power, did not know her origins. She leapt onto him, attacking with unexpected ferocity. Malachi was bewildered. She wasn't one of his kin, but she was flesh and blood, just as real as he was. Malachi threw Babette away with a massive shove. Her neck had been broken and twisted back, but she still moved, smiling eerily. She held her head and twisted it back into place. Surprised and unnerved, Malachi pondered. If he hadn't created her or her kind, then who had? Inside the mansion, Emmy stood protectively before a group of frightened children, ordering the adults to stay back. The adults, calm yet unsettling, tried to reason with her, claiming she didn't understand what was happening or who they were. Gideon called her ordinary, reminding her of her lack of gifts. Emmy refused to back down, accusing them of feeding on the children. Gideon smugly offered to remedy her supposed weakness, but Emmy fired back, declaring that the children were powerful in their own right. The argument escalated when Vivian, one of the women, slapped Emmy, cutting her off mid-sentence. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The wall of the room crashed with a deafening "Kar-Thaum" as Malachi burst through, scattering the adults. Emmy regained her footing and quickly checked on the children, reassuring them. Patricia and Emmy rallied the kids to escape. As dogs were unleashed to attack, a small boy shouted, "No, stop!" summoning a monstrous glowing beast. The beast roared menacingly, startling the adults and forcing the dogs to flee in terror. Emmy and the children tried to escape as the old man blocked their path, accusing Emmy of betraying their hospitality. His voice boomed unnaturally, and electric energy surged toward Emmy and the children, striking them. Emmy clutched her bleeding head, visibly in pain as the children screamed and fled. Despite his threats, the old man lost control when one of the children, Millie, somehow silenced him, leaving him wide-eyed and speechless. The children stared at Millie in shock as it was revealed she had taken the old man's mouth. Emmy quickly urged everyone to move, guiding them down a hallway as the old man, now mute, pursued them in fury. They discovered one of the grotesque creatures Malachi had fought before, writhing in a room. Emmy comforted the creature, promising to help. The children revealed the truth. This was what the adults did to them. They fed on the children's powers, turning them into monsters. Vivian's voice slithered into the children's heads, whispering that Emmy would betray them and feed on them too. The children, blank-eyed and fearful, began repeating the accusation. Vivian's manipulation nearly worked, but Emmy ended it with a sharp punch to Vivian's face. The spell broke, and the children explained Vivian's magic had been in their minds. Emmy reassured them, promising to stop Gideon and his followers from stealing their powers. Outside, Babette appeared to block Emmy's escape, smugly refusing to let her leave with the children. Emmy stood her ground, unafraid. Suddenly, Malachi intervened, grabbing Babette and hurling her aside. Emmy led the children toward a waiting car. As they prepared to leave, Pearl screamed from the balcony, revealing a chilling truth. She and the others had lost their powers long ago and used the children's powers to survive. She warned Emmy that Gideon would never let her escape, and insisted Emmy would eventually need their old magic. Emmy, undeterred, glared back and replied, "Liar." Gideon appeared in the storm's chaos, yelling that Emmy could never escape and that his power would follow her to the ends of the earth. Emmy, bleeding and battered, calmly told him she believed him as she ushered the children into the car. She instructed everyone to hold tight while Gideon screamed furiously, repeating his threat as lightning crashed. The storm was called upon by Gideon. It intensified, making Emmy and the children's escape seem impossible. As they trudged through dark tunnels to evade Gideon's wrath, Emmy realized how far they had run, possibly to the ends of the earth. The children followed her, their trust in her unshaken despite the looming fear. Emmy glanced back at them, determined to keep them safe. A twisted figure emerged from the shadows. He was the same creature that had entered Emmy's house through the sink tap, He mocked Emmy, claiming he knew everything that happened in the tunnels, the sights, sounds, and smells. He accused her of ignoring her second chance and abandoning the life they had offered her. But before he could act further, the creatures in the tunnels attacked, swarming and dragging him into the darkness as he screamed. Emmy, with the children and Malachi, paused to assess their safety. She realized they couldn't stay in the tunnels. Deciding to face Gideon's challenge, Emmy declared they would go to the ends of the earth to escape him. They would head home, and home was where the heart was. Harrow County. The end is the beginning. That's all for today, my friends. The good news is Emmy is set to return to Harrow County after 10 long years, where a brewing conflict between the goblins and humans is already in motion. We all know her city cousins won't be far behind, setting the stage for an epic showdown. Rest assured, when Emmy reunites with Bernice and Georgia to fight the good fight, our crew here at Marvelous Long Reads will be right there to cover every moment. Now, we wait until Harrow County 2. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to leave your thoughts in the comments section. Like, share and subscribe for more in-depth storytelling and coverage of your favourite tales. And remember, it's not such a long way to Tipperary.